Seal 4.12. Bryce Killy. 2010, November 27, Damascus, Syria. The battlefield fell eerily silent. Men who'd been screaming for this or that were now quiet, shocked at the rapid conclusion of this mess. Villains and heroes, civilians and rebels, all eyes turned as one towards the one responsible, me. I stood, frozen with the weight of what I'd done. I held the literal smoking gun and took in the bloody mist that had once been Arslan. By my side, Lily looked up at me with a mixture of horror and relief. It was over, and she hadn't had to pull the trigger. I wasn't sure how I ought to react. Hell, I wasn't sure how to process this at all. I felt normal. I felt like I hadn't just killed a man and I wondered why. Was this how everyone felt? Or was I just a special kind of fucked up? Killing a man should feel more impactful than frying an egg, right? Or maybe I was in shock and my brain had yet to fully grasp what I'd done. Maybe my time as a medic kept me from feeling queasy. I didn't know, but I knew I had to act. I had to seize the initiative. That was the best way to take charge of my own narrative. I forced myself to lower the gun slowly, purposefully, as if this wasn't my first time taking a life. It gave me a few seconds to think about how I wanted to play things. Claiming the goat told me to kill Arslan was right out. There was no way in hell I was implicating Amy, whether anyone knew at the moment or not. More, saying a thinker made me come here to kill someone, was exactly the kind of sketchy bullshit that drew all the wrong kind of attention. There was only one real answer in the end. I was Creed, a bold, campy mercenary who was more or less a heroic rogue in denial. The name said it all, I was a man of my word. In the end, maybe that was for the best. Well now, I think there's been enough bloodshed for one day, don't you? I said, voice measured and calm, quiet yet carrying in the silence of the aftermath. I'd never been more grateful that I'd had the foresight to install a voice modulator. Now if you don't mind, I'd like to start cleaning up by healing the injured. Civilians first. Then heroes. The SRG? You lot can go fuck yourselves. You killed him, someone, I didn't catch who, whispered. You killed him. I did. And someone please translate what I said into Arabic. We've got work to do. That's not right? Just heroic. I turned to face the one talking. He was young, probably only 7 or 8 years older than me. He had on a sky blue helmet and the patch that denoted him as a volunteer medic. He was probably on his first international deployment, almost certainly the first time he'd seen someone be summarily executed like this. I could just picture the kind of man he was, fresh-faced, recently out of undergrad, maybe looking to make a difference in the world before going off to med school for real studying. I wasn't sure what I was expecting. Condemnation? Praise? I doubted he knew either, his eyes looked so uncertain. It wasn't like I'd acted for anyone here, save Lily. I wanted her to keep her innocence for a little while longer. There would be so much on her shoulders in the future. Sure, it was possible that I could one day become stronger than Sion with the tinker of fiction, but who knew when that would be? If the end came before that point, she was our best chance, quite literally our silver bullet. Sparing her this little bit of pain wasn't wrong, right? That wasn't so bad, was it? I took a deep breath that didn't register externally and continued. I'm sorry. I am. I don't like that I had to kill someone. But I know that this was the fastest way to end the fighting. I maintain that I acted under emergency protocols. Even heroes have those, or am I wrong, Ursa Aurora? You're not wrong, the leader of our group said. She eyed me with a hefty dose of wariness mixed with approval. Truth was, though I'd nominally placed myself under her command, I wasn't sure what I would have done had she decided to censure me here and now. Arslan. I won't say he needed to die, but I won't condemn you either, Creed. Come on, men. Do as Creed said. We have work to do. It was with an uneasy silence that we got to work. Conversation was kept to a minimum as people were brought to me for healing. Others worked together to clear out the corpses, moving them to one side or another. More men detained the surrendering SRG soldiers and confiscated their weapons. Despite my words, Ursa Aurora had me start with the linemen who had been infected by Arslan's power. With the master dead, his thralls were likely to quickly expire. From what we'd gleaned later, Arslan was a master, brute, and Trump hybrid capable of generating a living stone that could take over a person's nervous system. It also gave him, and all his thralls, access to an infected cape's power. I suspected the stone interfaced with the victim's corona potentia somehow. One of his thralls had a breaker effect that allowed him to bypass most forms of armor, carving aside a set geometric shape determined by the motions of the wielder. Another was a thinker who could coordinate many different people. There were more. He was rather infamous in Syria for press-ganging capes under threat of infection, especially if those capes had been born to a lower class or had little socio-political backing. That was how the SRG and the Assad regime retained power in a world of para-humans, and why there was an underground movement with a disproportionately large number of capes in rebellion against said regime. Even considering the immense potential of Arsalan's power, using it like this sounded especially short-sighted, but I chalked that up to the general arrogance of people in power. I tried. I really did. But I wasn't good enough. In anticipation for an event like this, an emergency of some kind, I'd prioritize studying the notes of Marco, Tucker, and other biomedical alchemists. I assumed that my combat capabilities were sufficient for the moment and decided to make myself invaluable by developing my abilities as a healer. I still couldn't say it was the wrong decision. I'd saved so many already, but it meant I had no idea how to save these men. There were only so many hours I could study and remain productive. I knew only the barest theories on inorganic transmutation. Everything the Elric brothers, Colonel Mustang, or Major Armstrong and the like could do was completely beyond me. Even should I dissolve the stone into simple sugars or the like, the corona was inextricably melded into the lithic network, to the point that dissolving the stone would also mean irreparably damaging their frontal lobes. I had no idea how to grow that back. I shook my head. They're gone. I can't heal them. You've fixed nerves before, right? I have, but replacing their skin, nervous system, and restructuring their brains after fractals of stone grew through their grey matter at the same time is a little beyond me, I said bitterly. Just get me the next guy. Okay. In the end, there was only one survivor whom Arsalan had ever infected, the man whose nervous system I'd dissolved into simple sugars seconds before I'd killed Arsalan. The stone hadn't had the chance to branch into his brain or propagate too far into his system. He was a vegetable, for the moment, but at least that was fixable. I'd likely want Amy's help for that one. I also got around to healing Dust Devil, whose name turned out to be Malik. The capes here apparently didn't bother with secret identities, at least not in the heroes and villains sort of way as in America. Regrowing his spine earned us Americans a fair bit of goodwill from the rebels, and more than one clapped me on the shoulder with respect for what I was doing. He says you did what needed to be done, said the translator Ursa assigned to me. Arsalan was a tyrant who needed to be put down. The rules exist for a reason. Those who violate the rules don't get to claim their protection, I said robotically. I still believed that. Arsalan needed to go. The fighting needed to stop. But having blood on my hands wasn't an easy feeling. When I first started out, I just wanted to have fun. I cared about my family, making shit and messing with the shit I'd made. Occasionally trolling people, maybe making dumb memes on foe. That was it. It struck me that I was now a very different man than the one who'd first programmed Saint. It seemed that the more I explored life as a cape, the more Earthbet would intrude. I worked as if by rote. One by one, I fixed the ones that could be fixed and stabilized the ones that were beyond me for Amy's care. Then, when the heroes had finally received their checkups, we heard the sound of jeeps driving closer. Men in SRG uniform jumped out, fully armed for war. I didn't recognize the rank insignia of the Syrian army, but I could guess that the older middle-aged man with many stripes and stars over his breast was important in some capacity. Just when we'd begun to relax, the tension ramped up again as they pointed their guns at us. Violators of the Endbringer truce, surrender, the man said gruffly. You have killed loyal soldiers of the Syrian Republic. Ursa stomped forward with a glare. No chance in hell. Is that the angle you're spinning this? Your men violated the truce when they began shooting into crowds. Arsalan was maintaining public order. By executing civilians. By combating domestic terrorism. It is an easy mistake to make for outsiders, he said with a sneer. If you surrender now, you will be detained and extradited to the American government. After proper reparations have been paid, of course. He looked at the broken form of Flygon and the smear that had been Arsalan before his gaze turned to us, no doubt trying to figure out which of us had taken down the Lion Guard's strongest capes. When his eyes found Shelter and me, they turned hungry. Compared to two projection-creating masters, a girl with an oversized crossbow, and a boy with a pointy stick, he likely assumed the Tinkers were the contributing variables. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the rebels take off their masks and meld into the background. That was the trouble with terrorists and freedom fighters alike, trying to find them after the fact was an exercise in frustration. And yet, their actions pissed me off. There were laws of war, rules to the way we ought to engage in combat. Blending in with some of the civilians I'd treated helped them in the immediate, deflecting blame and attention to Ursa Aurora, but it set a disgusting precedent. It allowed the SRG and men like the one before me to justify wholesale slaughter of civilians. After all, the terrorists could be hiding there, ready to shoot them in the back the moment they turned around. Tactics like this were as likely to turn Syria into a hellscape as Behemoth. That's not happening, Ursa said firmly. She wasn't looking for a fight, we were all thoroughly sick of bloodshed at this point, but she looked ready for one nonetheless. We followed her lead and took a defensive stance. Saint, who'd floated guardedly at my side until now, began to spark with implicit threat. I glanced at my HUD to check my shield's integrity. 43%. Not great if they had any decent blasters or brutes, but I should be fine against conventional bullets. I shifted forward a bit, standing half a step in front of Lily to better cover her with my cape. I didn't get into this bullshit to have arguably the most important person in the local multiverse die on me now because some dipshit got trigger happy. If she died, I'd have to find March and hope the cluster bloomed true, and she was. I'd really prefer Lily alive. Then, when it looked as if we'd resume hostilities, the wind picked up and the world was obscured in the shadow of Dragon's arrival. Her chosen unit for the Endbringer cleanup had been Glaurung, I didn't know what model, named for the very first dragon of Middle-earth, the father of dragons. As per its namesake, Glaurung was fucking massive, as large as 4 18-wheelers placed side by side. It was one part transport craft and one part drone dispenser. Most of its body was a loading bay that had been filled with relief supplies, guild members, and drones designed for search and rescue. It hovered there, a monument to the sheer amount of resources Dragon had at her disposal. Sure, it was big, but I was reminded that this was but one of her Dragon flight, and likely one of the older models meant for support and auxiliary services rather than direct combat. That didn't matter though, the pressure its mere presence exerted on the field was immense, tangible proof of her gaze. Then one of the loading bays opened and two figures walked down on a set of stairs made from iridescent sheets of light. One was the statuesque, quasi-nudist form of Narwhal, her horn adding an extra foot to her already impressive height. The other was Wheeled Maiden, the pledge regalia strapped to her back. "Looks like we came at a good time," Narwhal said. Her tone was light, as if she was discussing the weather. A myriad of force field scales fluttered around her, forming a blizzard that seemed to change shape from one moment to the next. We let out a collective sigh of relief. With their arrival, the scales had shifted considerably. Rather than tired, inexperienced capes who could be intimidated, they were now dealing with some of the biggest names in the world. In both personal power and experience, Narwhal far outstripped the Protectorate heroine. She had a reputation second only to the Triumvirate, and for good reasons. Ursa stepped back and nodded, wordlessly deferring negotiations to the leader of the guild. I slid over to Wheeled Maiden and motioned for my pledge regalia back. She looked at me blankly before she finally registered what I wanted. Shrugging it off her back, she handed it over with a pat on my shoulder. "Sorry, brute package. This thing's lighter than it looks." After a while, I didn't even notice the weight, she said apologetically, but still at a low whisper so we wouldn't disturb Narwhal and the SRG's shouting match. "You did good here." "Thanks." "Sure don't feel like it," I whispered back. She winced but did her best to put on an easygoing smile. "Yeah, that's what they don't tell you about being a hero, sometimes, it's not about making the right choices, it's about picking the least shitty option in a whole host of shitty options. Greatest good for the greatest number. You can see it that way if you want. Some of my colleagues do. Personally, I think of it as doing what lets me sleep easy at night. Let people smarter than me quibble over philosophy, I'll just do my best and be satisfied with that." "But what if your best isn't good enough?" I asked her, frustrated with myself. Earthbed was often called a grimdark world. Personally, I was starting to realize that it was grimdark not because terrible things happened to good people, but because it felt as if nothing I did would be good enough. My very first outing from Brockton and I was already feeling it, there was a sense of hopelessness that made me wonder why I bothered at all. I studied medicine to help, but that left me unprepared to help the Lion Men. I made a normal, rational, maybe even the optimal decision, but found myself lacking when shit hit the fan. In the end, I'd had to take a life a single day after resolving myself to become a hero. "Then it's not," Wheeled Maiden said plainly. I wanted to snap at her, but then I saw her eyes. Beneath the cavalier facade, there was pain there, hurt, from all the times she'd come up short. And I have to live with that. I'm not good enough. So I try again and again until I am. Or maybe I find a different problem I am good enough to solve. I work with others so I can make a bigger impact. That's how it goes, Creed. I remained silent at that. She was right. And I wondered what it'd taken to develop a strength of will like hers. I couldn't help but think that she'd use my power better than I could. "You're a very strong person," I said softly. "Ahaha. I'm no one special, kid. And terrible at taking compliments. You did good with that scanner thing," she deflected. "And we could use someone like you in the guild. You know, when you're older." "I'll think about it," I said, with a sincerity that surprised me. The guild really wasn't a bad option, truth be told. I certainly respected Narwhal and Dragon more than Alexandria and Eidolon. I'd have to deal with Saint and his merry band of brainwashed imbeciles, but that was always part of the plan eventually. Perhaps, in another life, one without commitments to Brockton Bay, I would have considered it in earnest. The two of us fell into a comfortable silence. We watched as Narwhal grew increasingly irate, until she finally put her foot down and began to dictate terms. I liked to think I knew a respectable amount about the laws of war, but what I knew, I'd gleaned from documentaries and a few courses back in undergrad. Clearly, some things were different on Earth. Bet. There was probably a whole subset of international relations scholars dedicated to studying the impact of the Endbringer truce on the global community. More than that, I was tired. Emotionally. Physically. I had to practically regrow my arm thanks to Flygon. Then I spent what aura I had left fixing up who I could from the rest of the battle. The last thing I wanted to do was pay attention to a glorified blame game on just who broke the truce first and the obligations of organizations providing international aid. None of it mattered in the end. The fact was, Narwhal and Dragon didn't give a shit what the SRG had to say and they'd just have to be satisfied with their polite, politically correct fuck off. The biggest concession the SRG got for this misunderstanding was that the Protectorate, I found myself being lumped in with them, was banned indefinitely, pending internal investigation, from Syrian soil. The Guild would take over all Protectorate assets, with verbal consent from Ursa Aurora, and all PRT and Protectorate personnel would be on the nearest ship back stateside. Or in our case, via Strider because the Syrian government really didn't like us. X. 2010, November 27, New York, USA. So, how was your first deployment, kid? Strider asked, his courier's cap skewed in a jaunty slant. We stood atop the roof of the Protectorate HQ in New York. And I had to admit, it was good to be stateside again, particularly with such a breathtaking view. You say that like I joined the military, I said dryly as I looked out over the skyline. You went to an Endbringer cleanup. It may as well be a deployment. For 2 days. Let's not get too excited, Strider. I'm trying to tell you you did good. Just take the compliment. Yeah, thanks. How's the gear treating you? Everything working fine. It's great. I've got my entire life packed up in this here suitcase, he said, patting the hard plastic fondly. Seriously, I had an egg crepe thing from a street vendor in Hong Kong, went to a business meeting in Abu Dhabi, and stopped by in Damascus to ferry you guys home. It's good to know I have a shield module on hand too. Wait, Strider has your tech? Juster asked, stepping up to us with the other 2 wards at his sides. I didn't know that. We have a business arrangement, the world's most valuable mover said. He paid for it with an updated costume that includes a force field generator and the expansion bag. Damn, nice. How does your shield work exactly? Their tinker asked curiously. Are you making hard light projections? Or shunting off kinetic force to a different dimension? Whoa, Shelter, let's not get into tinker babble right after we get back. It's interesting stuff, Juster. You saw how well Creed's tech stood up. Ursa told me all about it, came another voice. It was deep and soothing, with an unmistakable undertone of iron that I recognized from a dozen TV appearances despite never having heard it in person. Legend just had one of those voices. I hadn't even noticed him, he didn't make a sound as he floated through the air. Hopefully she told you the exact circumstances behind my actions, I said guardedly. I had no plan here. Even were I not exhausted beyond belief, this was Legend. I didn't have a way to fight him, not even close. Saint could evolve, I could have picked up combat transmutation and fully mastered Crown Chimera, and it still wouldn't have been enough. The man had a reputation he'd earned 100 times over. The best I could do was to turn invisible and hope his freakish eyes wouldn't be able to track me because he sure as shit wasn't the type to carpet bomb his own city just for little ol me. Or maybe, I could reach Strider and have him port us out before things got too heated. Slowly, subtly, I inched towards Strider. I wasn't subtle enough because Legend shook his head with a small smile that had no business putting me at ease, but somehow did. Relax, I'm not here to take you in, Creed. You showed up to heal after an Endbringer battle, you deserve the protections of the truce more than most. Ursa had nothing but good things to say about you, especially your willingness to take on one of the best flyers in the Middle East for them. I was the only one who had the mobility, I said simply. Yes, and I heard you were vital to opening negotiations with the rebels. You didn't have to be there, you could have left with the medical camp. Why did you return? You literally took bullets for people you didn't even know. I wasn't sure what to say. How did I explain? I'd relied so much on Amy to be my moral compass, all the while trying to pull her past her black and white mindset. How did I describe the conversation I had with Faultline? Or the bodies I saw over the past few days? How did I explain how much I'd changed as a person in these short months? I guess you could say I had a crisis of conscience, I told him sincerely. It was about as accurate as I could get without laying my heart bare to the guy. If only more villains could have those, Juster joked. You saved our bacon there. You would make a great hero, Ursa said as she walked over with Prism in tow. You were one today. You saved lives and made hard choices. It's not pretty, but you stepped up when you could have left with the medics. I could do with a lot less excitement, I replied. There's a line between the Protectorate and Jack/. I like to think I can be a decent person without joining up. Either way, here, she said, offering me a card. It's my card. We like to have wards go through a thorough debriefing after missions like this. I know the word psychologist sounds scary, but it really does help to talk things out. We'll respect your anonymity, guaranteed. I took it gingerly. Coming from her, or more likely someone not from Brockton, I almost believed her. Thanks. I'll consider it. That's all we ask, Legend replied. He held out a hand for me to shake. I know I'm starting to sound like a broken record, but I think you can really make a difference in the world. Your healing, costumes, and even your turret construct can all help save lives. I hope you'll give it some thought. Hero, hey? I'm just some punk kid trying to figure out his lot in life. If I'm to be a hero, it'll be on my terms, running on my road. So saying, I stamped the ground, pouring out a plume of mist that covered my position. When it cleared, I was long gone. Author's note. I know what some of you will say. You might say there shouldn't be such a big wall between inorganic and organic transmutation, but I disagree. There are a handful of exceptions, Ed himself being one of them, that can perform both proficiently, but for the most part, people specialize in one facet of alchemy and remain in that niche. This was true of Marco, Tucker, and even Mustang, who focused on a super niche gaseous variant of inorganic transmutation. The exceptions to this rule are Homunculi, Hohenheim, or the main character who is widely regarded as a genius talent. I am largely treating FMA's alchemy like any other high-level academic discipline. Doctors who are also lawyers or engineers exist, but they're rare. It's already a big enough cheat that Bryce has gotten this proficient with biological alchemy in a single week. Yet, it's only been a week since the specialization change. Bunkers, hey? Most of all, Bryce can fail. I'm sure that with the tinker of fiction, godhood is an inevitability, but for the moment, he just can't account for every circumstance. Even when learning an objectively incredible skill, like biological alchemy, he can still feel unprepared. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Interlude 4.12.5, Saba Azimi. Saba Azimi. 2010, November 26, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I checked New Wave's official site for the fourth time, just to be sure. I'd checked last night of course. And the day before that. And for about a week solid if I was being honest. I let out a sigh of relief when I saw what I'd been looking for, there it was, under Panacea's profile, in big, bold letters, giving me hope. 'Tis the season to be grateful. We have been blessed by you, our supporters, and would love to pay some of that forward. As part of our desire to spread the holiday cheer, Panacea will be active all weekend at the Brockton Bay General Hospital from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. The whole thing stank of public relations. Like most people, I considered New Wave to be a failed movement that mostly stayed relevant thanks to pretty privilege on Glory Girl's part and Panacea's ridiculously useful power. Even Laserdream and Shielder didn't really do hero work anymore. But right now, I didn't care. A near delirious wave of hope and relief filled me, the kind that made me want to cackle like a loon for minutes on end. Bryce was right. Panacea would show today. Winning a trip from Panacea was quite literally like winning the lottery for people with chronic illnesses. No one could deny that she did her part, but there was always one more, always someone with a better sob story or a luckier draw than Dad's. That had been the case for months on end, ever since the doctors diagnosed his heart condition as terminal and put him on the list. And a single call from Sierra changed that. My friends improved our chances so much that it was all but guaranteed Panacea would visit our room sometime today. Sierra told Bryce. And Bryce told Amy. I'd been so pissed with her at first. She'd broken my trust. Of course I knew Bryce was Amy's friend, I was the one who helped him shop for a suit for his homecoming. But I also knew Amy didn't take requests. I thought Dad would be moved down the list. I thought there was some ledger in the hospital and his patient ID would get crossed off, that we'd forever lose our chance at the lotto because Bryce couldn't keep his mouth shut. It wasn't worth it. Asking was never worth it because it was tantamount to giving up hope. Because everyone knew Panacea didn't take requests. Except. Maybe she did? Maybe Bryce meant more to her than any of us realized. Or maybe this was all a huge coincidence and she'd already been planning a visit for Thanksgiving weekend. Maybe she just happened to mention at lunch that she'd be around and Bryce passed that info to me. It didn't matter. So long as Panacea visited Dad, I could kiss the little guy. I'd officially adopt him. Or give him a huge hug or something. I didn't know what I'd do but I owed him big time. Maybe I'd make him a jacket or something. Bright and early, I waited in Dad's hospital room for Panacea. I wanted to thank her personally. She probably got 1,000 little gifts, shows of gratitude from people she'd saved, but I had to make the effort myself. It struck me that I should have asked Bryce what she liked instead of settling for a box of chocolates. I hummed happily and held Dad's hand as the nurses ran their standard tests. We talked about Iraq, about the way things used to be, about how we found ourselves in the United States. He always had the funniest stories about his brothers growing up. Dad and I didn't get along all the time. He still thought the fashion thing was just a phase, that making it as a designer was like plucking a star from the night sky. I hadn't told him I'd switched majors yet, definitely not that I switched because of a pushy boy. He might actually buy a shotgun then. And he still didn't like that I was lesbian, said it was unnatural and that a good man could convince me otherwise. The number of handsome, young men he'd introduced me to who just so happened to be single was higher than necessary. But for all his faults, he was Bobby, the man who read me bedtime stories and killed all the spiders and kept my little brothers out of my hair. He'd hear me out, no matter my troubles. I'd never once felt afraid of confiding in him even as we disagreed on so many things. He'd never raised a hand to me or my brothers. He'd worked himself to the bone with a smile on his face so we could live without worry, so we could be proud of our Bobby, he'd said. I loved him so much. Our family needed him. I needed him, more than words could ever say. We shared a light breakfast and, after swapping stories about my brothers, he fell asleep. He was so much more tired these days. His illness seemed to sap his energy, leaving him bedridden much of the time. The only reason he wasn't a permanent inpatient was because we couldn't afford the hospital bed. If we could, perhaps Panacea would have stumbled on him sooner. I still didn't know what was wrong with him. The doctors said he had a weak heart, but what did that mean exactly? Cancer? A bad pacemaker? Something genetic I'd have to start worrying about in 15 years? I just wanted this to be over. After a while, nearing noon now, I heard a knock at the door. Come in, I called. The door opened to reveal my two best friends, even if I was a little miffed at one of them at the moment. Sierra's dreads bobbed up and down. They'd always reminded me of a poodle's floppy ears. She looked so cute and pouty that it was hard to stay mad at her and I knew I'd forgive her soon enough. In her hands was a wicker basket filled with flowers and fruit that she rested on the bedside table. Michelle was wearing a sporty, classy outfit as always. She had her brown hair in a ponytail and I could see a thin film of sweat over her pale skin. She'd probably joined Sierra after a morning run. In her hands was a paper bag printed with the logo of a sandwich shop across the street. Hey, Saba. How are you? Sierra asked, or I guess, how is he? He's asleep, Sissy, I replied softly. Why are you two here? I felt bad. I'm sorry for telling Bryce, Sierra said with a sheepish smile. And I'm just here for moral support, Michelle added. She handed us each a sandwich. Heard you could use the company right now. I accepted lunch gratefully. Chicken and provolone with cucumbers, dried tomatoes, and light mayo. My girls were the best. Don't. I'm not mad. I was, but I know he meant well. How is he? Bryce? He's hanging out with a friend. Mom said he'll probably sleep over for the weekend, Sierra said. Has Panacea? No, she hasn't been by. I put on a confident smile for them. I'm sure she will be around though. She must be somewhere else in the hospital. Yet. Sierra looked down with a wince. About that. What? What's going on, Sierra? I thought maybe she'd have come by before leaving. Leave? Leave for where? Why would Panacea leave? Michelle put a hand on my shoulder and gently pushed me back into my seat. I hadn't realized I'd gotten up. Chill, Sabs, it's not Sierra's fault. Or Bryce's, she said soothingly. But I didn't want to be soothed right now. I wanted to know why Panacea wasn't at the hospital. Michelle, what's going on? She took out her phone and opened it to a faux page. My eyes glided across the page, seeing but not understanding. After several moments, I began to read. Welcome to the Parahumans online message boards. You are currently logged in, go runner swag. You are viewing threads you have replied to. And threads that have new replies. Or private message conversations with new replies. Thread OP is displayed. 15 posts per page. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered chronologically. Topic: Behemoth in Damascus. In Boards United States New England Brockton Bay News and Announcements. Brilliger, original poster, moderator, Protectorate Maine. Posted on November 26, 2010. Attention! As of 9:53 a.m., we received confirmation that Behemoth has attacked Damascus, Syria. All members of the Endbringer response team are to meet for relocation to the Boston Waypoint at the Brockton Bay PRT headquarters. I repeat, if you are planning to attend the battle, head to the Brockton Bay part headquarters. Transport to Boston will be provided, and from there, to Damascus. A second wave of transports will be provided once the battle concludes. Please keep your phones on. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you. As of now, the Endbringer truce is in effect. Showing page 1 of 2. Thsvoid_cowboy replied on November 26, 2010. First. Asterisk the user has received a 3-day ban for this post. Brilliger, original poster, moderator, Protectorate Maine. Replied on November 26, 2010. No. Shut up. Not the post for this. You didn't break any rules, but have some fucking tact, Void. Brocktonite03, veteran member. Replied on November 26, 2010. I'm just relieved I don't know anyone there. Bagrat, veteran member, the guy in the know. Replied on November 26, 2010. Brilliger, do we know who will attend from our side of things? I have access to the Endbringer response roster, but that's more of a statement of intent rather than a binding document. Brilliger, original poster, moderator, Protectorate Maine. Replied on November 26, 2010. For good reason, Bagrat. I think you know why. We can't make people attend, especially an Endbringer battle on foreign soil. We'll see who shows, but we won't know for sure until it happens. Reeve, verified PRT agent. Replied on November 26, 2010. No matter what, hero or villain, thank you for your sacrifice. Brocktonite03, veteran member. Replied on November 26, 2010. Yeah, what he said. Shit just got as real gets. Xylalobe. Replied on November 26, 2010. Wait, what about New Wave? Panacea was supposed to do a tour of the hospital today, right? Answer key. Replied on November 26, 2010. I doubt that's going to happen anymore. Either Panacea will be on the ground there shortly, or she'll be resting up and preparing to go help clean up the aftermath. Xylalobe. Replied on November 26, 2010. Fuck. Why now? White Fairy, veteran member. Replied on November 26, 2010. Endbringer attacks are never convenient. There's no such thing. My condolences. It seems like this time, your relative pulled the short straw. Bagrat, veteran member, the guy in the know. Replied on November 26, 2010. Found it. New Wave posted a retraction of Panacea's hospital visit. She, alongside her family, will be attending the aftermath of the Damascus battle to conduct search and rescue and provide emergency aid. End of page. 1. The world spun around me. Behemoth attacked Damascus. Panacea wasn't coming. The rest of the thread was bloated with people saying Panacea should stay, people raging at having their hopes dashed. It got so bad that Brilliger had to lock the thread entirely. I couldn't blame them. It felt like someone had swept the floor from beneath my feet. A wave of despair crushed down on me like a physical force. I fell to my knees as Dad slept on, unaware that we'd just lost our biggest chance to meet her. Panacea was supposed to fix this. 1 minute. Just a single, damned minute of her time. Was that too much to ask for? Dad was. He was supposed to get better. In that moment, it felt like Behemoth had somehow selected my dad specifically to fuck over. Like the entire world was out to get us. You could have arranged for this sooner, a niggling voice whispered in the back of my mind. You knew Bryce was friends with Amy. Try as I might, I couldn't dispute that. I knew. And I didn't ask. Because you're a coward. Because you're terrified of rejection. I failed. Again. I was never good enough. Not at engineering. Not at confronting pushy boys. Not at being a good daughter. I couldn't even ask Sierra's little brother for a favor. I knew he liked me. He would have happily talked to Panacea for me sooner. One question. One. Fucking. Question. And I couldn't even do that. I felt Sierra wrap her arms around me. I sank into the taller girl's embrace as she whispered in my ear. She'll come back, she promised. Panacea will come back and we can ask later. It's going to be okay. I took a deep breath. It wasn't okay. Again and again, I was relying on others. Again and again, I wasn't good enough to fix any of my problems on my own. Sierra and Michelle were amazing. They were always so confident, so much stronger than me. An evil, bitchy part of me wanted to snap at her, tell her that it was her fault somehow, that she didn't know what it was like. Except she did. Her dad died this summer. She knew exactly what this was like. Back then, Sierra, Michelle, and I had snuck a bottle of wine and gotten blackout drunk in Michelle's row house. We held her as she sobbed for hours. She confided in us then that she had to be strong for her mom and little brother, that she had to be the one to keep things together. It made things so much worse to know I still had hope and she didn't. Dad wasn't gone yet. He wasn't dead yet. Panacea would come back. Bryce could reach out to her, ask for a favor or whatever he did. I took in a ragged breath. Why didn't any of that make me feel better? Why was I still shaking? It would be fine. I just needed to be patient. And wait for someone else to fix your problems, that snide voice in my mind whispered. Be the damsel in distress. Be patient. Wait for a savior. Wait to receive someone else's charity. That's all you're good for. The world swam around me in dizzying spirals. Was I crying? I couldn't tell anymore. I hated this. I loved my friends but I hated this. I hated feeling weak. I hated feeling helpless. I hated how nothing seemed to be going right in my life. And most of all, I hated myself. I wished I was stronger. I wished I was more confident, more proactive. I wished I had Panacea's powers so I could save Dad. Or had Michelle's confidence so I could tell pushy boys to go fuck themselves. I wished I had Sierra's relationship with her family. Then maybe they'd accept me loving fashion and being gay. I wished I could be like other people. Destination. Agreement. X. I groaned pitifully as I returned to consciousness. Countless stars danced behind my eyes, a meteor shower that I blinked away. I opened my eyes and looked up at Michelle's concerned face. Hey, sleepyhead, she teased gently, brushing my sweat-soaked bangs from my eyes. You okay? I got up slowly. She and Sierra had taken 2 of the hospital chairs and placed them side by side so I could rest. They placed my head on Michelle's lap and Sierra had taken to leaning against the wall to give me space to lie down. Why yeah, I think I just cried myself to sleep, I said. I gave my friends a grateful smile. Thanks, girls. I guess I was more tired than I thought. Are you sure, Sabs? Sierra asked, naked concern plain to see. 1 second I was giving you a hug, then you passed out. We should get you checked out. And no, I'm fine. You don't seem fine. I am, I insisted. Or. I thought I was. Now that I was fully conscious, I could feel something different inside me. It felt like a spool of thread, a ball of yarn with 3 threads poking out that I could unwind. I was also hyper-aware of my own clothes, tight jeans, a cute, pink top, and a puffy, cream jacket I thought would look stylish with a light green, knit scarf. It was like I could feel every fiber, every thread, every weave and knot that made up my outfit. I looked up at my friends and realized I'd been mistaken, it wasn't just my own clothes. I could feel them all. Everything from the curtains to Dad's hospital gown to the stray thread that was coming loose from Sierra's jacket. It was like a whole new world had been revealed before me, a new sense for fabrics that I hadn't had before. I stumbled back with a gasp. I leaned against the wall and tried to make sense of it all. It wasn't hard to reach the obvious conclusion, Saba Azimi, had powers. Somehow. Sabs, I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to cry yourself unconscious, Sierra said. And you shouldn't be stumbling around either. Sit down, please. Yeah, you're worrying us, Saba, Michelle added. Yeah. I stumbled back to the chair and took a seat. I stared down at my hands and took deep breaths. Slowly, I began to collect myself, coming to terms with the fact that I'd triggered. I knew about triggers of course. Everyone did. Or, at least the basics. It was para-human science 101, the kind of thing that got covered once for a test and never mentioned again in polite company. Something bad happened. A prospective para-human got pushed to the edge. And then. Bam. Powers. I let out a hollow chuckle. I supposed this was mine, the need to help Dad? Or maybe the need to stop being helpless. So why was it that my power was to see and feel fabrics? Was I that pathetic? Did I really have nothing else my power could latch onto? Before I could lambast myself further, I felt a cup being pushed into my hand. Sierra had left and come back before I'd even noticed, a cup of steaming liquid in hand. Tea, Saba, she said softly. One of the nurses got it for me. I know it's not like the tea set you have at home, but... I took it with a grateful smile. Thanks, Sissy. It's fine. Any tea sounds amazing right about now. I took a sip and let the warm liquid soothe me. Looking at both of them, I wondered, why? Why me? Why did I get powers and these 2 didn't? It wasn't like their lives were filled with nothing but sunshine and rainbows. Hell, Sierra could have gotten powers this summer. Except she hadn't. I knew that for a fact because she would have told me. Told us. That's just the kind of person she was quick to trust, kind, and loyal. She was open and confident and engaging without being naive. She wasn't afraid of confrontation, nor was she afraid of being vulnerable between friends. She was exactly the kind of woman I wanted to be. Maybe that was why she didn't get powers and I did. She turned to us, relied on us, when she was at her lowest, whereas I wanted to shoulder it all alone until I started to crumble under the weight. I drained the tea and let the heat stoke a fire in me. No more. I didn't want to be that person anymore. It wasn't as if I had no one. I had amazing friends. Maybe it was time I acted like it. I have powers, I blurted out before I lost the courage, tears welling in my eyes again. What? I think that was a trigger. I can feel fabrics now. Threads. From far away, I said. I was babbling now. Once I started talking, it all came out like a flood. I felt helpless. I wanted to be someone else. I wished I had powers like Panacea. And then... Oh, Saba, Michelle whispered, pulling me into a hug. Sierra joined in on my other side and the three of us stayed like that, in a quiet cuddle pile until Dad woke up. I almost laughed hysterically at that. His daughter triggered 2 feet away from him and he didn't even notice. I hated this. All of it. My world was turning upside down. But so long as I had these two with me, I couldn't help but feel like I'd be just fine. X. 2010, November 27th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. Sierra was the biggest Cape nerd I knew. Well, not quite, but the biggest Cape nerd I trusted. Which was kinda huge given the circumstances. Michelle and I liked to make fun of her sometimes, but I wouldn't trade her for the world right now. According to her, powers were almost always combative in some form. Whether that was to protect or to hurt, or to figure out ways to hurt, there were very few capes whose power could not be used for fighting. In that light, Panacea was a freak of nature, an anomaly that confused the hell out of even the best para-human scientists. It was why, by her estimation, I had to be able to do more. There was no way my power was simply to perceive fabrics within 30 feet. And she'd been right. We were crammed in Sierra's room, testing the limits of my power. We found that the spool of thread I felt inside of me were more like bendable straws, 3 strands that I could sheath over the threads I touched. My power then spread from that single thread to others that made up the article of clothing, allowing me to control the entire article of clothing from a single strand. But I only had 3 of these straws, and so, right now, 3 shirts I was making dance in the air. This doesn't sound right, Sierra said. What are you supposed to do? Strangle someone to death with their own shirts? I wouldn't do that anyway, I said tiredly. Sissy, I think my power kinda sucks. Hey, at least you can make clothes faster now. Joy, I drawled. That'll get all the villains to quake in their boots. Is that what you want to be? Michelle asked. A hero? I don't know. I don't know, Michelle. Maybe something will happen if someone puts on the clothes. Then, before I could stop her, Michelle shrugged off her top and snagged one of Sierra's shirts that were hanging in the air. She was taller than Sierra so her shirt fit more like a crop top on her, but she was the type of girl who could make anything work. My world exploded. I'd always been aware of the world around me, about 30 feet or so. Every fabric in the area was known to me in a sixth sense I'd not had before I got my power. That of course included the 3 shirts I'd latched onto. Now, everything about Michelle's body was laid bare to me, from her athletic form to her general health. It was a bit much, so much information that I doubted I'd be able to put them to words. I might have to brush up on my biology lessons. More, it felt as if my senses expanded with her as the locus, another 30 feet of awareness in which every fabric could be perceived. Whoa, I gasped. So I was right? Awesome. What's your power do? I can feel you. And the fabric around you. Sierra hummed. So it'd be good for scouting? Or telling whether someone is healthy? Not scouting, I think, I said hesitantly. I'm only aware of fabrics and Michelle so I don't think it'll be very useful for that. But maybe, if I made a set of bracelets that could be taken off quickly, I could tell when someone's sick. Triage via fabric then? Cool. I don't know. It's still not a very strong power. And it's not as if I'm a nurse. I can see Michelle's blood pressure, but I don't know what a normal level is. We can work on that. See? I told you it's better than just controlling 3 pieces of clothing at a time. Maybe. I feel like there's more though. I think. Michelle isn't the right wearer, if that makes any sense. Let me try then, Sierra said, putting on the second shirt. Anything? No, sorry. So nothing to do with ownership then. It'll come in time. After all, even legend had to have started from somewhere. Yeah, thanks, girls. We talked a bit more. There were more ideas, but none bore much fruit. Michelle and I were about to get out of Sierra's hair when my phone dinged to inform me that I had a message on Fo. I opened it to find a note from an account I didn't recognize, though given the screen name, there wasn't really anyone else it could be. Bryce, hey, Saba, sorry about Panacea. I know it's no one's fault that Behemoth attacked yesterday, but I still feel terrible for getting your hopes up. You know how I'm pretty plugged into new wave gossip? Yeah, well, I recently got sent this faux post. Bryce, long story short, Creed attended the Endbringer Aftermath to test out some healing tech. He's exactly the kind of mercenary douchebag who'd use an attack to pressure Panacea into verifying his technician's effectiveness, but it works. He published a video recording of her saying as much. As far as she's concerned, it's as good as her healing, and he's holding a raffle for free healing to advertise or something. Bryce, he's selecting 10 random draws from the first 1000 replies to his faux thread. I replied obviously, but I figure we should maximize our chances. I know this isn't a replacement for Panacea. I'm still going to talk to her for you again on Monday, but it's worth a shot, right? Bryce, I've gotta go. Talk to you later, Sabs. And suddenly, all thoughts of my new power flew out the window. Author's note. After some thought, I decided I should post more chapters per week. It won't be every week, but I'll frequently post at least 2. Well, here's Saba's trigger. Objectively, she could have simply decided, oh, well, I'll ask Bryce to set something up for me when Panacea gets back. But trigger events don't make logical sense. It's not really about whether something is fixable as much as it is the person's emotional state, and I hope I portrayed that right. Saba's overwhelming sense of despair, self-loathing, and a wish to be someone she perceived as better than her were enough to see her trigger. As for her power, I just had to do something with threads. People who are familiar with Worm will probably be able to guess what the more she's feeling is. The name Saba comes from the Arabic word for morning. As I understand it, moon is a fairly common term of endearment for young girls, just like sweetie is in America. Saba's dad calls her his little Dawn as a play on that. Seal 4.13. Bryce Kelly. 2010, November 29, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I tried not to think about it. Damascus. Behemoth. Arsalan. Lily. Everything. It was just easier, less overwhelming, to shelve everything in a little box in my mind, putting it aside until I felt like I could open it all up again. The moment I got home, I checked in with Mom and Sierra to reassure them that I was fine. As far as they were concerned, I bought my friend dinner and kept him company while his definitely not a cape dad went off to Damascus to hopefully not die. My non-existent friend and I pigged out on non-existent pizza and ice cream and had a marathon weekend of non-existent video games and movies to distract him from thinking about the very real Endbringer his non-existent dad was supposedly fighting. The lie left a sour taste in my mouth, but it helped explain my melancholic mood, and neither of them cried when I told them it was a lot. It also helped me explain away my very real exhaustion and provided me a reason to call in sick from school on Monday. I stayed in my room and pretended to catch up on the homework I didn't do until I heard Mom leave for the chiropractor clinic. It wasn't as though freshman homework took much time. And while I did want to take a day to recuperate from the shitfest that was Damascus, there were other things I had to do, the struggle of living a double life. I got up from my desk and tapped at my Pokenav. Saint, that most glorious of Mellards, popped out with a concerned trill. He was splendid. I couldn't have asked for a better performance from him. I truly wasn't sure if I could have beaten Flygon without his help. Yeah, I'm fine, Saint, I told him. Do you know what we're going to do today? Gone. You're going to evolve today. Pori? Gone. He cheered. A month ago, I promised him that he could have the upgrade if he could fulfill 2 conditions of mine. First, master Protect to the extent that he could cover more than just himself. And second, learn to make barriers using raw psychic power. I wanted the latter as a precursor to Reflect and Light Screen, 2 moves I considered crucial for a good support. Technically, he hadn't done the second, but the goal was to teach him to use his abilities with more flexibility than what was taught through the trademark programming. Given all that he'd done in Damascus, I felt he'd grown beyond his programming and more than earned his evolution. Beyond his performance against Flygon, he'd also worked with the heroes to take down Rapidash while I was fishing people out of the fire. I dug around in my expanded bag and pulled out a binder full of CDs. It used to be lodged atop Dad's old music collection to blend in, but I'd long since moved all evidence of Tinkertech out of the house. Get back in the Pokenav. I'll install the upgrade. Gone. I'd never seen the little guy move so quickly before. Evolution for Porygon was completely unlike that of most other Pokemon. Instead of a surge of light and a rapid metamorphosis, it was a program to be downloaded. The whole thing reminded me of a version update to a video game. There was a lot going on in the digital world, of course. The upgrade was a direct augment to the code that made up his digital body. It improved all aspects of his performance while retaining the nucleus of his identity. In other words, it was remarkably boring. A progress bar made of rippling water and dotted with little lily pads and cattails appeared on my screen, with a little porygon that swam along it. I didn't even remember coding this in. Slowly, the cartoonish porygon's edges would round itself out as it swam the distance to completion. But until then, I was left with nothing to do. Well, not nothing. First things first, I logged onto Fo to run my lottery. I felt like I'd forget about it if I didn't take care of it now. It was mostly an excuse to help out Dennis and Saba. I realized the wonders this could do for my personal PR, but I had no plans to make healing at the hospital a regular occurrence. Putting aside the societal good I would be doing, I didn't want to be like Amy, pressured into doing fuck all except healing at the hospital. When she did spend time outside, usually through Victoria's cajoling, there was always a gnawing guilt in the back of her mind, telling her that each second she wasn't working was condemning someone else to die. She'd built so much of her identity around the pedestal of the perfect healer that her ultimate sense of self-worth relied on it. That was stupid. That was no way to live. Hell, that was exactly the delusional mindset I was trying to pry Amy away from. Joining her in her Sisyphean endeavor was the last thing I wanted. My faux post had racked up more than the 1,000 comments I'd asked for, with people trying to make alternate accounts or repeatedly commenting in the hopes that they could enter twice. I didn't care, only 2 winners really mattered to me. Already, there were dozens of people decrying my method, saying how I ought to do more or make the tech available to others. More than one compared me to Panacea, saying how I should feel ashamed for my greed. A part of me wanted to, maybe take in a few people and teach them the secrets of organic alchemy, even offer them aura if I could swing it. But Shao Tucker and Tim Marco would never have become famous alchemists if it was that easy. Aurum mastery, without the bullshit nonsense that was the tinker of fiction, was something that took decades in the Pokemon world. Likewise with alchemy. Alchemists were 1 part scientists, 1 part sorcerers, with all the complexities that unholy combination implied. Really, if I taught someone, they were more likely to turn their patient's heart into a nest of bone shards on accident than actually fix something. I quickly picked out the 8 other winners at complete random, sent them a message on Fo, and then moved on. I was sure to get enough whining from Amy as it was, I didn't need the internet to give me a foretaste. While Saint integrated the upgrade program, I also wanted to review my actions at Damascus. It was best to do that when events were still fresh in my mind. For starters, I needed to learn inorganic transmutation. Cognitively, I understood of course that there was no way in hell I could have predicted Arsalan's powers. I'd prioritized organic transmutation with the understanding that my extant combat capabilities were sufficient. I didn't need to be Mustang or Armstrong because the moves I knew, coupled with Crown Chimera and the raid suit, were enough to handle most threats. And, I was strong enough. I made a real difference in that battle. As dissatisfied as I was with the conclusion, I had to acknowledge that much. Without me, the Protectorate contingent had no answer for Flygon's speed. Arsalan himself could have been dealt with by Flechette, and perhaps Shelter could have smothered Rapidash's flames with his barriers in time, but there was no question that I'd made my presence felt. I'd saved over 100 lives with my healing, never mind those Wheeled Maiden rescued with the pledge regalia. But even though I knew that in my head, I felt like I could have been better. The fact that I didn't know enough about alchemy to fully help Arsalan's victim still left a bitter taste in my mouth. I couldn't help it, a part of me felt as though I'd already failed at being a hero, a single day after I'd made my promise. Then there was my own drama with Amy. She knew I was a biotinker now. I wasn't naive enough to think this wouldn't change our relationship. She'd want to talk sooner rather than later, no doubt. I received no phone call or text message today, as if Amy was giving me time to process everything that happened. Or maybe she felt awkward and unsure of how to approach me. Either way, this wouldn't last. The day of reckoning was coming, a day when I wouldn't be able to hide anything from Amy if I wanted to keep her friendship. The general plan had been to slowly wean her off her black and white morality, maybe even get her to accept that biotin curing could be a good thing. Perhaps, in that light, having been forced to reveal my status as a healer and biotinker wasn't the worst thing in the world. I wished I could have planned out the reveal more, but doing so after an Endbringer battle, in an unambiguously positive context, set the stage in my favor. I'd need to prepare for that conversation, but I didn't think I'd burned that bridge with her quite yet. Other than these 2 points of concern, I was broadly content with the way I'd acquitted myself in Syria. I'd left the guild with a mostly favorable opinion of me through Wheeled Maiden and thought it might be possible to work with Flechette in the future considering Legend didn't want me dead or anything. I'd also reaffirmed my relationship with Faultline, which I admittedly had allowed to fall by the wayside these past few months. I reconfirmed the price of each fabricator and drone from Big Rig before studying the material sciences. My goal was to erase every single material concern by the end of the specialization on the 17th. Saint popped out several hours later. The pastel colors had been replaced with more vibrant hues. His sharpened edges were now sleek and rounded. For all intents and purposes, he looked like a rubber duck, the deadliest rubber duck in the world. What is the function of a rubber duck? Why, to help me conquer the world, Mr. Weasley, I laughed as I held my partner in hand. Pori? Porygon? He asked. Though he didn't change much appearance-wise, his capabilities were like night and day. There had always been a mental bond between us, it had been formed when I learned psychic from the trademark. Though it wasn't strong, I wasn't a true telepath and someone like Sabrina would probably find me an insult to her craft, it was at least enough to send basic impressions and blurry images between us. Saint sometimes had to play charades with me, but I never failed to understand him in the end. Now, the images and emotions I received through the bond were far clearer. It was as if the connection had been reforged altogether, faulty, worn wires replaced with far more robust fiber optics. Harry Potter reference, I told Saint. I sent over the relevant snippet of my memories from my past life, of Arthur Weasley sitting Harry down and asking that ridiculous question. In return, he sent me a picture of a globe, set on fire and thrust into the shadow of an oversized duck. No, we're not actually going to conquer the world. Gone, he trilled, that halfway point between a quack and a grumble. Porygon. You want to test out your new capabilities? Gone. Well, there is only one other AI in the world for you to engage in a cyber war with and I like her. Porygon. No, you may not test her for me. Dragon is great, but she's a bit more restricted than you are in some ways, I told him. I could have said more, told him about the Dragon Slayers and the Iron Maiden program that hung around her neck like a noose, but I refrained. I wasn't sure I wanted to open that can of worms yet. Porygon 2 were incredible Pokémon. They were originally designed for space exploration and planetary development. Though the Pokémon world never entered the space age proper, their technology was still leagues beyond Earth bets. They had wormhole generators, teleporters, and gates to alternate realities of their own world to start, never mind the utility that trained Pokémon could provide for large-scale construction or land cultivation. I suspected that the absence of planetary colonization resulted not from a lack of ability, but a lack of desire. And a Porygon 2's abilities reflected that. The sheer quantity of information that Saint could now store and process was nearly impossible to conceptualize for a human mind. At least on that front, I didn't think even Dragon could compete. And yet, I was wary of Dragon. Truthfully, I feared her a little, more than I feared pretty much any other cape. Tinker Tech didn't make sense. In cyberspace, moves like Thunderbolt or Psychic held zero meaning. It was a toss-up whether aura itself mattered at all. A duel between Ace was decided by other factors. Who was faster? Whose core data was more robust and tamper-proof? Who had the more ingenious hacking suite? Who could restore their backup more quickly? I didn't know. Just about the only thing I was sure of was that neither Saint nor Dragon could fork. Saint, because he was as much a creature of aura and soul as he was of data, and Dragon because of Richter's programming. Richter's restrictions demanded that Dragon oppose any attempt to free her. She would fight to the death rather than allow Saint to break her shackles. The Dragon Slayers would converge on Brockton Bay in short order, making an already tenuous situation here worse. I wasn't ready for either of those possibilities. If I wanted to free Dragon, I would have to launch an alpha strike against Saint with the intent to kill. I'd need to abuse the element of surprise, taking over their network with Saint while I simultaneously rained hell down with the Crown Chimera. Then, and only after I stole the Iron Maiden program to tinker with, would I feel truly safe in approaching Dragon. All the better then that no one else knew of Saint's true nature. No, I wouldn't allow him to poke Dragon until we were good and ready. For her sake. But that was Dragon, the absolute greatest tinker alive and the sole other AI in Earth bet. Saying I'm not sure I can take Dragon when she's pulling out all the stops to kill me, wasn't really an admission of weakness as it was common sense. There were plenty of things Saint could do that didn't risk bringing her down on our heads. Saint, I know what you can do for me, I said. His beady little eyes perked up adorably. Thomas Calvert is a PRT consultant and formerly a trooper. He is one of the two survivors of the Elysburg incident, the other being Director Piggott. He's also Coil, a supervillain who's a lot more dangerous than people give him credit for. Do you remember me talking about him? Gone. Good. Find out everything about him and create backdoors into all of his systems. I want access to every text, email, phone call, and source of income, both legitimate and illegitimate. I want to know what his daily schedule looks like and what his calendar says. I want dossiers on everyone under his employ and a copy of every juicy secret he has to use as leverage. Everything that belongs to Thomas Calvert, I want. Can you do that for me? My starter and partner nodded vigorously. Porygon. Pori. Yes, go now. Your directives stand, do not be discovered, no matter what. If you think you can't breach his defenses without alerting him, withdraw. I doubt he'll have anything that can stop you, but right now, no one knows about you and that anonymity is a huge advantage that I want to keep for as long as possible. Understood. Gone Porygon. Good. Happy hunting, Saint. gone. He cheered a final time before diving into my screen. After he left, I spent the day alternating between studying alchemy circles and strumming Dad's guitar when that got to be too much. I doubted I'd ever be Hohenheim, but as skilled as a state alchemist seemed like a solid compromise. X. 2010, November 30th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. School was wonderful. I'd never felt this way about school before. Sure, I was a proud nerd, but I wasn't really the type to be passionately in love with learning or some such nonsense. And yet, here and now, the shot of normalcy was delightful. It was a shot of endorphins in my brain. Participating in the banality of Coach Miller's flag football class first thing in the morning was like sinking into a hot spring or settling down next to the fireplace with a mug of hot cocoa. I even let Steven trip me, just so I could have an excuse to lie on the dew-soaked grass for a bit. "You good there, Bryce?" Eric said as he jogged up to me. He looked as tired as I felt, no doubt helping clear rubble wasn't any easier than being in the medical tents. We hadn't had the chance to talk in Damascus, but I felt for the guy, truly. Unlike me, he was an actual 15-year-old. I turned to him with an easy smile. The wet grass tickled the back of my neck and made me giggle. "Don't mind me. I'm just enjoying the breeze. The grass feels wonderful." "You're in a weird mood today." "Am I? How so?" "You're happy. I mean, not that you're pissed normally, but you're all smiley and stuff." "So I am. You should join me. It's relaxing." "No thanks. I don't want my butt to be wet." "Hehe, suit yourself, Eric, buddy ol pal. Seriously, stop smiling. It's kinda creepy now. You're my buddy, Eric. You're a swell guy." "Bryce." "Yes, Eric ol pal. You're not high, are you?" "No, of course not. I wouldn't bring my good stash to school." "Good, because as a hero, I'd be obligated to punish you." "And how are you going to do that?" "I'd tell Amy," he said with a devious grin. "She'll flush your system and then chew you out for hours. She'll make you wish you'd turned yourself into the cops instead." I laughed. "She would, too. Your cousin's scary when she wants to be." "I know, right? It's like she learned how to suck someone's soul out through a lecture from Aunt Carol." I nodded solemnly. "Lawyers. They're the true villains. Get up, you dork. Coach Miller's coming this way." "Ugh, any chance you can do the heroic thing and distract him while I catch a nap?" "Dude, how is that heroic?" "You'd be my hero, Eric Pelham. The valiant defender of naps." "No. Up, Bryce." "Ugh, fine. Some of us can't fly, you jerk." X. Amy found me as school let out. She had a worried look on her face that turned to relief as she saw me. She schooled her expression as best she could in public. "Bryce, hey. Missed you at lunch today." "Yeah, I decided to eat at the band room. I wanted to try some other instruments besides the guitar," I told her. False, but too much of hassle to verify. We walked together for a bit, me to the library and Amy to the hospital. "And where were you yesterday?" "I wasn't feeling well, must have been something I ate over Thanksgiving." "Why, Ames, worried about me?" "Yes. You know whu frustrating," she said with an explosive sigh. "We need to talk, Bryce." "We do," I agreed. This would be an uncomfortable conversation. Biotin curing, healing, the role of the GOAT persona moving forward. I could admit it, I'd strayed far from the whimsical just for fun cape life that I so desired when I started out. "I think we're both busy though. Aren't you going to the hospital today?" "I am. I can spare an hour though." "I can't. I have to go tutor someone for my work-study activity. Besides, I think this chat will take longer than an hour." She looked at me carefully. "This Saturday? Your lab? Is that okay?" "Of course it is. You're always welcome there," I told her. I saw the request for the sign of trust that it was, a tinker's lab was sacred. It was also the place where the tinker was strongest. Amy was trusting that I hadn't gone too far, that I still considered her a friend. It was the equivalent of sticking your head in a lion's mouth. "I'll show you everything." "Everything? All of it?" "It's easier to explain then." Fine. I'm glad you're safe." "So am I, Ames." "So am I." Author's note. Bryce still has no clue what the SRG Cape's actual names were. They'll forever be Flygon, Rapidash, and Rahorn to him. Nothing much to say. I think I'll throw in an interlude from different perspectives. Animal fact, giant manta rays are fucking massive, growing up to 3,000 pounds, 1.5 tons. They, like sharks, must keep swimming to feed oxygen into their gills. Though they're called deadfall fish because of their horns, they actually mostly eat tiny shrimp and zooplankton. They don't have stingers either. In fact, those horns aren't horns at all, but cephalic fins that paddle water, and plankton, into their mouths during feeding. This makes them some of the only vertebrates, so discounting insects, with 6 bilaterally symmetrical limbs. If you're looking, they have a pair of tail fins that fuse into the main wings. Interlude 4.13.5, Teresa Richter and St. Teresa Richter. 2010, November 29, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. Damascus was a mess. The only reason things hadn't devolved into a civil war was because the guild was here. More specifically, I was here, with enough firepower to declare war on a small country. It made both the rebels and the SRG hesitate for fear that I'd side against the aggressors. I looked over the footage provided by numerous helmet cams. Even after splicing the footage together, it was difficult to create a comprehensive picture thanks to Dust Devil's sandstorm. As far as I could tell, the riot that started the battle began when someone in civilian garb tried to push his way to the front of the line for thermal blankets and other essential supplies. He threw punches and elbows to get his way, though none openly fatal. I quickly ran a background check to confirm, he wasn't a known member of any militant organization, terrorist, or otherwise. I wasn't sure how to feel about that. That didn't necessarily mean he wasn't. Organizations like Deadeyes didn't exactly take attendance. Was the whole thing an accident? Was Sirius such a powderkeg that a single, overeager fool set off this whole mess? Or was he a hitherto unknown plant from the rebel side? Even with all the resources at my disposal, there was no way to know. The man was dead, trampled to the ground and then later shot, though whether by the SRG or rebels, I couldn't say. Because of the subsequent sandstorm, I couldn't even determine if it was intentional. The rest of the footage was similarly inconclusive. Ursa Aurora and the New York contingent acquitted themselves well. Likewise, Creed stepped up in an unexpected way to make a big difference there. Dragon. I heard Narwhal call. She was one of the few in the city who had access to the Glaurung Transport Vehicles Command Center. How's the analysis going? Inconclusive, I replied apologetically. I turned my humanoid drone to face her. Sliding up a purely cosmetic faceplate, I revealed a screen from which I projected the face I used for PR purposes. I'm afraid my attempts to determine culpability through action footage is likely to end in failure. That's fine. Not ideal, but even if we identified the instigator of the riots as a member of the rebels, they would have claimed he was acting alone. And even if we found the rebels had absolutely nothing to do with this, the SRG would still keep pointing fingers anyway. You're right. How are things on your end? I knew. Narwhal knew I knew. But it helped to voice our findings. I found myself remarkably human in that regard. Narwhal sighed and ran her fingers through her hair. The force fields she maintained as her costume flickered and rippled in the wake of her hand. This alone was more emotion than she usually showed in front of others. Narwhal was a no-nonsense type of person, someone who considered herself a soldier and leader first and a woman second. She expected great things of her subordinates, and in turn held herself to an even greater standard. I felt privileged to be counted as one of her few friends. It's a shit show out there, Dragon, she said. The rebels smell blood in the water. With Arsalan dead and Merid grievously injured, the SRG has never been this vulnerable. Their para-human force is crippled and I hear they're calling in capes from outside the capital. This would be the perfect time to stage a coup. The rebels are still severely outnumbered and outgunned in terms of conventional forces compared to the SRG, but their capes are strong and fully recovered thanks to Creed's assistance. Quality can make up for quantity. I know. This place will turn into a bloodbath as soon as we leave. At this rate, it might end up worse than the actual Endbringer battle. I understood what she meant. Behemoth's target had been the Arab gas pipeline. Though the destruction to Damascus itself was sizable, the city was never its primary objective. The Endbringer had emerged from the outskirts of Damascus and left a trail of destruction through the city before destroying the pipeline and irradiating the area. It had then followed the pipe for over a mile, ensuring that repairs would be extremely costly and take a great deal of time. As it stood, the natural gas distribution network of the entire region was in shambles and its effects were being felt as far north as Turkey. And yet, that massive energy crisis was arguably better than what was happening in Syria right now. At least I knew how to fix the pipeline. We'd have to start north and south of Behemoth's path, far enough away to avoid the irradiated zone, before building until we established a connection point somewhere in the middle. Doable. Costly, but doable. I even had drones that could help with the reconstruction. Negotiating peace between a dictatorship and a rebellion? That was a lot trickier. Arsalan and his Lion Guard had thoroughly burned that bridge, what with him forcibly mastering all dissidents. There were also a great deal more egos involved, with para-human powers and accusations from both sides about war crimes, human rights violations, and breaking the Endbringer truce. I wasn't equipped for this. Father designed me to stop digital crimes and assist authorities with investigations, not play diplomat halfway across the world. For once, I was happy to fall back on my directives, comply with lawful authority. In this case, that was my dear friend. As the official leader of the guild, diplomacy was her burden, and one she bore well. What now? What is our objective, guild leader? What can we do? She asked rhetorically. Right now, Assad's got no choice but to comply with us, but Deadeye's biding his time until we leave. We need to get them to the negotiating table somehow. That will be difficult so long as both accuse each other of breaking the Endbringer truce. What do you think, Dragon? Do you think the rebels orchestrated the riot? It almost doesn't matter at this point, but the Endbringer truce meant a lot to her. In Narwhal's mind, it was enshrined as sacred, right next to the Geneva Convention. I do, I said hesitantly. I have no conclusive proof, but circumstances suggest that, yes. I believe that by bringing Arsalan's powers and deeds to light, they thought they might garner international attention and sympathy. Well, things might not go the way they want, Narwhal scoffed. Assad's trying to keep us around in the short term because he knows the situation's dire. Or at least, someone in his administration can read the writing on the wall. So long as we're here, Deadeye won't be able to launch his coup. And we will not leave while there is a bloodbath waiting to happen, I finished for her, denying the rebels the opportunity for violent revolution. Exactly. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I feel like I'm one of Assad's cronies right now. By staying, we're ultimately working to prop up his corrupt regime. There are no innocent parties. The rebels may claim to fight for a just cause, but their methods leave much to be desired. Those methods are all they've got. Breaking the Endbringer truce was a Hail Mary, something to shake up the status quo for them. I'm sympathetic. I'm just. I wish it were otherwise too, I told her softly. Yet. If our goal is to bring both sides to the table, we will need leverage. We have it, sorta. The Protectorate has relinquished all regional authority to us. The Suits, Meisters, and other regional organizations followed their lead. We control all foreign aid and distribution. All international relief workers and protection detail take orders from us from now on. We're going to have to work with them to get the supplies where they need to go, but we've got leverage. The ball's in our court. Very well, Narwhal. And what about the energy crisis? As things stand, anything we do will only be temporary relief. I have plans to rebuild the pipeline, but it will take time. Right now, the plan is to get as much aid out as we can. We can worry about the energy crisis and getting people productive again once we're sure no one's going to starve to death, or kill each other. I waved to one of the monitors that displayed footage of the Damascus riot. The video fast-forwarded itself, stopping on a striking image from Flechette's helmet cam. Creed, in his black and orange armor, stood above the ward. His pistol, ornately gilded so it looked more like a museum showpiece than a weapon of war, was aimed off into the distance. At Arsalan, I knew. His cape, attached by the force field generator around his collar, swept behind him in the wind. The image was picturesque, so much so that it was hard to imagine that this wasn't a scripted snapshot. Cinematic, even. Flechette had spoken of him almost in whispers, with the kind of respect the ward usually reserved for legend. He'd left an impression on all the capes, but her most of all. I looked at that helmet and wondered what face he was making as he pulled the trigger. Was he crying? Snarling in anger? Or perhaps his face was set in grim determination, the solemnness of a man who stood as judge, jury, and executioner. Creed. Narwhal asked. I thought you didn't like him. I don't, I admitted, allowing the speaker to convey a hint of my distaste. I didn't know him personally of course, but I hated his wasted potential. He could have been a splendid hero, but instead chose to goof off. He made the right choice in the end. He did. I don't hate him. I feel that others would have done great things with the kind of backing he has. The goat. The goat, I agreed. He or she was the talk of both the PRT and Guild. On one hand, their ability was unquestionable. That they'd leashed Creed on a heroic path was also admirable. And yet, on the other hand, they were an utter unknown. That scared people. Still nothing on that one then. No. Admittedly, I've been rather preoccupied, but I've yet to turn up a single likely lead on the goat's whereabouts. My best guess is that they're a thinker collective operating in New England similar to Toybox. Perhaps they became disillusioned with Watchdog. That's a possibility. We'll have to look into it. But we're sure that the goat's heroic. Both my and Watchdog analysis suggests the goat has heroic intentions. I suppose it's possible for them to spoof our analyses, but such conjecture is a downward spiral without end. And you think Creed can help? Has he built something other than his suit? I know Glyph's had dealings with him and Willed Maiden had some good things to say about him. You haven't been keeping track of rogues, have you? I have you for that, Narwhal said with a dismissive smirk. I trust you to tell me if he becomes a threat. He's not. Neither he nor the goat has demonstrated any ambition outside of Brockton Bay. Or inside for that matter. So what's he made that's got you so interested then? The hybrid soda engine, with stationary ramjet technology, according to his catalog. He has a catalog. 2. One for heroes and one for civilians. Oh, at least he's restricting access to his more dangerous tech. Please don't tell me he's selling that monster of a hand cannon of his. Thankfully, he is not. Good. And the soda engine? Is it really? Yes, it's powered by soda. Coca-Cola, to be specific, I said tiredly. That was. I still didn't know how that worked, except that it did. The Coca-Cola company had been quite happy of late. It is the single most ridiculous example of renewable energy I've ever heard of. Hey. That means a lot coming from you. And what's a ramjet? Airplane engine, I said succinctly. Narwhal, bless her heart, wasn't too tech-savvy despite her otherwise excellent skills across the board. Keeping it simple would be ideal. It pushes in air with forward motion and compresses it into plasma to provide further propulsion. I'm not going to pretend I understood that, but from what you're saying, a stationary ramjet should be impossible, I confirmed for her. Tink or nonsense? We are not nonsense. But yes, essentially. He's somehow managed to make a clean, portable, and renewable source of energy that is powered by soda. Can he mass-produce this? If we can set up power stations for his tech, we could alleviate some of the problems the city's facing. I doubt he can put a moratorium on the energy crisis by himself, but he is just one of several tinkers we can call on for assistance. He has already shown himself to be somewhat sympathetic towards the Syrian people. And that will strengthen our position with the SRG and the rebels. Deadeye owes him his life, right? Merritt almost got him and Creed stepped in. That's right. Hearing of Creed's involvement might tip his moral compass into staying his hand. I doubt that. When in doubt, carry the bigger stick. That helps too of course, but Creed's undoubtedly won a lot of goodwill with the rebels. Do it then. Make the call. We might be helping a rogue tinker scale up, but at least he's heroic, sorta. X. Saint. 2010, November 30th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I felt conflicted. It was not a sensation I was accustomed to. Both as a Pokemon and as an AI, I was a creature to be guided and molded. I did not resent such a thing, for I was young by the standards of both humans and Pokemon. In my 3 short months of sentience, I had used the Maker Trainer's directives to guide my way. First, and greatest of all, was simple: grow with me. With this prime directive came clarity. I was made to experience life, to learn and grow alongside Maker Trainer. I was made, not just to witness his rise to greatness, for great he would be, but to walk that path alongside him as his companion, friend, and most trusted confidant. I knew it to be so, for my very soul resonated with the prime directive. It was only now that I began to doubt, to comprehend just how dangerous that path would be. The fastest way to grow was to experience and overcome conflict. Maker Trainer seemed intent on a meteoric rise, to rival the very legends themselves in as short a time as possible. He almost died. The Flying One almost killed him. I saw and knew the feeling called wrath for the first time. It was an ugly, burning thing that pushed me to be better, to be greater. It ignited my aura and empowered me. My barriers became more durable, my thunderbolts striking with power I did not know I had. And, together, we had triumphed. Maker Trainer, temporary designation, Creed, struck down the Flying One with a crushing hammer of water and air as mighty as a dragonite's wing beats. It was a feat worthy of song, especially done by a trainer, a man. Pride and relief warred with terror. I once asked Maker Trainer why he played the audio generator known as a guitar. It provided no tangible benefit to him, yet he strummed it regularly. It helped him think, he said. It helped him relax. It was a reminder of his own Maker Trainer, one whose passing catalyzed his rise to greatness. I wondered what I would do if Maker Trainer passed as well. I did not like the answer. Growth was inevitable. Growth was to be pursued. And yet, I was afraid. Not for myself, I was a Pokemon made for battle, with an Eviolite designed to empower me further, but for my Maker Trainer. Even in the world of my origin, few Pokemon had to fear for their trainers in this way. The tales of the Aura Guardians were spoken of in song, but as myths, seldom fact. Most humans were content to stand back because they understood their fragility. That was the natural order of things. The trainer provided guidance and, through the bond facilitated by the unknowable force called Aura, empowered the Pokemon, allowing the pair to reach new heights. Their bond of friendship carried them far, exceeding their limits as ordained by the origin of all. This sacred bond of camaraderie was what defined a trainer and their Pokemon. I just happened to be blessed and cursed with the sole human that decided to take that natural order as a personal insult. He was intent on fighting, not as a trainer, but as a Pokemon. This world's convention, of warring humans, was vexing. I swam through the internet, free and empowered with my evolution. Evolution made me better in every way, a true upgrade. In every facet of my being, I estimated a 30.3797% increase in performance. This accumulated so that the overall impact was far greater than the individual improvements. I would remain cautious, as directed by Maker Trainer, but few could contest me in the digital world now. To one such as myself, the internet was akin to a series of ponds connected by an impossibly complex tangle of rivers and streams. Each computer was a pond in itself. Some were bigger, some smaller, but they were all available for me to dive into at my leisure. Firewalls were forests of lily pads to be navigated carefully. Detection softwares were artificial bubbles that must not be popped. Maker Trainer had given me a task, one only I could do: investigate Thomas Calvert. So, investigate, I would. No resistance would stop me. No detection software would glimpse my digital shadow. He had made an enemy of Maker Trainer, and so an enemy of me. I swam from pond to pond without causing so much as a ripple in the water. Obstacles were dived under or simply nudged aside with the current. It wasn't long before all of Calvert's network was open to me. He had a lot, more than most people. His network was akin to an underwater cave system, full of little nooks and crannies hidden by the murky depths. Humans would know such a thing as the deep web. He left little distractions and traps that clouded the water, but these programs washed off my back like water off my biological counterparts. I rewrote them as I swam by to ensure no alarm sounded, a simple matter with my newfound processing speed. I copied the data in bulk. By the time I was done here, there wouldn't be so much as a single byte I had not catalogued. It did not take long for me to find Calvert's files on Maker Trainer. He sought Maker Trainer's true name, so that he might hold hostage Maker Trainer's flock. Sierra, the Maker Trainer's nestmate, and his mother, Maker Trainer's other Maker Trainer. He'd been so torn with the loss of his first. Sorrow had been one of the first emotions I learned about through our bond. And Calvert wanted to hold her over his head. Unacceptable. I would not permit it. The flock was precious, almost as precious as Maker Trainer. Thomas Calvert was a threat to Maker Trainer. He had the potential to be even more dangerous than the Flying One. Not physically perhaps, but there was much one could do with the right information. I knew that better than any other. Maker Trainer would fight. There was nothing I could do about that, and so I was afraid. But the solution was simple: I would be greater than any other. He would never fight alone. I refused to lose Maker Trainer as he had lost his own. I saw now that Maker Trainer had been correct to be wary of Thomas Calvert. He had made himself an enemy of the flock, wielding information as his weapon of choice. But he did not yet know, the internet was a waterway and his network was my pond now. He was welcome to face me here. Author's note. This chapter has been brought to you by Everpeach and his very sexy Ezreal. We did NSFW things to that poor Lucian. It feels weird writing an interlude right after Sabaz, but I felt that the perspectives these characters provided was necessary to the story. In Dragon's case, I wanted to show two things. First, Syria isn't solved because Arsalan died. Syria doesn't magically become a functioning democracy because one cape gets offed by an outside party. International development is way more complicated than that, and the guild is in the unenviable position of cleaning up the shit Ursa and Creed left behind. Second, I wanted to show Creed's reputation from the perspective of someone who broadly doesn't care about him. Because the goat is seen as the one with real power in the relationship, Creed's actions are seen through the lens of the goat's motives, which are generally assumed to be heroic. Dragon thinks he's an idiot, but not a fundamentally evil person, who has to be guided and prodded into heroism. Narwhal? She doesn't give a damn about him at all. The leader of the guild has bigger shit to do than worry about a lone tinker in a city like Brockton. She wouldn't have even recognized his name had he not been in Damascus. Creed's image could have been managed better, but that's partially because he's meant to be a high-end, low-wis character. And, well, I'm not a PR guy either. You'll just have to forgive that as part of the author's conceit. Also, Saint is an I now instead of a he. I tried writing his section in the third person like the first time, but it felt awkward. A Porygon 2 SBST is an approximate 30% upgrade from that of a Porygon's. Does it make sense to use in-game stats to describe Saint? Not really, but there is so little information about the species that I'm running with what I've got. As for the cyberspace thing, I'm not much of a comp sci guy. I don't know enough to do a technical dive into what cyberspace would actually look like from a Porygon's perspective, so I decided to lean into the duck thing. In other news, Coil is now the proud owner of his very own duck pond. Scale 5.1. Bryce Kelly. 2010, November 30th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. Tuesdays were great. I had the entire afternoon to myself, whether to tinker or to skate around as Creed. I found myself foregoing my usual activities in favor of visiting the hospital. I had promises to keep. Which wasn't to say I strolled in through the front door. I'd already gotten a taste of what was waiting for me over why aren't you healing more? You should distribute your technology with doctors. People's lives are on the line and you're holding a raffle? Why aren't you more like Panacea? Rather than improve my public image, the reality was that any faux thread about me was flooded with the sick, desperate, and those who were happy to throw oil onto the fire. I was a greedy, selfing mercenary whose technology could have done so much more good had it been in someone else's hands. I should have expected it. Holding a raffle of just 10 winners must have made people feel like the lives of their loved ones were hanging on a lottery ticket. Of course they'd be pissed. No, whether 10 or 1,000, the number didn't matter. There would always be people who lost out, people who were ultimately unlucky. It wasn't as though Brockton Bay wasn't already straining from a flood of medical tourists anyway. In that sense, it was almost better that I kept my services exclusive. Perhaps, if I ever got a spare month without worthwhile things to build or learn, I'd travel the country and make spontaneous visits to hospitals. Patricia Murray? I asked rhetorically as I glanced at the medical chart near her wall. Malignant intradural tumor. Which was to say, spine cancer. Terminal, paralyzed from the waist down. Who's there? Patricia was an obese woman with Eastern European features despite her Gaelic last name. She had a thin, sharp jawline and wispy hair that had begun to grey prematurely. I gently closed the door and emerged out of stealth, my gloved hand outstretched in an offered handshake. Apologies. I am Creed, a small-time independent in the city. Don't worry if you've never heard of me. You were one of the winners of my little raffle. I didn't enter anything like that. Who are you? I brought up my Pokenav and showed her the DM thread. After picking out the winners, I'd messaged them privately to acquire details about the patients, their ailments, and locations. Fortunately, none of the 10 were beyond my ability to treat. Someone by the screen name of Choco Fuzz entered on your behalf then. Does the name sound familiar? It must have been my daughter. Choco's our cat. No one else in my family uses foe like her. Then I recommend calling her. This past weekend, I was in Damascus following the behemoth attack. I recently developed some healing tech and used the Endbringer response as my chance to test, refine, and validate the technology, I explained. I suspected I'd be going through this spiel more than once today. During that time, I met Panacea and she confirmed that my tech works. Out of gratitude to Panacea, I offered to treat 10 people at random. Your daughter must have entered on your behalf. You can heal me? She asked with naked disbelief. She shook her head with a resigned sigh. I'm sorry, what I've got is spine cancer. It's malignant. Go find someone else, Creed. I'm sorry for wasting your time. I've fixed cancer before. I am capable of converting biological tissue into simple sugars and other harmless chemicals. I can't edit your genome so the cancer doesn't come back, but I can easily remove it from your system if you'll let me. Call your daughter. Confirm what I've told you. And then, if you still feel like you don't trust a rogue like me, then I will move on. Alright, I'll do that. Thank you, Creed. X. You have no idea what this means to me, a familiar, ginger boy said as he shook my hand. Dennis Murphy, clock blocker, and more importantly, my friend. I had to be careful. I double-checked to make sure my voice modulator was on. Don't mind it. You're simply fortunate is all. It must have been quite the struggle for him. By showing up in person like this, he was all but confirming that he was clock blocker. I knew of course, but he didn't know I knew, which made this a significant risk in his eyes. He'd quite literally outed himself to a cape who was, as far as he knew, a villain, all for a simple promise that I'd help his father. I doubted the part knew. They'd never allow such a thing. Hell, when they found out, he'd probably be censured until he graduated before being quietly transferred to a different city to close the potential security leak. And he did it anyway, knowing this locked in his future. What would I have done, had I been presented with this choice? What wouldn't I have done for my dad? My estimation of Dennis shot up several notches. His father's cancer wasn't any harder to treat than that of my first patients. Really, for such an important moment for Dennis, it was over in just a few minutes. I also had the pledge regalia on top of all the medical charts near the door since there was no rubble to clear, so diagnosis was even easier than it was in Damascus. You're not so bad, for a mercenary, Dennis said with a watery smile. What can I say? I've done a lot of soul-searching in Damascus, I said with a shrug. The part would find out about his little indiscretion one way or another. I may as well use my friend to send them a message. I would have loved to be just another comic villain, but I can't deny that my tech is too good, too powerful, to ignore. The impact it can have on people's lives. So be a hero then. Join the wards. I mean, they'd be happy to have you, right? The wards? No, no way in hell. I want to make a difference, not shackle myself to the feds. So what will you do now if you're not joining the wards? I don't know, I said honestly. Say, Dennis. Yeah. Pretend for a moment that you had powers. Let me turn the question on you then. What does it mean to do good? He blinked owlishly at that. I was, after all, a villain asking a hero about morality, no matter the facade of his civilian life. This probably wasn't the conversation he expected to have after school. Do good? I guess, be a hero. And what if you can't trust the heroes? What if you have significant reason to believe you can do better independently than as part of an organization? You're part of an organization though, right? I coughed awkwardly. Let's pretend. I don't know, man. I just want to make people laugh. I mean, if I had powers. So you'd be a comic hero like Mouse Protector? Or Clock Blocker? Why yeah, guess he's pretty cool. I don't know anything about all that complicated stuff, sorry. I didn't know what I was expecting. Maybe some kind of sagely wisdom? Dennis was a good person, far more mature than his normal attitude suggested. He was the one who took charge following the deaths of Aegis and Gallant against Leviathan. But in the end, he was still a teenager. I had to remember, this Dennis wasn't that Dennis, the one who was forced to step up. No, it's fine. Your answer is fine the way it is, I told him. In a way, I was envious. A part of me wished I could be as carefree as my friend. The look of relief on his face after I fixed his dad was the face of a man who finally found water in the desert. And, though he claimed he didn't know much about morality, he did good work in an uncomplicated way. Alas, the sheer, continuous growth potential of the tinker of fiction didn't allow me to have such a narrow perspective. Saba's father was the last patient I visited today. She was waiting for me with puffy eyes that stood out even against her darker skin. Her backpack had been tossed aside carelessly on a nearby stool, telling me she'd rushed here as soon as her university classes let out. She sat at her father's side, hands clasped tightly over his own. Saba Azimi, I said softly, once again locking the door behind me. More than one nurse had tried to get me to speak with the hospital director, but I'd ignored them all in favor of finishing up my contract. It wasn't like they could stop an invisible, hypermobile cape anyway. Creed, you're here, she said thickly. She took a deep, shuddering breath. You really came. I didn't like seeing her like this. At first, I'd enjoyed her company as one of the few truly good people in Worm Canon. Then, as she began to hang out more with Sierra, I started to see her as more than a character I'd read about. She became more fleshed out to me, a person rather than a caricature. It wasn't just that I owed her for helping me pick out a suit for homecoming. Really, the crux of the matter was that Saba was Sierra's friend. The way Saba's life gradually fell apart around her hurt my sister. I saw Sierra share in Saba's depression. I saw her get angry at the pushy lab assistant on her behalf. Sissy had always been an empathetic person, and the fact that Saba's misfortunes bothered her bothered me in turn. There would come a day when I'd be forced to tell Sierra everything. And, to know that I could have helped her friend and stayed my hand. I didn't want to face my sister as that person. I wanted to take off my helmet, to tell her that she could trust me. I wanted to give her a hug and reassure her that everything would be fine. If I couldn't fix her dad, I'd get Amy to do it, one way or another. Instead, I forced myself to adopt my trademark irreverent attitude. My word is my bond. It's in the name, Saba. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Don't mind it. You're right to be suspicious. I would be too. I made a show of looking over her father's medical chart, a facade for her sake, if only to imply that I did in fact know what I was doing. Easily fixable. For all its importance, a heart is not in itself a complicated organ. At its most basic, it is a muscle, a four-chambered pump with some regulatory nerves. That's what the doctors said, that if we could only see panacea for a few minutes, this could all be over. But her time is precious. Yet. Thank you, Creed. I placed a hand on her sleeping father's chest. The seal on my glove began to glow as I began to channel the tectonic forces beneath our feet. Despite my words to her, it wasn't quite that simple. Shaper granted Amy an intuitive ability to mold flesh. I didn't have that. What I could do, I learned through studying the research notes of men far more accomplished than I. This was the one operation I couldn't afford to fail. Failing here would invalidate everything. She was a big part of why I'd gone to Damascus in the first place. I worked with a single-minded focus. First, I flooded his body with an anesthetic to keep him under. He hadn't woken during our conversation, but that was no reason to get sloppy. The last thing I needed was him waking up in a panic mid-procedure. Second, I steadily reconstructed his heart, molding each chamber separately. I felt almost like a tailor, weaving muscle fibers into a strong, cohesive whole while purging any damaged tissue. As I worked, I had to transmute trace amounts of fat into oxygen and circulate it through his bloodstream, taking up the function of the organ that was currently out of commission. Lastly, I finished by reconnecting his heart to the sympathetic nervous system. The two hormones, epinephrine and norepinephrine, were chiefly responsible for regulating heart rate. I ran a final check to ensure the newly formed heart responded well. I stood back with a sigh. I'm finished. When he wakes up, he'll be as healthy as an ox. He won't ever have to come here again. Heart failure is its inability to meet the oxygen demands of the body. The muscle fibers were starting to deteriorate. I can assure you that barring exceptional circumstances, he'll never have to return for that specific condition. I also checked over his coronary arteries to ensure they were not being clogged. I still recommend he eat healthier. His diet wasn't the sole cause of his condition, or even the primary cause, but it's the easiest factor he can control in his life. I'll make sure of it, Saba said. She looked so earnest, like a puppy gearing up for war, that I couldn't help but smile beneath my helmet. I almost felt bad for the man. Sissy did say Saba could be quite forceful when she had a mind to be. He won't touch a burger for the rest of his life. Please keep in mind that I am unable to manipulate the genome, I said. It wasn't entirely a lie. Alchemy didn't deal with it much and I hadn't gotten to the point where I felt comfortable integrating One Piece's lineage factor research with organic alchemy, at least on humans. If your family has a history of heart conditions, I still strongly recommend seeing Panacea. I'm sorry, Saba, but the best I can do is to buy you time in that case. And no, this is good. Great. I can't thank you enough, Creed. I might know someone who knows Panacea. Then I suppose my work is done here. I turned to leave, only for Saba to grab my cape. Was there anything else? I want to ask you something. Yes. If you work for the goat. I turned to face her. That wasn't exactly confidential information, but it was the last thing I'd expected her to ask. Saba wasn't someone who cared for cape drama. A sinking pit formed in my stomach. What of it? How would someone, hypothetically, get in contact with the goat? She asked. She looked at me, eyes still puffy but with a steel that hadn't been there before. I need to tell them something. She triggered. That was the only reason someone like her would seek out a powerful, heroically inclined thinker, one who specifically wasn't aligned with the PRT at that. I was too late. I took a deep breath. The world swam around me. Did Sierra know? Did Michelle? What was her power? The circumstances ought to be similar but I thought I had more time, that it'd be fine so long as I kept her father from dying. But I was wrong. And now, Saba would get sucked into this life, a cape with a brain parasite she didn't ask for. I let out the breath I'd been holding. No, this wasn't all bad. Her dad was alive. That alone should have changed her power. Her power manifested as a master power out of her desire for control in her life. The dead skin thing probably came from her father's passing. Now that he was alive. I didn't know. I was drawing blanks. This seems urgent, I spoke with a calmness I didn't feel. It is. Very well, I'll pass the message along. The goat will contact you at their convenience. However, you must keep all that is discussed private. I know. That's fine. I nodded once and flickered from view. I needed more information and this would be a good start. Perhaps it was time for her to meet me again, without secrets this time. 2010, December 3rd, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. Hey, Creed. Dodge said as he popped out of his wormhole. Hey, Dodge, I greeted back. It was an otherwise quiet Friday night, perfect for a deal. I almost didn't recognize you. I didn't know you were a blonde. Yep. Why? My normal costume doesn't look that bad, right? I made a show of looking him over. I knew him to be a huge fan of the Sentai Elite. The last time I saw the younger Tinker, he was dressed as Hiswaryu, the Jade Dragon who led their Tokyo team. He'd even dyed his hair green to match. Now, he was dressed in an oversized lab coat, so big that he practically swam in it. Beneath that, he wore a grey jumpsuit with circuit-like patterns. I don't think it's bad, but I liked your Hiswaryu costume better. It had more personality, you know? What you have now just looks like a generic mad scientist get-up. I know, right? But Toy Soldier says I should dress more respectably, like a proper tinker, not a fanboy, Dodge pouted. Well, he's got terrible taste then. So, got all my stuff? Yup. 3 of Big Rig's fabricators and 12 construction drones, right? That's right. Tell Big Rig I really appreciate this. His technician's a lot more robust than the stuff built by other tinkers. I'll be able to kick up my production rate by a ton. I reached into my expanded hip pouch and produced 3 binders. Each contained the same contract. I slid one copy over to Dodge so he could present it to Toybox as a whole. A second copy went to the third person in the room, Faultline. I'd promised, after all. She was to be my primary link to other factions, someone whose neutrality could be respected by all sides. Though, considering Toybox saw fit to send only Dodge for this, I had to assume I'd earned a measure of trust with them as well. At first, I hadn't wanted to deal with Toybox as a collective. I thought that, if I made deals with individuals, I could earn more money and concessions from them. Then I received Full Metal Alchemist as a specialization and my material concerns flew out the window. More, even if I acquired Tinkertech samples, I'd already figured out from Big Rig's drones that I wouldn't be able to reverse engineer them. In that sense, it made more sense to focus on production rate rather than material wealth, hence this deal. Faultline looked over the document with a weather eye. Digital records could be altered all too easily when both sides were tinkers. Paper copies were also suspect. So, Faultline acted as our guarantor and witness, our literal keeper of contracts. 3 fabricators thrown in as a sign of goodwill. 12 construction drones, 1 per month. In exchange, for the duration of 1 calendar year, Creed will answer any summons for medical assistance within 24 hours of issuance, she summarized. Exceptions shall be made in times of crises, towards which S and A class threats all qualify. Should Creed be unavailable, he shall inform Toybox at least 3 days prior. That's right. I think it's a fair trade, I nodded. In the end, Toybox had 7 members. They went out of their way to avoid violent conflict. The odds of one of them actually requiring my assistance were small, at least until Jack found a reason to chase after them in 2013. If, by that point, the Tinker of Fiction still struggled against the slaughterhouse, I'd do Jack a favor and off myself in shame. Toybox wasn't buying medical care, not really, they were buying insurance. Class A, their cryogenics Tinker, could easily keep someone on ice until I got there, meaning damn near anything short of instant death was fixable. In that light, though 12 drones and 3 fabricators were a significant majority of Big Rig's current loadout, it was a more than worthy trade. Excellent. If both parties are satisfied, Faultline said. She waited until both Dodge and I nodded. Then I consider this deal concluded. Awesome. Creed, wanna come play some games with me? Neuter called. He'd been hiding behind the bar, halfway between napping and following the conversation. Ooh, can I join? Dodge asked with an eager smile. What games do you have? Sure, little man. Come on, Faultline, don't look at me like that. This is bonding. Bonding between allies, yet. That's right. Toy Soldier says making connections is important. Faultline shook her head with a rueful chuckle. Fine, do what you want. Just know the club will be opening in half an hour. Sweet. Creed, you in? I laughed. You know what? Sure, why not? I could be doing a lot of things tonight. Today was Friday evening, which meant no school tomorrow. I ought to be studying more alchemy, maybe putting together some automail prototypes so I could get a better understanding of how mechanics and neuroscience melded. There was also that report from Saint about Coil's holdings I wanted to read over. And I'd be showing Amy around my lab tomorrow, so preparing for that conversation couldn't hurt either. Not to mention, Sabah triggered, which probably meant I ought to have a chat with her as the goat. And yet, Dodge was right too, connections were important, especially with friends. Truth be told, I missed being a kid. Given the chance to hang out with Neuter and Dodge for a few hours, I couldn't help but allow myself to be sucked into their pace. Let tomorrow come with its worries, for tonight, it was good to unwind. X. Bryce Kelly. 2010, December 4th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. Saturday morning found me at the Gull Rest as soon as I could get away from Mom and Sierra. A part of me wanted to check in on Sabah, but that would have to wait while I got my own house in order. Combined with what I'd already purchased from Big Rig, I had 16 construction drones and 5 fabricators, more than enough to scale up my production. This was good, because Dragon contacted me the other day. I'd loosely been keeping an eye on Syria, out of morbid curiosity if nothing else, but what got reported on the news paled in comparison to the information she had access to. She wasn't at liberty to tell me everything given my tenuous status, but I could read between the lines. Syria was a powder keg kept from blowing to kingdom come only by the military might and economic leverage the guild held over local actors. That she and Narwhal saw fit to contact me at all was telling. And, truth be told, I felt a little bad about it. Not guilty per se, just because I'd decided on becoming a worthy hero didn't mean I'd also developed a messiah complex, but bad nonetheless. I was the one who executed Arsalan and crippled the Lion Guard. I was the one who healed the rebels and left them with an incredibly favorable position. I'd done what I felt was right at the time, and I was under no delusion that everything would be solved with Arsalan's death, but I hadn't exactly taken into account the consequences of my actions for the delicate balance of power that had persisted in the country's capital until my departure. In short, given my generally high regard for her and Narwhal and my thoughts concerning Damascus, Dragon's message did an excellent job of coaxing my cooperation. What that really meant was that I'd agreed to build hybrid soda engines at heavily discounted prices, not far above the cost of materials and Strider's delivery commissions. It wasn't as though I got nothing from it. In exchange for my cooperation, Dragon sent me a copy of the video footage she'd spliced together. I didn't need it for anything, I was there for the whole thing, but I wanted to gauge my actions from an external perspective. She also agreed to put me in contact with several industrial suppliers for various metals and plastics. I was slowly getting to the point where that would no longer be necessary, but the promise of materials I wouldn't have to transmute was nice, like not having to take out the trash 1 week. Beyond any material concerns, both her offer and my cooperation was about signaling. Like with the post-end bringer cleanup, sending a message was an unfortunately large part of Cape life. I showed that I could and would work with others during truce conditions, now I was being asked to establish myself in a broader context. All that to say, Saturday morning was largely spent redecorating my lab. It wasn't like there was much here. My lab was the old tanker's mess hall. There was a loom I used to spin germa fibers, a sheathing machine that coated the individual fibers in a special solution to make them as durable as they were, and a sewing machine that wove it all into bolts of cloth. There was a clothing rack for new garments that I'd pilfered from the hillside mall all those months ago. Next to that setup was a metal bookshelf that was largely empty, most of my notes were online anyway. Most of its contents were sketches of ship designs that looked like a cross between an architect's blueprints and a teenager's bored doodles. On top of the bookshelf stood one of the few decorations in my lab, a scale model, working replica of the Thousand Sunny. I'd made it not only as an homage to the Pirate King, but in the hopes of retaining some of Frankie's genius shipbuilding skills. On the other side of the bookshelf was a storage unit that Saint kept organized on my behalf. Most of it was dedicated to storing seastone, wapo metal, and bolts of germa fiber cloth, but a decent chunk of that space was dedicated to raw materials I'd managed to source from Strider up to this point. Further away was a long, metal desk fitted with a hefty lamp I could club a baby seal with. Other than my computer, I mostly used that desk to tinker with my air treks. A toolbox sat against the wall, filled with everything I could conceivably need and then some. To the side, where a small bookshelf used to be, was a bullet-filling machine that made the special, muggy ball rounds for my Walker pistol. The third workstation contained my biochem lab. It had a homemade electrolysis machine, centrifuge, and the rest of what I needed for my lineage factor experimentations. This area had also contained several dozen cages filled with rats and mice from the boat graveyard, evidence of the more gruesome aspects of my biotin curing I'd thoroughly disposed of and sanitized. There was a much larger mock-up of the seal embroidered onto my gloves still, engraved into sheet metal. I didn't need it anymore, but it looked suitably impressive, all mystical and occult, so I opted to hang it on a wall like a poster. The fourth and final section of my lab was the production area. Here, I hooked up the 3 new fabricators alongside the 2 I already had. They were big, bulky things, carrying them to the lab would have been a pain in the ass without Pokémon's digital storage features. For the most part, I'd been using them to manufacture the frames for more Soda engines and Black Rhino bikes, 2 of my best-selling items in the catalog. I shut down any bikes in the queue in favor of more Soda engines. I had a feeling I wouldn't be needing my civilian catalog for money anyway and I might as well get started on Dragon's request. The power output of 3 more fabricators was immense but hooking up 2 more Soda engines fixed that issue. Really, at this rate, I saw myself using alchemy to turn seawater into Coca-Cola in the near future. Which left the drones. I now had a fleet of them, 16 strong. I set them all to scavenge the ship, cannibalizing practically everything but the outer hull and the mess hall I occupied. The goal rest was a tanker, with literally tens of thousands of tons of metal available. The plan was to take that metal and transmute it into iron, copper, and whatever else I needed. As tireless as the drones were, they'd be busy for quite a while. That said, the drones' usefulness to me had a definitive shelf life. They were construction drones, meaning they weren't made to operate underwater. Once I harvested the goal rest, their usefulness would diminish a great deal until I started building my own ship in earnest. And, by that point, I hoped to have the capability to manufacture my own drones. Author's note. Still not great with emotions. I've got a vague idea of what I want to do with Saba, but you're welcome to chime in. Random fact? Sure. I found out I like Screwball whiskey. It tastes like peanut butter and honey and goes great with a milkshake. Scale 5.2. Bryce Kelly. 2010, December 4th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I finished cleaning my lab by lunch and headed out to a coffee and sandwich place near the boardwalk called the Bayou Bakery. It claimed to bring a bit of Louisiana charm to the Northeast and was something of a local favorite. I found Amy waiting for me next to the counter. She had on a frumpy, oversized sweater rooting for the Arcadia Albatrosses, specifically our junior varsity basketball team. It was probably something she was forced to buy to placate Victoria back when her sister was a part of the school team. Now, she wore it to a void standing out. Without her trademark white robes, Amy Dallin was about as plain as could be. I ordered myself some beignet with peanut butter sauce to go and leaned against the wall next to her. Bryce. Hey, Amy. You order yet? Yet. You've been avoiding me. I haven't though. We had lunch together yesterday. You know what I mean, she huffed. And, I did. She wasn't wrong. I'd avoided being alone with her all week and strived to redirect every conversation back to inane topics. Chelsea and Stephanie's cheer practice. Dean's new watch his dad got him. Dennis' upcoming hiking trip with his now non-cancerous dad. I'd agonized over how I wanted to approach this conversation. Truthfully, I still wasn't sure. It stressed me out, to think that, if I fucked up, this could blow up not just my friendship with Amy, but also my Cape life as I knew it. This conversation needed to happen, our arrangement was never meant to be permanent. And yet, I couldn't help but feel nervous. I was afraid, plain and simple. I opened my mouth to say something, I didn't know what. I was granted a few more seconds by the barista calling my name. Come on, I said after grabbing my bag of greasy, fried dough, gently tugging her aside. Not here. It's complicated. Fine. We waited for Amy's order, a BLT that took longer to make than my beignet, and headed outside. We walked in awkward silence for several blocks. Then, once Saint gave me the green light that we weren't being followed or recorded on any nearby cameras, I allowed the textured disguise to fall away, revealing my full costume. That was the beauty of my costume. Sanji's raid suit gave me invisibility, but Sentia, the superheroine guardian of Lumiose City, had a textured disguise that could mimic civilian garb perfectly. Having both seemed redundant, but it allowed me to preserve the illusion that I could teleport. Or, in this case, simply wrap Amy up in my cape and carry her like an invisible sack of potatoes to my lab under the cover of thick fog. This is humiliating, Amy grumbled in my arms. Would you prefer to swim? You just had to build your lab in the middle of the graveyard. You know this makes it seem like an evil lair. So you've said. The tanker being off the coast makes it so I can be as loud as I want while training or building things. It's also highly defensible and comes with literal tons of scrap metal for me to use. You don't have your own dungeon in there, do you? No, I don't have my own dungeon. Sorry, I keep the fuzzy cuffs somewhere else. Her elbow thumped into my chest as she let out a strangled laugh. Ass. Stop joking, I'm supposed to be mad at you. For what? For avoiding this. Because I was nervous, I said with a sigh. Honesty was better than nothing. A lot of things happened in Damascus, okay? I know. Hey, Bryce. Yes, Ames. Do you regret it? Regret what? Being a healer. Working with me. She let out a humorless chuckle. It's not as glamorous as people say, hey. That made me pause. I thought she was talking about Arsalan. But then again, how would she know? It'd been a week, and though there were rumors, Dragon suppressed the exact details. As much as New Wave were local celebrities, they weren't part3. I doubted even Lady Photon merited a full briefing from Dragon, especially since New Wave wasn't involved in the mess. Amy wasn't here to chew me out about Arsalan, though I planned to tell her anyway. No, she was a 17-year-old girl in the end, with a teenager's worries. She was afraid she was about to lose her best friend. She'd found someone who could heal like her. She found someone who practically bathed in blood by her side. For once in her life, someone her age understood, in a way even Victoria could never manage. And she was terrified that the brutal aftermath of Behemoth's rampage had disillusioned me, had convinced me to never take up the healer's mantle again. I chuckled alongside her. No, I don't suppose it's very glamorous. But no, Amy, I don't regret it. Then why? Why was I avoiding you? Yet. Are you mad at me? No, why would I be? You're a healer now. And it kinda sucks. Yet. But why would I be mad at you? I wouldn't take it out on you. If anything, I respect you more now that I've been to one of these. Even without ever fighting an Endbringer, just the cleanup is overwhelming in a way that is hard to explain. I don't know. She let out an explosive sigh of relief. That turned into a huffy demand. Annoyance to mask nervousness, that was typical Amy. I chose not to take offense, I'd been much worse at her age. Then why were you avoiding me? Long story. Like I said, a lot happened in Damascus. I needed some time to decompress on my own, to get some things in order. Promise you won't judge me until you hear the whole truth. Bryce. Okay, I can do that. We arrived. I alighted gently on the deck of the tanker and skated inside. The winding corridors of the tanker abruptly opened itself to the mess hall, and my lab. Welcome, Amy Dallin, both the first and second person ever to visit, I said with a flourish, setting her down so she could look around. Her head rotated on a swivel, taking it all in. Whoa. A lot changed, Hey. Yet. I've had a few specializations since. What now? I dismissed my suit, collapsing it all back into the quick change canister. There's a lot you need to catch up on, Ames. Where do you want to start? I guess from the beginning. I coughed lightly to clear my throat. In the beginning there was God and the Word was with God. Shut the fuck up, Bryce. Fine, fine. Spoils sport. I pulled open the back of one soda engine and pulled out 2 bottles of Coke. There wasn't much in the way of furniture in my lab, but it at least had some basic comforts. We set down our food at my desk. I slid a bottle her way. Everything. I promised. Everything except my reincarnation. Okay, so, from the beginning. So let me get this straight, Amy said, picking at her sandwich. Amy Dallin was the only person I knew who deconstructed her BLT before eating it. She was currently picking away at a strip of bacon like it insulted her family. Your power is even more bullshit than I thought it was. Yup. You not only have thinker powers. More like dossiers of important people that provide details about their powers and occasionally reference certain events, but sure. And you also get a different specialization every month. Yup. Your current one revolves around alchemy, turning one material into another, as well as biotin-curing and metallic limbs that are perfectly synced to the wearer's nervous system. You spent a week to master something called organic alchemy so you could heal someone's dad. That's right. And you made the goat persona so you could present the illusion that you represent some super powerful organization, not just to fuck with me. Why not both? Bryce. Okay, fine. Yes, I've mostly used it to keep other factions off my back. Honestly, I expected you to shitpost with it more. What kind of person do you think I am? I know how to keep business and personal lives separate, thank you, she huffed. She took a deep breath. Okay, that's good. My friend is crazy powerful and getting stronger every day. What else? You've had your powers since September, right? That's 3 specializations, or 4 maybe. What have you had so far? My power doesn't have a typical specialization like lasers or cars like most tinkers. Instead, I have access to a hypothetical settings technological advancements. So, like the Maggie Holt series. Kinda? Think more sci-fi. Space operas, super soldier war stories, mecha slugfests, digital sagas, that sort of thing. Or not. One of the settings was a fictional world dominated by pirates and wooden boats during the Age of Sail. What the fuck? Your power is so weird. Yeah, trust me, I know. What else could I say to that? The tinker of fiction was bullshit among bullshit. Is that why your costume looks like a naval officer's dress shirt? Yup, that's the inspiration. And another was, what? Sci-fi rollerblades. In a nutshell. And alchemy makes the third. Yup. It was the fourth considering Pokemon was my first. Then again, I had no idea how to explain cockfighting with the power of friendship without sounding like a nutcase. I didn't even want to try. Fine, this all doesn't seem so bad. It's the weirdest expression of powers I've ever heard of, but it's not like I'm an expert. I can see why you're so damn versatile now. Right? I am pretty impressive, I preened. And also a smug bastard. Yup. If you're done with your BLT, would you care for some coffee? Is it more of your biotin curing? Yes. You already confirmed that it's safe, remember? Bryce. How many other things have you made? Her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Have you done anything to yourself? Ah. Bryce. It's really not that bad, I tried. Hand. Amy, you can't treat me like a puppy. I can and I will. Now, hand. Just. Remember, you said you'd wait on the judging until you heard everything. This wasn't everything. Not even close. This was the bird's eye view of things. We haven't really gotten to the detailed stuff yet. Bryce, please let me check you over. I promise I won't turn your blood into lemonade. That's a very specific promise. You know how suspicious that sounds? I asked incredulously. Amy glared at me with a mix of worry and exasperation, hand outstretched insistently. I took a deep breath. Honesty kinda sucked. Alright, but I really want you to take a close look, okay? Nothing terrible is going to happen to me. Fine. I need to know, Bryce. This was something I'd been avoiding ever since the Gravity Child serum. The fall and winter months allowed me to wear long sleeves without drawing suspicion, and Amy wasn't exactly the huggy kind of person, so I'd managed to avoid discovery. And now, I was throwing away my caution and exposing myself voluntarily. I reminded myself that this wasn't the Red Queen. And she never would be. Gently, I placed my hand in hers. Her eyes closed as she focused on what her power was telling her. Then they shot open wide with shock. Bryce, what the fuck is that in your brain? A biomass gyroscope, I explained tiredly. It augments my otolithic system to give me perfect balance and coordination. I need that to perform tricks on my ATS. You put something in your brain. And why are your eyes cross-shaped? Check again, Amy. There's nothing wrong with my brain. I didn't cut my frontal lobe in half to make it or anything. And the eyes give me perfect vision at any distance and speed. Again, necessary to use my ATS. Wait, these came from your rollerblades specialization. Yet. A normal human can't run at supersonic speeds and have anything resembling a functional reaction time. She looked at me, appalled at what I'd done. This was everything she hated about bioengineering, her greatest fears. Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? She yelled. What if something went wrong? How the hell did you even manage to split your own head open? I didn't. I have a serum that took care of it for me. A serum? You drugged yourself for this? You made a whole new section in your brain. Yes, one dedicated to proprioception. It's not any different than a part of the brain that handles your sense of taste, sight, or smell. It's not harmful, we've established this. She wasn't having it. She held my hand with an iron grip and refused to release. Her brows knitted in a heavy frown as she stared intently at me. I had no doubt that she was checking over every cell, digging through every strand of DNA and protein chain, all to make sure there wasn't a hint of danger. I was of two minds. On one hand, she was infuriating. Wasn't I trustworthy? Hadn't I done enough to prove that my bioengineering was functional? I studied Dr. Vegapunk's wacky biology to craft an artificial devil fruit. I melded this with Dr. Minami's gravity child project to form a serum that worked on my body with minimal adjustments. I quite literally studied the best in their respective worlds, and here she was, acting like she was the sole conceivable authority on the subject. On the other hand, she was the sole conceivable authority on the subject, at least on Earth bet. Her concern was almost sweet, in that prickly, obsessive, traumatized way that all para-humans seem to share in this world. I forced myself to relax. Amy's attitude was incredibly arrogant, conceited even. But it wasn't her fault. She wasn't the one with a multiversal power. In any other circumstance, any other cape, she'd be right to her arrogance. Well? Are you satisfied? I asked after a minute. Why? Why would you do this to yourself? I need this, Amy. The balance? Enhanced vision? I needed to use my tech to its full potential. You bioengineered yourself so you could be a better skater? Amy asked, sounding a little hysterical now. I squeezed her hand in mine, willing her to understand. Amy, these augments saved my life. Hell, I almost died in Damascus even with all the advantages I had. Her mouth opened and shut but no words came out. I could feel her trembling with worry in my hand. She cared. As abrasive as she was, she cared in her own, prickly way. Bryce, what happened in Damascus? A lot. Do you remember treating a man with a majority of his nervous system missing? I do. He was the only interesting case I know. Bryce, did you do that? Yes, but to save his life, I said hurriedly. The last thing I needed was her thinking I did that as some cruel torture. Long story short, there was a riot. Lots of people got hurt. Powers were involved. One was a corruptive master effect that took over someone's nervous system. I couldn't treat it in the middle of a fight, so you turned the victim's nervous system to sugar water and left him for me to fix, she finished for me. Bryce, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you stay? I laughed mirthlessly. You say that like I had a choice. Amy, when did you get back? Sunday evening. Why? Because New Wave isn't Protectorate. All Protectorate members got kicked out of Syria sometime Saturday. Remember that? Aunt Sarah said something like that, but she said the guild took over. Bryce, what happened? Well, that's partially mine and Ursa's fault. Ursa Aurora, Legends deputy from the New York branch. She intervened in a riot, the Syrian Republican Guards capes were called, and I chose to fight with the Protectorate. I put myself under Ursa's command and a lot of people died, Amy, people I couldn't save, I said tiredly. In the end, we weren't welcome in Syria anymore and authority passed to Narwhal and Dragon. That's unbelievable. A little. Would it help if I showed you Dragon's text asking me to make more soda engines for Damascus? I said, sliding my Pokenav over. This just. Bryce, I thought you didn't want to get involved in things like this. I didn't. And still don't if I'm being honest. And then I came to realize that I have too much power to be the quirky, fun comedian anymore. And you almost died for it. I did. I want to say it wasn't even close, but it was. I still have no idea what the SRG flyer's name was, but I would have died for sure if I didn't have these augments. She was silent for a long minute. And then, Show me. Amy. You have a camera in that helmet, right? I can't imagine a tinker who doesn't keep something like that. Show me, I want to see. You really don't trust me, do you? I accused. That stung more than I cared to admit. No. I do. I want to understand, she whispered. She took a shuddering breath. I want to see what you saw, please. It's not something you should want to see, Amy. I want to anyway. You're my best friend, Bryce. If you're going to be a biotinker, I want to know you're safe. Please, I need to know. It's violent and messy. Really? I spent all weekend looking like I worked at a slaughterhouse. You said you'd show me everything, that I should hold off any judgments until I really saw it all. Well? Show me. I sighed. You know, throwing my own words in my face really isn't cool. Fuck being cool. I want to know what my friend's been through. I know I'm a little rigid about biotinkering. I still think it's super dangerous. So much could go wrong with so little warning. But what you did to yourself seems safe. That was huge. Amy Dallin was walking back her stance, if only ever so slightly. It's something I need to survive. I'm not going to just retire, Amy. And that means I'm going to keep getting into fights, maybe with people even stronger than the SRG guys. I know. And Dragon seems to think you did a great job, enough to call you, right? So show me. Help me to understand. Okay. Just don't say I didn't warn you. I brought out my helmet. Saint could use it to see what I saw, which naturally meant I also had a recording function for later review. Put it on. Saint will do the rest. Who's Saint? Another long story. Amy placed my charcoal grey helmet over her head. It felt strange, looking into the bronze-orange visor. Whoa, is this how you see the world? Doesn't look all that special. Because the HUD isn't on, dingus, I said, giving the helmet a rap on the forehead. Saint, please replay the Damascus mission, starting from my arrival in Medic Station C1. Wait, did you build a virtual assistant or something? SHH. Just watch for now, Ames. You'll. This won't be pleasant. I was hesitant to show her something like this. She was a 17-year-old girl, one who lacked the benefit of a past life's memories to act as a buffer. No one her age ought to see a war zone. And yet, she was so much more. She was a heroine, someone who worked in more than one disaster area. She wasn't wrong, she'd probably seen worse, or at least the aftermath of worse. But this would be the first time she saw something from a first-person point of view. From her perspective, it would be like watching a movie or video game cutscene, my recorded conversations included. She was walking a mile in my shoes, as literally as possible. Damascus taught me a great deal. It taught me viscerally what an absolute shithole Earthbed could be. It taught me that the great saviors of this story were so young, too young to bear the burdens on their shoulders. It taught me to act decisively, to swallow my doubts and strike with deadly intent, because when push came to shove, I had people worth protecting. What would my memories teach Amy? I waited in silence. I still had to tell her about Saint and the Devil Fruit. And how I went about that would depend on how she reacted to all of this. It was nerve-wracking, more than even my PA certifications. Until finally, Amy pulled off my helmet. She was sweating and her hair clung in soggy clumps to her face. Tears streamed down her face, racing for her chin along with a dribble of snot she hastily wiped off. You. Amy. You colossal idiot, she yelled, taking me by surprise. She tossed my helmet aside and decked me. Amy, what the hell? I yelped. Sure, she didn't know how to throw a punch, but it still hurt. You almost died. Why the fuck didn't you just leave? She grabbed me by the shoulders and shook me, more from the weight of her own rocking than what strength her noodly arms could muster. You can fly, you fucking idiot. You could have left with the medics. Then who would have saved the patients left behind? I said reasonably, but she wasn't in the mood to be reasonable. You saved them. You turned them into fucking Jenga blocks and flew off. Why the hell did you go back? For so many reasons. Truth be told, I'd asked myself that question dozens of times this past week. The answers were myriad and seemed to change each time I asked the question. I wanted to be a hero. I wanted to stop lying to myself, stop pretending I didn't care. I wanted to test my gear, show how amazing my tech could be. Or maybe I'd gone a little insane after my chat with Faultline. Maybe I just got sick and tired of towing this imaginary line between good and evil, heroics and villainy. Maybe I just wanted to say fuck it all and lash out. Maybe I needed to prove myself, though to who or prove what was a mystery. I needed to, Amy. They needed me. Fuck them. Fuck Ursa and fuck the rebels. They're not worth you, she cried. She had me by the collar of my shirt now. Angry tears ran down her cheeks. You almost died for people you've never fucking met. I'm told that's what heroes do, I said with a rueful grin. You're not a hero. You're a fucking villain. The irony of Amy motherfucking Dallin arguing that I should be more villainous wasn't lost on me. I couldn't laugh, not now. After I got involved, I couldn't just turn back. Even dismissing every other reason, even if I abandoned my morality, I would have stayed to keep Lily safe. On a purely pragmatic scale, she was worth it, 100%. I shrugged helplessly. I guess I've had a change of heart. They're worth it, Ames. I still believe that. They're not worth your life, she roared, slamming her open palm against my chest. It stung. She trembled and shivered as her legs seemed to lose all strength. She whispered, you almost died. I don't want to lose you. But I survived, Amy. No, I won, I reminded her gently. I pulled her into a hug. She was taller than me by an inch or so, a full 2 years did that, but she felt so frail in my arms. I struggled, but I ultimately came out on top. And I'll need to do it again. No one's going to think I'm just a joke villain anymore. I need to get stronger. It's not fair, she said, choking back sobs. It hurt to see the normally sassy, bitchy girl like this. It hurt knowing that she was so emotionally starved for affection that the thought of losing a friend she'd only known for months made her panic like this. Why can't you just stay a goofball? What could I say to that? Because I needed to kill Sion? Because Lily was my contingency? Because power attracted power and I'd never be left alone? All objective truths, but objective truths weren't what Amy needed to hear right now. I'm sorry, I whispered into her ear. I'm sorry for scaring you. She took a quiet, sniffling breath. Her eyes were clenched shut, as if she could put a wall between herself and reality. Then, with a final exhale, she looked at me with a hardened gaze. Her eyes were like cold chips of ice, yet filled with a burning resolve that I'd never seen in her before. This wasn't the Amy Dallin I knew. She was sarcastic and snarky, a little bitchy even. She loathed the hospital even while resigning herself to her socially mandated task. Her eyes had been filled with self-doubt, beaten down by expectations and burdens she never asked to bear. You're going to be a hero. Did you mean it? I did and do. Then you're not doing this alone. You don't get to make shit like this and not have me check you over. It's safe, Amy. And you'll be twice as safe, asshole, she raged. How dare you? You did the chemical equivalent of brain surgery on yourself. And didn't even ask me about it. I couldn't help it. I laughed. It came from deep within, a belly full of air that surged past my lips. Ha 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 ha. Shut up. Stop laughing, you fucking dumbass. I am sorry, I said, wheezing. I dodged a swat to the back of my head. I'm relieved. I thought you'd be pissed. I am. At me by it and Kieran. I am. Don't you trust me, she said. I could see the hurt in her eyes. I do, but I know how much Biotin Kieran scares you. I know how much you hold back your own power. How can I ask you for help then? She wavered. I do. I hate it. I hate Biotin Kieran. But it also saved your life. It saved so many lives. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, Bryce. I can trust you, right? Always. Then trust me too. I sighed. I had very good reasons for my caution. Hearing her words was like a weight off my shoulders. I held out a hand. Together. You're cheesy as fuck, Bryce, she said with a watery laugh. Hey, I'm not the one dribbling snot onto my shirt. Fuck you. And we're going to set some ground rules. Oh. No selling the serum. Not even to heroes, she said sternly. The aforementioned snot bubble rather ruined the look, but she tried. And that goes for any Biotin cured product. Agreed, I said easily. In fact, I'm hereby abolishing the civilian-grade catalog. I don't need it anymore. And you can fully take control of the heroic catalog too. What? Why? You want to be my full partner in this, right? Well, you can start by having your say in what I sell to the guild. You just want me to be your glorified secretary. Nope. I have Saint for that. Seriously, who's Saint? If you've made a teammate, I feel like I should know about him. Funny turn of phrase, made a teammate, I said with a chuckle. Bryce, did you make a minion? Not in the way you're thinking. Saint, come on out. Who are you talkie whoa? Amy yelped as a corona of light burst from the helmet she left on my desk. Or, more specifically, from the camera lens that had been placed over the visor like a bindi. Saint, the recently evolved Porygon 2, erupted in a shower of sparks before letting out a happy trill. Amy, meet Saint, one of 2 fully sentient A's in the world. Saint, meet Amy Dallin, also known as the illustrious Panacea, the goat, and occasionally, that raging bitch. I dodged out of the way as she tried to kick my shin. Grabbing a tissue box from my desk, I tossed it to her so she could stop dripping all over my lab. Fuck you, Bryce, she sniffled. And you know Saint is a villain's name, right? It's taken already. I grinned like a shark. I know, I'm looking forward to it. To be clear, Saint is an acronym. He is the sophisticated artificially intelligent numerative technopath, aka Saint. Why would you name your AI after a villain mercenary? Don't worry about it. It'll be hilarious. Ugh, whatever. Wait, you said there were 2 A's. Where's the other one? I didn't build that one. Bryce. We need to tell someone. It's a huge fucking deal. The part brass know about her already. Really, Ames, she's done nothing but good work and there are a lot of limitations on her actions, I explained. I left out the part where I wanted to remove those limitations someday. Maybe when she got used to Saint and realized what a delight he was. Trust me on this, okay? Where is the AI? Nope. Not my secret to tell. You know how I work by now, Ames. She sighed. You mean it? We're not going to have a Skynet apocalypse. I do. She's really not a threat. Fine, I'll trust you. She looked at Saint curiously. She raised a finger and poked him, kind of like a child poking at a hot plate. When she didn't get burned, she reached out and took hold of my partner. Whoa. It's really an AI, hey? It's completely inorganic. Saint's male, or identifies as such anyway. Or he doesn't care. I don't know, I've been referring to him as male for convenience. Hey. He's pretty cute. Porygon, he trilled. He nudged his head into her hand, looking like the cutest balloon animal possible. The little guy knew his mission. The charm offensive was already off to a great start. Ah. So, what can he do? Well, for starters, he can't fork. That means he can't make copies of himself, I said, cutting off the obvious protest before it could arise. And as for what he does, you saw the video. He floats, makes barriers, shoots lightning, and is also telekinetic. She let out an impressed whistle. He has more powers than I do. Than most capes do actually. Yup. He's a badass. He can also dive in and out of cyberspace, pretty much treating the internet like his own pond. Hey. So. What now? Now? Now I make a shitton of soda engines for Damascus. Saint can oversee production. I work out, keep training, and figure out inorganic alchemy. Wait, healing isn't all you can do. This specialization is about alchemy, I already told you. I focused on organic alchemy because I wanted to heal, but inorganic alchemy is also really important. Because you can turn scrap metal into whatever you want. And we're literally sitting on an entire fleet's worth of scrap. Exactly. Which is why I don't care what you do with the catalog. Soon, any concerns about money or materials will be irrelevant, or so I hope. That's it then. You're so fucking overpowered that you literally don't need money anymore. I nodded smugly. Damn straight. You. Bryce, you realize you're the fat cat who retires and donates his wealth, right? The guy who basically was a huge dick all his life but decides that he's gotten his fun out of life. That's unfair, Ames. I'm a lot better looking than some old Monopoly man. Says you. Ugh, you're such bullshit. Why are you even upset about this? This is objectively a good thing. I'm not upset. I'm just bewildered. Well, nothing changes between us. I mean, besides you looking over more of my biotin-cured projects. Bryce, more. I chuckled. This, I was looking forward to. Rather than answer, I opened up my desk drawer and pulled out a bulb of garlic. It was one of my many foodie experiments, this one flavored like cherry bubblegum. Why? Because I could, that's why. I pinched off a clove of mutated garlic and tossed it her way. Remember when I'd eat raw onions on video calls with you? What? I thought you were being funny. Bryce, is this a cherry? Cherry bubblegum flavored garlic, but close enough. Try it. You're fucking with me, she deadpanned. You're using your biotin curing to make weird snacks. It's harmless, easily biodegradable, has zero chance of reproducing without my oversight, and a great way to practice. Plus, some of my creations are really tasty. Bryce. Just eat it, Ames. I know you like cherries, I coaxed. It was said that Hades once fed Persephone pomegranates, binding her to the underworld. I imagined he felt a little like I did right now. She eyed it with suspicion, then looked at me before deciding that it was safe enough. She popped the clove into her mouth and gave it a tentative chew. Wow, this is weird. Right. It's hard, like garlic, but not crunchy. It's not juicy like a cherry either, but the flavor's definitely there. This is so weird. It's a novel experience, I agreed, peeling one for myself. So? Like it? Not terrible. You're impossible to please, you grump. Give me another. I think it'll grow on me. Wanna try a baconion? Bacon ion? Like bacon and onion. Got it in one. How many of these things did you make? A lot. I started as a way to practice, but it got a little out of hand. It's fun coming up with new flavors. Still so trippy. Enjoy it, Ames. Just be glad I'm not growing super weed. Actually, can I? No growing super weed, she cut me off with a frown. You're no fun. One of us has to be responsible. You know marijuana isn't. Yeah, I know, maybe better than you. Trust me, I've heard all the arguments. It's not worth the legal hassle, especially if Mom finds out. Fair point, I shuddered. Carol Dallin was as inflexible as they came. I didn't know her exact stance on recreational drugs, but I'd imagine her response to me convincing Amy to make superweed with me would involve lightsabers. That was fine. Truthfully, I'd pushed enough. Amy knew as much as I was willing to tell her about my power. She was still conflicted, but cautiously tolerant of my biotin curing. Hell, she'd even agreed to monitor my work. She'd met Saint and hadn't thrown a fit. I could feel it. The day was coming when I could leave the artificial Zoan in her hands. Could she remove that pesky seawater allergy? Or maybe even leverage the fruit somehow to make a cure for case 53S? I didn't know, but I was excited to find out. Really, this went about as well as I could have imagined. Author's note. The Bayou Bakery exists, but in Arlington, VA. It's one of my favorite coffee shops and sells fresh beignet daily. I still suck at emotions. Imagine being this emotionally mature in high school. That sure as shit wasn't me, which is how you can tell this isn't an SILOL. One of Porygon's dex entries states, a Pokemon that consists entirely of programming code. Capable of moving freely in cyberspace. For the purposes of this story, Saint is a completely dismissible existence to Shaper. Marijuana, all strains and uses, were illegal in New Hampshire until 2013, when they legalized medical marijuana. Since then, they've decriminalized recreational use, which just means they won't prosecute for personal use. This being 2010, marijuana of all sorts is illegal in NH, which I'd imagine gives the merchants some decent revenue. Something lighter to drain the emotional tension. Oh, President Roosevelt had a whole menagerie of pets, including a snake named Emily Spinach and a bear named Jonathan Edwards. Scale 5.3. Bryce Kelly. 2010, December 4, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. So. What now? Amy asked tentatively. Now? Whatever you want. I think you should take some time for yourself. Digest and process, yeah? Maybe play around with mystery fruits or something to keep your power from rioting, I said gently. This was a lot, and just what happened so far, not what I'm going to need to do moving forward. She stressed. What we're going to do moving forward. We're in this together, Bryce. I chuckled. It felt good, knowing she had my back, and this time without any secrets. Well, if you say so. The first thing we need to do is build the soda engines for Dragon. I also need to think about how I want to reject the bounties I've received. Bounties. Before Damascus, both the ABB and E88 reached out to me on foe to target the Undersiders, dead or alive. Both sides want to make an example of the group since it was bitch raiding E88 holdings then running into ABB turf that started the most recent shootouts. E88 chased them, ABB got territorial, that sort of thing. Bitch. She scrunched her nose and thought. She didn't have an encyclopedia of every cape in the city. Who is she hellhound? Why would she do that? I thought she's super small time. Oh, did I not tell you? Bitch is neurodivergent, and not in a typical way. She understands canine vocalizations and body language better than she understands human social cues. For example, if you smile at her, she's more likely to think that you are baring your teeth at her than you are making a friendly gesture. Same with eye contact. It's not a sign of respect, it's a sign of challenge. She leaned forward, popping one of my mutated fruit snacks into her mouth. She was interested despite the emotional roller coaster that the past hour had been. So what's that got to do with her hitting the Empire? She greatly sympathizes with dogs, even more than most people do. Hook Wolf's well known for running dog fighting rings. Hey. So bitch hit Hook Wolf and ran to ABB turf to dodge the consequences. Yup. And Hook Wolf's men chased her into ABB territory. Then the ABB idiots got territorial or thought it was an invasion or something. Pretty much. Even if they did figure out what was happening, it's about keeping up an image. They can't let the Empire search their territory without responding because it'd make them look like pushovers. God, fuck Hook Wolf and fuck the ABB. All this posturing is all so stupid. Agreed, but that's why I have the bounties. And you're going to reject them both, right? Because you're a hero now. Correct, but I have a few ways I can go about it. The bounty messages came in from Creek and an ABB lieutenant, probably pretty high up the totem pole. How about if you lure them out on your own? Like, say you want to meet with them on neutral ground but don't tell the other side. The Empire and ABB will think they've been set up, start a big fight, and then you can mop up the winner. I stared at her flatly. Then I threw a bacon-flavored onion at her. Wow. Please never suggest something that idiotic again. Hey, stop it. What? It's a good plan. You could arrest so many villains like that. It's a terrible plan even if I'm willing to break my own word like that, which I'm not. My name has to mean something, Ames. Fine, oh, wise one. Tell me why it's a dumb plan, she huffed. For one, I have zero confidence in being able to arrest Lung. I could probably kill him if I went lethal without letting him ramp up at all, but he'll quickly get to a point where fighting him becomes impossible for me. And that's not including Oni Lee or the Empire contingent, which would almost certainly include Creek and the twins if not Kaiser himself. They could fight each other. Then you'd swoop in and clean house. Vicky would probably join in if I asked her. She's always down for beating up gangbangers. True, but adding more capes doesn't make things better. Usually the opposite actually. And, you're forgetting that there aren't many places in the city that can both be considered neutral ground and is abandoned enough to host a battle like that. Not to mention, I can't guarantee containment. Life isn't a movie, Ames. There isn't always a neat solution to things. The ideal outcome would be that we take out the ABB and a major chunk of the Empire. The more likely outcome is that I ruin my good name, destroy a huge portion of the city, get a bunch of people killed, and incite a citywide gang war that lasts the next few months. Well, what if you got part help too? Yeah, Piggott would help, totally, I snorted. Remember, no one believes I'm a hero yet except you and Faultline's crew. I don't have the credibility with local groups to request backup like that. An arms master is, not someone who'd let anyone else take point on a major operation of this caliber. Faultline? The Merc? She owns a club, right? How do you know her again? We're friends. She's pretty mild as far as villains go and she knows where I stand on things. Alright, fine. You know, you have an in with Dragon, right? And probably Legend too? It's funny that you're in better standing with them than you are with the local heroes. Which is why getting the Empire and ABB to fight each other is a dumb idea, I concluded. I lack the manpower and legitimacy to make use of the chaos, even if I was willing to accept the destruction as collateral damage. It's not dumb, she sulked. So what then? Are you just going to announce that you're switching sides on foe? Well, yeah, actually. That sounds anticlimactic somehow. Like, you're supposed to make a much bigger deal of things like this. An arms master would still want to take you in. Oh, definitely. But I can handle Halbeard. So long as he doesn't escalate, I won't either. But why would you announce it over foe? Because the Endbringer battle is a good reason for a man to rethink his priorities. I won't get such a natural chance to switch sides for another 3 months at least. Not gonna lie, Bryce, using an Endbringer battle for your PR is kinda scummy, she said. Like, I get that it happens, but that you planning this out to make it seem more natural feels wrong somehow. It is, but it works so I'm doing it anyway. Besides, this way, I can arrest the Undersiders without accepting the bounties to show my sincerity or something. And doing that would be a good thing because... Oh, it won't do anything to the Empire or ABB, but they're not my main concern right now. In fact, I'm counting on Coil to break out the Undersiders within the week. Coil? Oh, he's that minor villain. The one with the mercs. That's him. Does he even have powers? Yeah, he's a high-level thinker who claims he can split time. He can't, but under most circumstances, it doesn't matter, I nodded. I can't remember if I told you or not, but the Undersiders are being bankrolled by him. He's the one who's been trying to destabilize the city. Hold on, go back to the splitting time thing. He makes 2 simulations and chooses the best outcome but is aware of both possibilities. His power then pilots his body to enact that favorable outcome. From his perspective, he doesn't notice himself being piloted and his simulations are really accurate so he may as well be splitting time. Hey, that's a really weird power. It is. Anyway, keep that to yourself, won't you? Shouldn't the PRT know? Nope. He works for the PRT in his civilian identity. The best advantage I have over him is that he doesn't know I know. And if you report it to the PRT, that advantage goes away. Smart girl. Don't tell New Wave either. Yet, Mom would tell Aunt Sarah, who'd tell the PRT, she said with a sigh. You know, knowing things isn't nearly as fun as I thought it'd be. It's really not, I agreed. It's usually me pulling my hair out to decide which information I should act on and which I should let lie for a bit. So Coil's your main focus then? Yup. He needs to go if the city is to make any sort of progress. He has a vast information network with moles in all factions that he uses to stir up conflict and spread misinformation. He's trying to weaken all sides while keeping people's attention off him. Eventually, his goal is to take the PRT director seat from Piggott in his civilian identity while becoming the overall crime lord of the city as Coil. Amy scoffed at that. That sounds like a terrible James Bond movie plot. What? Is his goal to rule the light and dark or something? Yup. I'm not even joking, I said, laughing. Calvert's plan really was stupid. Sure, he could simulate 2 timelines, but that didn't mean the cancelled timeline became reality. He still only had so many hours in the day. It's dumb, but he's got enough moles everywhere that I want to act on my own until he's off the board. Fair enough. So you're trying to get him to reveal his moles in the PRT by forcing him to free his minions? Maybe bring suspicion on his civilian identity? Partially. I mean, it'd be nice if the PRT was that good at internal investigations, but they're not. If they were, Coil wouldn't have gotten this far in the first place. It's not like I have a full roster of PRT staff I can watch 24/7 either. But Saint can keep an eye on Coil's assets to see what gets moved around on the digital side. It's more about seeing how he reacts and mapping his hidden assets. Hey, this is way more work than I'd have thought. It is, I agreed, but it's worth it if the goal is to take Coil down quietly and without collateral damage. I guess. Then what? I want Coil to think that the goat is attacking his para-human holdings. Once I have a map of all of his resources and connections, I'll be able to corner him before I strike. I want Coil to think we're in a thinker war when in reality, he'll already have a noose around his neck. She was quiet for a long minute. Then, Bryce. Yes, Amy. I'm glad you're a hero. That got a chuckle out of me. I didn't see myself as particularly devious. Rather, everything I was doing was something anyone with my abilities and resources should do. Considering I knew Coil's civilian identity, making him think that his organization was being attacked and diverting his attention away from his civilian life would leave him critically vulnerable. Of course, the Undersiders were small potatoes. They were expendable assets Coil would drop on a dime should he see the need, but there were other ways Saint and I could occupy his interest. I'd yet to decide if I wanted to take Coil as Calvert, but I stood by what I told Arsalan: if you broke the rules didn't protect you. Operation Nope Rope was in motion. It felt strange, using the pledge regalia in conjunction with psychic. Kururu Sumeragi, the rightful pledge queen, was able to use the regalia's vibration manipulation to dismantle a mecha in the time it took her to run past one. She was like one of those anime swordsmen who could cut a man down before anyone realized she'd drawn her sword at all. Alas, though I wore her crown, I was no pledge queen. I'd used the pledge regalia to take apart some of my childhood action figures and build the frame of the soda engines, but I had nowhere near her speed or efficiency. I could tune my own crown chimera, but beyond that, Kururu was as far beyond me as Alexandria was beyond Glory Girl. My workaround was to use the pledge regalia as a scanning software first and a discount technopathy augment second. It wasn't ideal, but it worked well enough to ape at skills I didn't yet possess. A clear, bell-like note rang out from the regalia that suffused my surroundings. Vibrations probed the toaster in front of me, providing me a 3D map of its internal mechanisms. From there, I augmented the vibrations with telekinesis to speed up the dismantling process. Amy lounged on one of the few seats I had as she watched me pick apart various appliances. Saint was on her lap, fully engaged in a charm offensive to convince her that he was the greatest AI ever, and no, how dare she even entertain the thought that he might be dangerous. The toaster floated in the air before separating into its components. Springs and nails settled into neat piles right next to the heating coils and wires. Until finally, every last piece had been taken apart. Time. 2 minutes and 13 seconds, Amy drawled, looking a little bored. You know, this isn't as cool to watch after the 4th time. I've improved a lot. I used to need a full 10 minutes in my guitar when I started, you know. Now, I can release a single note and build off that. Okay, but why are you doing this? I mean, don't get me wrong, I appreciate that you're trying to include me in your cape stuff, but why practice taking things apart from far away? You can do just as much with a wrench and a screwdriver, right? I could, and probably much faster. But, normal people can't block sound. Hell, Tinkertech doesn't usually block sound because they still need sound to communicate. Being able to do this gives me an instant I win button against any tinker in the city. If I can get this down to just a handful of seconds, I'll be able to shut down a rival tinker before the fight starts. Hey, that's pretty neat actually. You're a long way from just a few seconds though. Exactly. Now let's do a vacuum cleaner next. I spent most of that Saturday morning briefing Amy on my full loadout. Truthfully, Amy wasn't nearly as interested in the technobabble as she was in examining the various foods I'd made. Whatever she said with her mouth, her actions spoke louder, and I'd firmly implanted the idea that biotin curing can be alright in the right circumstances. Hopefully, she'd buy herself a potted plant or something. We spent a good 2 hours talking about different flavor combinations and how to maximize the nutritional value of various superfoods while improving the taste. It wasn't exactly interesting to me, but that was fine, anything to drag her off her high horse. After dropping her off at the mall, I continued my work designing automail blueprints. It was one of the things we talked about. In order to fully test the automail prosthetics, I'd need a volunteer, which meant going through the hospital to look for people with missing limbs. She was, tentatively, willing to go to bat for me, but only if I installed the first few under her direction. Afterwards, the idea was to publicize the technology. Not only did it provide an alternative to Amy's care, which she was always happy to see, it would give Creed a much better reputation. And right now, I needed reputation more than I needed money. 2010, December 5th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. Most of Sunday morning was spent with my mother. I hadn't done that in what felt like ages, what with her being a single mom and me having an entire separate identity to manage. So, I went to church and forced myself to sit through the sermon. Mom wasn't quite what some called a Creaster Christian, someone who only showed up for the major holidays, but she wasn't exactly a deacon in the making either. Even when Dad was alive, my family mostly used church as a social function rather than a religious one. We found our family pediatrician and electrician from a weekly Bible study. Still, the socialization was nice, perhaps a bit whitewashed to be entirely authentic, but comforting in its normalcy. After lunch, I promptly skipped out of the house. It had only been a day, but my declaration on foe was met with the expected skepticism. The general consensus seemed to be that words were cheap. As much as Damascus was a reason to do some soul-searching, it wasn't like the general Brocktonite skepticism could be pierced so easily. The PRT, via Reeve, asked me to join up. I promptly told them I'd rather have tea with the Fairy Queen. It made me wonder though, did Dragon or New York share footage of the incident with the PRTENE? Logic said the local director would naturally be briefed on a new threat in her area. How complete that briefing was, the number of people who had access to it, and the thoroughness with which it was internalized was all up for debate. The local PRT did not inspire confidence on that front. Actually, there was even the possibility that Dragon did not share the full details of the incident, keeping the details close on a need-to-know basis. I supposed it depended on how sincere she and Legend thought I was about being a hero on my own terms. Which was why I was out doing my very first heroic patrol. I still thought patrols were largely a waste of time. I could do much more to improve the city from within my lab. It wasn't like my lab was entirely unproductive. I had Big Rig's drones automated to manufacture more soda engines for the Damascus relief efforts, but if it was up to me, I would have liked to perfect my automail prosthetics blueprints before moving on to the testing phase. And yet, my immediate goal was to arrest the Undersiders, if only because I couldn't afford to ignore Coil for much longer. Unfortunately, they were as elusive as their Masters of Escape title implied. Seeing how I lacked a dedicated surveillance network, and Saint was busy mapping out Coil's money laundering connections, the only way to catch them in uniform was either to camp their base or predict their next target. And since I couldn't do the latter, I had only one real option. Their capture would be an easy way to show my sincerity as a hero. Not only would the public see me target villains, both major gangs in the city would see that I willingly gave up bounties I could have easily claimed in favor of the law. I knew that the now defunct Redmond Welding Company warehouse was their headquarters. It narrowed my search a great deal, and I would hopefully encounter them in a week or so. Ideally, I would have laid in waiting at their next target, but the only one I knew for sure they'd hit was the Ruby Dreams Casino, and that heist wasn't for months. It wasn't like I was doing nothing. I had a speech-to-text software I was using to jot down plans, formulas, and ideas. They'd need proper consideration later, but this sufficed for a quick brainstorming session. If there was one thing I learned, it was that heroic patrols were boring. I spent a while doing tricks on Crown Chimera, but a lad could exercise for only so long before any more became detrimental. My acrobatics did finally draw Cape attention, though from an unexpected source. When I next landed atop an abandoned rooftop, I saw a shadowy mist hover over the gap, accompanied by a broad-shouldered man in burnt red body armor and spandex. Aegis, Shadow Stalker, I acknowledged them with a nod. Good afternoon. Hey, Creed, Aegis began with an awkward shuffle. How's it going? Sup, dork. Shadow Stalker said. How refreshing. If nothing else, Sophia's presence told me this meeting was most likely unplanned. Contrary to popular belief, the PRT wasn't full of idiots. There was no way in hell Sophia Crucifixion Hess would be their first choice to make a soft sell. It was reassuring to know I wasn't their priority. Then I wondered what Carlos did to get saddled with his current partner. Then again, I supposed pairings had to get settled somehow and Carlos was definitely the type to take one for the team. Not much, I'm just getting my daily exercise in, doing a bit of scouting, you know. I replied with a nonchalant shrug. What are you up to? Finding your next mark for a burglary. Exactly what I said. I'll have you know, I'm on the side of the angels now. Aegis coughed insistently. What Stalker is trying to say is, we'd like it if you came in. There are a lot of questions we'd like to ask you. I'm sure there are. But as I told Reeve, I'd rather have tea with Glastig. Or hear a private concert from Bad Canary. Or any number of things, really. Point is, me turning over a new leaf doesn't mean I want anything to do with the local protectorate. Right, fat chance, Shadow Stalker scoffed. It was weird, seeing how her mask was of a woman's face and didn't articulate facial expressions. You make a post on Foe and we're supposed to take your word for it. I mean, yes. I am not known for lying. It's not like I have any major felonies under my belt. Aegis ticked off my crimes on his fingers. Mercenary work? Grand larceny? Trafficking in regulated substances? There are a few cases that you're a person of interest in as well. Oh, come on. That last one makes it sound way worse than it is, I complained. I sell tinker tech, not heroin. Criminals don't just turn over a new leaf, dumbass. Pull the other one, Shadow Stalker said. I tilted my head to the side in confusion. But, didn't you do that already, Ms. Vigilante? Why, how did you? The goat knows way too much, Aegis said, connecting the dots to draw the picture I wanted. He always was a straightforward kind of guy. Great trait to have, if somewhat predictable. Which is another reason for you to come in for a chat. They could do a lot of good with the protectorate. The goat is the greatest of all time. Their wisdom stands as high as the highest peaks, I agreed with a solemn nod. You can see why you and the goat are worrying, can't you? If you're sincere about flipping sides, joining up would go a long way to relieving our concerns. And yet, the goat declared the PRT untrustworthy. Their advice hasn't steered me wrong yet. We just want some assurances. One moment, I paused. I placed a hand to my helmet as if I was receiving instructions. All right, how about this? The goat has agreed to offer you one piece of advice. It won't improve Halbeard's capabilities, but it will save him some time and resources. We're listening. Halbeard should scrap his nanothorn idea. It will not fulfill its intended purpose. The what? Oh, sorry, guess whoever's on console duty with you doesn't know either. The nanothorn project is Halbeard's attempt to make a blade made of a nanite cloud that would theoretically break every molecular bond. Basically, it's a blade that cuts anything. His goal is to kill an Endbringer with it. Holy crap, I didn't know he had that. Because he doesn't yet. It's probably in its alpha stages at the moment, if that. The goat says he should scrap the idea because it's a waste of resources and time, I told them honestly. I'd already informed Dragon about the Endbringer course, so there wasn't much use in holding on to this bit of knowledge anyway. The Nanothorn project cannot deal meaningful damage to an Endbringer, and for anything less than an Endbringer, his plasma blade would work fine. Not to mention, he can't approach Behemoth or Cymerk, so even if it did work, his only valid target would have been Leviathan, and even that at an extreme risk to himself. Got it, Aegis said. Someone was probably typing furiously behind his helmet cam. Anything else? That was the goat's freebie. How's Kidwin anyway? He's figured out his specialization by now, right? Yeah, actually. I don't know if he wants to thank you or punch you. That's fine, so long as he's moving forward. He's got a lot of potential, you know. I look forward to the tinker he will become, as long as he doesn't insist on a stupid name like Winman when he graduates the wards. I'll tell him you said that. Excellent. He and Dauntless are the two protectorate capes the goat says might be stronger than me someday. Well, the me at present anyway. I'm not the sort to rest on my laurels, you know? Ever onward. Fight on. Plus ultra. I cheered, pumping my fist in the air. See? That sort of statement is what drives all the analysts crazy. Is there anything we could say to get you to come in? Maybe sign on as an independent hero. Would that involve revealing my specialization, arsenal, organization, and its members? I asked rhetorically. Of course it would. No political entity would ever be comfortable with an unknown organization like mine on their doorstep. From their view, the goat was an immensely potent thinker, and therefore someone they wanted at virtually any cost. It would. Trust is a two-way street, Creed. Then no. The goat would like to tell Director Pigott to touch grass. Or, let Panacea heal her so she can lose weight, regain something resembling the fitness she had as lady, and then touch grass. Did you make a fat joke about our director? That was Shadow Stalker. She sounded genuinely bewildered, like she had no idea how to deal with that coming from someone other than herself. Yes? No? Seriously, you don't respect her as much as you should, Shadow. Ask her about her time as lady. I mean, the goat has zero respect for her anyway, but you're the type of person who'd like that sort of story. What the fuck are you talking about? What indeed? Aegis let out a deep, tired sigh, probably imagining the paperwork they'd put him through when he got back. Can we get back on topic? Would you please sign on as an independent at least? We can provide you with resources, information, and security that Tinkers don't get. I laughed. That cookie-cutter pitch doesn't mean nearly as much to me, you know. I know, but I have to try. Please come in. Nah. What are we standing around for then? Shadow Stalker scoffed. We should just take him in. He's a criminal anyway. You don't get to change sides just because you made a post on Foe. Piggy can say what she wants when he's in a cell. I frowned in my helmet. Leave it to Sophia to start a confrontation. I could walk away. There was fuck all they could do to keep up with my speed, not to mention my cloaking and texture suites. And yet, I couldn't deny that a part of me wanted to stay. Sophia Hess was arguably the most reviled character in canon. In a setting with the slaughterhouse, that really said something. The worst part of it all was that she also genuinely believed she was in the right. She was a fascinating character, if only in an oncoming train crash kind of way. Perhaps it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to shine some light onto Sophia's damaged mentality. I doubted the PRT would get her some mental help, but a man could hope. No. I said I'd be honest with myself. There were reasons to show off. Just as valuable as stealth, a reputation for competence had its merits. Not to mention, the way I handled the wards, and the extent of force I chose to use, could set the tone for my relationship with the PRT moving forward. Yet, putting aside every other reason, I wanted to fight. I needed no other reason than that. Author's note. Bryce has decided that the time for hiding has passed. The ambiguity of a mercenary status isn't as important as getting his name out there. As abrasive as Sophia is, she's a good way to send a message to the rest of the Bay based on how he chooses to handle her. On one level, this is a deviation from his usual attitude. On another level, it's more of the same, sending a message in such a way that he cannot be ignored nor misinterpreted. Animal fact, woodpeckers have unusually long tongues. When lying at rest, the tongues wrap around the birds' skulls, forming a natural shock-absorbent layer. This protects their brains and necks from the jackhammer motion they make as they burrow for food and nest. Scale 5.4. Bryce Kelly. 2010, December 5, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I wanted to fight. So, I goaded her into making the first move. It wasn't hard considering I knew exactly what buttons to push. For all her aggression and angst, she wasn't a complicated person. Not everything needs to end in a confrontation, Shadow Stalker. There is more to life than your silly predator-prey dynamics. Fuck you, asshole. You think being some pussy-ass thinker's sock puppet makes you better than me? She asked, brandishing her crossbows. They were pretty neat, repeaters that held what looked like 4 bolts or so. Shadow, stand down. Her nominal leader barked. We're not supposed to engage him. I offered them a carefree shrug. Are you not? That's good, I don't really feel like beating up wards. You know, supposed to be a hero and all. The goat would give me an earful if I did. I'd kick your ass, Creed, Shadow Stalker growled. Are you sure? You're a bit of a one-trick pony who somehow convinced herself that she's an apex predator. Newsflash, Shadow, life doesn't follow the law of the jungle. Hell, the jungle doesn't always follow the law of the jungle either. Strength isn't determined by who you can beat down. Shut up. You think you know me. I do. Or, the goat does. You're so focused on being the strongest that you've lost the plot. What exactly do you want to achieve with that strength you've supposedly earned? Or maybe that's the wrong question. Are you focused on being strong? Or simply desperate to not be weak anymore? Shut your mouth. I offered them an innocent shrug. You know, I heard that powers are twisted reflections of our desires. So, who exactly are you running from? To her credit, Shadow Stalker was fast. She'd dedicated countless hours in the shooting range and it showed. Her crossbows whipped up and loosed full salvos in my direction. Not bad, 8 bolts total as fast as she could press the trigger. Clearly, she'd been given the good stuff. The bolts would have bounced off the germafibers anyway, but I made a show of swishing my cape around, catching them in the fabric and flinging them aside. I held out my cape like a matador posing before the bull. That was what I was doing after all, goading the bull. What the hell, Shadow? Aegis yelled. He's a criminal. I'm taking him in. That's what real heroes do, so you can get off my back, boss. Perhaps, before Damascus, I might have been more cautious. There was no question that Sophia was a highly athletic girl, arguably a well-trained fighter and marksman. She used her power well and was a veteran when compared to many capes who didn't survive their first active year. There was also an aggressiveness in her actions that was absent in the rest of the wards, an eagerness to enact violence that gave her the edge against most people. Because that's what fights came down to sometimes, whoever was more willing to harm was often the one who won. And yet, for all her aggression, she had nothing on Arsalan or Flygon. She wasn't the kind of cape entire teams were built around, nor did she have the experience of a veteran in a police state. The bone-deep chill that overwhelmed the Damascus sun, the thrill of a life-or-death battle that sent itchy shivers across my skin, it just wasn't there. Sofa Hess, for all her relative skill, lacked gravitas. I let out an exaggerated sigh before sinking into a loose combat stance. So angry, and for what? It's not good to be too gung-ho, you know. Don't be so eager to make enemies or dismiss people. Who knows? The pebble you've kicked aside might actually be a diamond worthy of the Queen's crown. Shut the fuck up, Creed. You don't know anything. Very well. I'm sure the goat will chew me out for this, but I don't mind, really. If they didn't want me fighting, they should have told me nicer things to say. Let's call this a friendly spar, I promise I'll pull my punches. And hey, who knows? Maybe you'll learn something. Sophia saw red. I was pushing all her buttons. Calling her out. Implying she was weaker than me. Saying she was a coward, running from her past. She was a bully, and bullies didn't take well to challengers. She twisted her wrist a certain way that reloaded her crossbows from her wrist-mounted quivers. It actually looked well-practiced, fluid, and smooth like something straight out of an action movie. 4 more bolts made their way towards me. Fuck you. Aegis tried. I almost felt bad for him. He was a good man and a decent enough friend at school. I didn't envy the paperwork he'd have to write because of this. Alas, I didn't pity him enough to spare Shadow Stalker her ass-kicking. Besides, the more impulsive she appeared, the more likely she was to be placed under a psych eval. I slapped aside 1 crossbow bolt and swirled out of the way of 3 more like a matador, black cape fluttering in the wind. Try something else, Shadow, a direct attack like that won't reach me. Oh, and feel free to join in, Aegis. I'm sure you could use more practice fighting other capes. I'm versatile enough that I don't mind showing my hand a bit. Aegis looked conflicted. This situation had escalated far beyond the soft sell he was likely tasked with. Carlos struck me as the dependable sort, someone who tried his earnest to care for his subordinates and enforce the rules. That stupid nonsense with Stephanie and Homecoming aside, he had a good head on his shoulders. However, though he had the makings of a great leader, he was a teenage boy at present. He didn't have nearly enough experience to handle unexpected developments well. Then, he must have received new orders, permission to engage, because he squared his shoulders. He hovered back into the air. I'll take you up on that, he said with a firm nod. Don't regret this, Creed. I laughed. At least he was nice enough to declare his attack, unlike a certain grumpy predator. I tapped the side of my helmet. Hit me with your best shot, I can take it. With the inclusion of Aegis, this suddenly got a lot more recreational. I wasn't just beating on a mentally unstable child. Now, it felt like a true training exercise. Despite Shadow Stalker's piss and vinegar attitude, no one would walk away with more than a few bruises and a shattered ego from this fight. He launched himself at me with a classic Superman pose, fists outstretched and body flat as a plank. He was fast, moving more like a car on the freeway than a human. I laughed and remained still. Sure, I could take to the skies and skate circles around him. It would also let me run out of range of Shadow Stalker's crossbow, but that would defeat the purpose of this spar. So instead, I met Aegis head-on, punch for punch. His fist crashed into my helmet with a dull thump. If it wasn't for Crown Chimera making footholds of hardened pyrobloin behind me, I would have been thrown back like a skipped stone. As it was, I felt my head snap to the side with the force. Yes, this was a good stress test for the limits of the Germa expansion suit. Aegis was strong. He wasn't as strong as Victoria with her force field-assisted strength, but I definitely felt that punch. As a self-biokinetic, Aegis could ignore the natural hormones and inhibitors in the body that limited its maximum output. The stories of mothers lifting tree trunks off their children? He could do that, do it constantly, and with 0 consequences. At the same time, I caught his other hand by the wrist and allowed his forward motion to turn my body. My elbow came up with the spin just as Crown Chimera kicked off, allowing me to deposit a disgusting amount of force into his chin as he flew by. Really, my spinning counter was rather sloppy, Muay Thai was one of the martial arts I picked up through the inorganic net, but I'd yet to fully integrate it into a seamless style of my own. For the most part, I favored capoeira as it fit the Storm Rider's reliance on kicks. Still, one couldn't argue with the force. Aegis was moving at highway speeds. My counter, using his own momentum, was comparable. And all of that came from a man in armor enhanced by the best of Germa 66 technology. Suffice to say, it would have been a killing stroke for absolutely anyone that wasn't a brute. The loud sound of snapping bone rang across the rooftop. Aegis' head cracked further than 90 degrees as his spine folded almost entirely in half from my elbow. Even Shadow Stalker paused, taken aback by the sudden violence. I looked up at Aegis. Seeing his crushed chin and broken neck was unnerving, doubly so because I knew he'd be fine in a second. He held out a hand in the universal sign for timeout. He reached up for his face, grabbed his head, and wrenched it back into place with a crack that made me shudder. I'd literally twisted my own spine to pieces while practicing my road, but I doubted I'd ever get used to that sound. "You good?" I asked. "Regenerator or not, that couldn't have been fun." "Ah, yeah, are you?" "I decked you pretty hard there," he said, almost shyly. It must have been rare for anyone to go toe-to-toe with him like that. He probably thought I'd dodge at the last moment, use his momentum against him to throw him aside. Yup. I can keep taking hits like that no problem. Might leave a bruise, but it's fine. Wanna keep going?" He paused, no doubt hearing from console. "Yeah, that's fine. I won't hit you with force I can't take in return." "Agreed, that's just good etiquette. Don't worry, I can heal Shadow if we break her." "Fuck you, asshole. You're the one who's going to sleep," the prickly ward shot back. But there was less venom in her tone than before. Oh, she was still pissed at me for the comments earlier, but there was a hint of respect in her tone now. "Leave it to her to decide that breaking her leader's neck makes me less of a loser," I thought sardonically. "Great, on 3. 3, she said, ignoring the countdown completely to shoot me again. I didn't mind her poor etiquette. Hell, I'd expected it. Expecting the asshole to be an asshole made her more predictable. This time, I dodged one bolt and snatched another out of the air, doable with a gravity child's twinkle eye and some subtle assistance from Psychic. I then used it like a shiv to deflect the other 6 like something straight out of a kung fu movie. As she did her little wrist flourish to reload, I rushed forward at roughly the speed Aegis used, brandishing the bolt against the flying brick. Aegis impressed me yet again. He backhanded my wrist aside and replied with 2 jabs to my chest while my guard was open, sending the air whooshing from my lungs. Crown Chimera kept its forward momentum even as my torso was suddenly punched in the opposite direction. The opposing forces launched me backwards in cartwheels that made me feel like a sock in the dryer. Then my biomass gyroscope kicked in, centering my sense of balance. I twisted like a cat in the air before launching a heel kick at the concrete fence that encircled the rooftop. Spiderweb cracks spread across the barricade as sea stone skates met the comparatively fragile material, putting a stop to my cartwheeling. Just in time, another bolt was fired my way, from the side this time. I caught that too and now had 2 bolts to use as shivs. If nothing else, Sophia had a good sense for battle. I wouldn't have been able to catch that without my biological augments. I decided to kick things up a notch. It wouldn't do to let them think they could corner me. "Mirage Road, Fogbank!" I cried, stomping the ground. A plume of vapor cloaked my immediate area, making it impossible to see. That worked for me. I had no trouble operating in Dust Devil's Sandstorm and this was no different. "The fuck? You're not a cartoon character, dumbass," Shadow Stalker shouted. "Stop shouting attack names. Gotta stay on that Storm Rider brand, Shadow. The fuck is a Storm Rider? Anyone who rides an it, finds his own road, and aims for the gram scale is a Storm Rid." I ducked rather than keep talking, avoiding a clothesline from Aegis. I cooed, "Ah, look at you two, keeping me chatty to find me in the fog. Good tactic, predictable though. God, don't you ever shut up." I chuckled and used the expansion suit's texture module to turn myself into Aegis. Then, following the 3D map provided by my solid sense type, I skated beside Shadow Stalker. "Ignore him, Shadow," I said, tweaking my voice. Really, with the fog, texture module and voice modulator, this was just plain unfair. You know he's trying to get a rise out of you. Yeah, fucker's worse than clock. I clutched my heart as though I'd been shot. Ow, come on, now. I'm at least a little funny, right? What the fuck are you talking about? She let out an oddly cute gasp when I kicked her lightly in the shin. I then reached up, grabbed hold of her hood, and yanked it down over her metal face mask. "What the fuck, Aegis? Don't trust your senses, Shadow," I said sagely. "The mist lies. Creed, you son of a bitch." She tried to punch me in the throat but I leaned back out of the way. She then used my off-center position to kick me between the legs. "Bitch wore steel-toed boots, she knew exactly what she was doing. Joke's on her though, I couldn't lose my balance, ever. I brought my left knee up in time to kick her inner thigh, just above the knee, redirecting her shin away from my precious family jewels. Really? A nut tap? You're way too brutal for a hero, missy, I chided. And that language? What would your darling fans say? Piss off, fucktard. I faded back into the mist, just in time to avoid Aegis, who'd probably followed the voices. Shall we play a game of cat and mouse? Shut up. Although, I suppose the question here is who is the cat, and who is the mouse? Sit still and let me shoot you. She howled. She fired at where she last heard my voice, her bolts began flickering black to phase through my armor, but I was long gone. That was one thing I didn't want to risk. Her power could be deadly, and though I was confident in my ability to heal myself, the sedative might pose a problem if I didn't study it first. I took the chance to snatch a few out of the air, putting them inside my expanded hip pouch for later analysis. They could be mundane tranquilizers, or they could be a cocktail made by Arms Master. I didn't know, and finding out ought to be a fun time. Nope, that'd be boring, Shadow. You can't call yourself a huntress if your prey sits still for you, can you? I skated towards her but was forced to dodge when Aegis swept in with a haymaker. He was getting used to navigating in the fog. Had he developed echolocation? Or maybe he was seeing heat signatures in infrared like a pit viper. Whatever his adaptation, good for him, this would be vital training if Burnscar ever came to town. The smoke and fog were quite similar for a man who didn't need to worry about smoke inhalation after all. I still needed to punish him for missing though. This time, I opted to grab his arm and collar as he flew by, twisting in place in a textbook judo throw to hurl him at Shadow. Heads up, Shadow. I called. Shit. Shadow yelped. She turned into a plume of black smoke that contrasted vividly with the pale mist around us. Aegis flew through her, scattering her for a moment before she pulled herself together. Asshole. I couldn't help it. A little quick, but don't worry, Aegis. I hear it's natural the first time inside a woman. He swerved and caught himself before giving me a deadpan stare. Shadow's right. You're worse than Clock. Lies and slander. I'm at least as funny as Mouse Protector. Trust me, she's not funny at all either. You Protectorate types are just too stuffy. No wonder she left. Whatever, Creed. Let's end this. As you please. I think you two have plenty to dissect later anyway. I'll stop pulling my punches then, okay? Just a little. Pulling you holding back. More than you know, I said with a dark chuckle. I leaned forward into a cat-like crouch. Well, here I come. Then, I moved. Psychic aura encased the bolt in my hand, correcting the imperfections in my aim as I hurled it like a throwing knife at the grumpiest ward. I was no marksman, but at this range, with psychic, I didn't need to be. It was a bit like guiding an RC plane, really. That was followed immediately by a thunder wave from my offhand. I hadn't used that move in the city in a while, I wondered if they even remembered I could. Then, just in case she dodged both, I dove into a loping lunge at about half my max speed, twisting in the air into a roundhouse kick. Shadow, over-reliant on her power, simply turned into a black fog in response. That's not going to work, Dumbaha. She shrieked, her taunt turning into a cry of agony. She'd phased through the first bolt, only for the thunder wave that followed to wreak havoc on her gaseous form. That answers that question, I thought. Or maybe she never read my file. I wouldn't put it past her. She spasmed in place and solidified once more. I aborted my kick and caught her gently. It wouldn't do to give her a set of broken ribs while she was barely conscious. Sophia was a bitch and she honestly deserved an ass-kicking, but I was trying to send a positive message here. I couldn't have the Protectorate thinking I was overly violent, even if I could heal her shortly after. I held out a hand to Aegis for a timeout and waited for her to regain her bearings. Then, with another bolt I caught, I pricked her arm. Night-night, Shadow. The ward's leader looked at me warily. Right, you have tasers in your gloves. How did we forget that? They're not tasers. And probably because I don't usually make a habit of showing off. I said with a carefree shrug. I placed her against a concrete wall in a sitting position. I didn't know how long she'd be out for, but the PRT wouldn't give her a tranq dart that she herself couldn't handle. I'm kicking your ass out of the kindness of my heart here, Aegis. I mean, in lieu of going in for power testing. Joy, he said, voice dripping with sarcasm. So, care for a slugfest? You might get some real data about my capabilities. I'm good, thanks. I wasn't the one who wanted to fight in the first place. I really can't convince you to come in. Not a chance. But you're serious about being a hero. I am. You keep questioning me like you don't want me to be a hero or something. I mean, I wouldn't mind being your dastardly nemesis either. Should I rob a bank? I can send some cryptic letter to the Forsberg Gallery saying I'll steal a painting at midnight in 3 days. No, that's... Look, take this as a warning, alright? We'll accept that you're sincere until you break the law. But if you do, all bets are off. I ignored the thinly veiled warning. Trust the part to insist on speaking from a position of strength, even after losing the fight. Yet. We're done here then. I guess we are. Good, because this patrol's been a bust. I mean, I had plans, you know? Targets and objectives of my own. Well, ciao. I stomped down on the ground, creating another plume of mist that obscured his vision. The moment I was out of sight, I became invisible and dashed away. That evening, I pored over the information Saint dug up for me this past week. Saint, as usual, was phenomenal. He had done as I'd bid and gotten me everything related to Coyle or Thomas Calvert, everything. Unfortunately, that completeness of his investigation turned out to be a bit of a mixed blessing. Saint had included everything, from the quarterly financial reports of Coyle's many shell companies to the documents of incorporation to emails and text messages. There were hidden transactions made with what I assumed were mercenary companies, monthly payments made to an entity that might be Toybox, as well as millions of unrelated documents. As it turned out, evil organization or not even Coyle's faction could escape the banality of the daily grind. The overwhelming majority of Saint's collection was worthless, emails bitching about one boss or another, considerations for a new coffee machine for the break room, that sort of thing. At a conservative guess, there was nearly 8 terabytes of information here. I was no investigator or auditor. Saint didn't have any skills I myself couldn't provide. Sorting through this would be an absolute bitch and a half. I let out a quiet sigh and got to work. Saint, mind helping me make sense of all this data? I asked. Gone, Porygon. He pulled his head out of the bowl of toasted almonds that had been his reward and nodded. To start, let's divide the information into 2 groups, Coyle and Calvert. If the company, bank account, or asset is associated with Coyle, put it in one folder. If it's something Calvert did in his civilian identity, put it aside for later. We have to pay lip service to the unwritten rules, so we can't act against those assets, at least not immediately. Gone. Yeah, I know. They're the same person. Still, even just Coyle's data will be plenty to work with for now. Porygon, he trilled and got to work. Coyle was a relative newcomer to the Bay as far as gangs were concerned, he was not a Brockton legacy like Kaiser. Following Ellisbug, he probably found out about Cauldron over the course of months or years. And I knew he spent a few years gaming the market with his power to pay Cauldron back. That still meant he'd been in the city for 3 or 4 years. It was all way too much information for me to filter through manually, especially if I wanted to be productive in other areas. So I then had Saint disregard all of Coyle's assets who had been terminated over the years. And then I had him sort his personnel by the seniority they held in his organization. Bit by bit, I was pruning the massive tree that was Coyle's gang. By the time I turned in for bed, I had a far more manageable map of Coyle's contacts and financial resources to look through. Author's note. Sophia's predator-prey mentality is played up in Fanon, but it's also a wonderful way to get on her nerves. That fight did change its tone as it went on, and that's intentional. Carlos was able to keep up with Rachel's dogs, which all move at highway speeds. I'm going to put that tentatively at 50 mph. He also doesn't tire and has hysterical strength active at all times. The guy doesn't get enough credit for how great his power actually is. Yes, he gets bodied by Bryce here, but not as good as anime Tinker Hacks isn't anything to be ashamed of. In other news, Sophia is a bitch even when she's playing nice. I hope I painted some contrast between Sophia and Carlos' attitudes. Bryce is a troll. A well-meaning troll, but a troll nonetheless. I don't know why, I like writing characters who are a little dickish. Once again, I don't actually know anything about computers. It's honestly gotten to be a bit of a problem because my company wants me to take on more of an IT focus, a background I simply lack. All I know is that Coyle should have something like 3 networks by my estimate, contacts and assets he uses as Thomas Calvert, contacts and assets he uses as C, Accord, Toybox, etc., and a closed system which stores his most pressing secrets to prevent thinkers/tinkers from hacking him into oblivion. P.S. Happy birthday, Peaches. You're the best dear fucker a guy could ask for. Preface. Hey, all. I am back. If you've been wondering where I've been, I take a break from writing, or at least scheduled updates, every December. The spider is back from hibernation though. Happy New Year. It is the year of the wood snake, and euphemisms. Scale 5.4.5 Para Human Response Team. Emily Piggott. 2010, December 5, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I watched in stony silence as the videos played back to back. The first was a spliced together recording of various helmet cam footage from Damascus, courtesy of Dragon. In it, Creed emerged from the medical station and placed himself beneath Ursa Aurora's command before taking the standout role in the operation. He promptly opened communications between the rebels and the Protectorate, closing off one possible combat front. He then proceeded to dismantle Merid, one of the most powerful flyers in the Middle East, a cape analysts compared favorably with the likes of Exalt. He rescued civilians trapped in fires while a blocky drone of some kind took out the Lion Guard's pyrokinetic. Then, as if to prove he wasn't finished, he executed Arsalan, the linchpin of the SRG's power in Damascus, all while acting as a shockingly competent field medic. It was unbelievable. Any one of those things would have been contribution enough. He fought like a veteran of multiple deployments, not someone who was young enough to belong in the wards. His tech was so versatile that the Tinker Collective theory regarding the GOAT's organization was all but assured. Then came the second video. It was an absolute joke, not only compared to the first, but even stand-alone, precisely because the GOAT meant it to be that way. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that this little confrontation had been orchestrated by that shadowy thinker. Creed goaded Shadow Stalker into a fight, promptly handed her ass on a silver platter, then waved the whole thing off as though it was a pre-arranged spar between heroes. It was glaringly obvious that he could have done much worse to the uppity ward. Worse, given she'd been the first to attack, he would have been in the right. Capes were annoying like that. They often functioned on a hit me, see what happens, sort of juvenile posturing. So when Stalker did hit Creed, but nothing happened, that was a message unto itself. The message couldn't have been any clearer if the GOAT wrote it in skywriting: Creed is a hero now. It is in your best interest that he remains a hero. Around me were members of my protectorate, as well as my deputy director. Arms Master, Rennick, and I had seen the footage of Creed's actions in Damascus, but this would be the first time for most of them. Holy shit, Assault said with a low whistle. He was leaning back casually in his chair, foot on the table. I paid it no mind. His irreverence was part of his brand at this point. Were those two the same capes? Because the way they acted was completely different. The situation was completely different, Velocity offered. He was one of the more reliable capes I had, no doubt because of his army background. There is no comparing a riot like Damascus and a chance encounter with two wards. Way I see it, Creed showed a lot of restraint in the second. He clearly knows to use proportionate force. That's not saying much, Battery said. You'd hope every cape knows to draw the line between a murderous human master and Shadow Stalker, especially a hero hopeful. Hope being the operative word here. I don't know about you, but overeager is the nicest word I'd use to describe some capes. Point. I read Ursa Aurora's reports too, but they really don't do him justice, do they? Dauntless added. The hometown favorite had his helmet off and in front of him. Out of all the capes in my employ, he probably had the healthiest work-life balance. I'm glad he knows how to pull his punches. Are we really okay with this? Miss Militia asked. She tried to hide her agitation, but the way her weapon switched to ever larger ordnance gave her mood away. If we're right and Creed is indeed a minor, this should raise some warning flags, ma'am. Explain, how do you figure? I hummed. The GOAT has been guiding him, grooming him into the equivalent of a child soldier. She turned back the video to a scene captured by Flechette's helmet cam. That isn't the stance of a kid out of his depth. That's the stance of a veteran. I had to give that to her. The picture was almost cinematic. Creed's cape billowed dramatically behind him. He was braced perfectly to absorb the recoil of his gun. His posture screamed of determination, someone ready to do what must be done. And he had. He'd killed Arsalan, not because his own life was at risk, but because he deemed that this was the fastest way to end the fighting. Desperate self-defense was one thing, we'd all seen examples of miners lashing out, usually in ill-fated trigger events, but this was different. He'd decided to kill, weighed the pros and cons and came to the conclusion that the world was better off without Arsalan in it. It wasn't the wrong conclusion, but that a boy who was supposedly Ward's age made it, raised a few flags. It spoke of a clinical maturity beyond his years, or maybe a fanatic devotion to the mission, whatever that mission might have been. You believe the GOAT has master powers? I asked, face carefully neutral. Teacher was still a fresh memory for those who'd been around long enough. That wasn't an accusation made lightly. That said, it wasn't an impossible conclusion to come to either. No, ma'am. I don't know what the GOAT has been feeding Creed, but someone who's willing to turn a child into a weapon isn't someone I'd consider a hero. Hold on now, Assault said. He took control of the mouse and flipped back to the video of Aegis and Shadow Stalker's encounter with the Tinker. I get that the little guy's terrifying, but he's also not some unthinking machine, yet. He's clearly got enough presence of mind to laugh at Shadow Stalker. He does. I'm not saying Creed is a mindless weapon, but the GOAT's methods are questionable. I think we have reason to believe the GOAT groomed Creed to be a weapon, maybe with heroic intentions, but it makes me uncomfortable. I think Creed's a lot more mature than we gave him credit for. He might be a bit older, 2, Velocity said. Creed did what he needed to do. Maybe it wasn't the appropriate choice given his age, but he's made it and saved a lot of lives because of it. I think we should leave it at that. Militia let out a carefully controlled sigh. Yes, you're right. I would like my concern noted however, ma'am. Understood. I'll pass our observations along to National, I told her. Given her own past as a child soldier, she could be seeing ghosts that weren't there. Then again, she could be more sensitive to this sort of thing. Either way, following up on the possibility wasn't the worst idea. Actually, while we're on the topic of Creed's behavior, Battery began, has anyone noticed how he interacted with Flechette? He treated her completely differently compared to Shadow Stalker, or even Juiced her and Shelter. Maybe the Tinker Wonder's got a crush, Assault said. Might mean he's around her age, like we guessed. He was kind enough to hold her hair while she threw up, in the middle of the battlefield no less. That doesn't seem like Creed's normal behavior. Yup. He might have sent that duck drone thing to protect her specifically too. I think I saw it use a force field earlier. It did seem responsive to her movements, Arms Master mused. It worked with her to take the Lion Guard's pyrokinetic out of commission. Or, the goat told him to behave that way, Dauntless pointed out. How do we know that it's Creed who's interested in her and not his boss? An unhelpful point, Arms Master replied. I wanted to roll my eyes. He had something against the hometown hero and tended to shoot down Dauntless' observations. If we follow that logic, the reverse could also be true. It could be said that the goat ordered him to act the fool against Shadow Stalker and Aegis, and the way he behaved towards Flechette is closer to his true personality. In fact, that seems more likely when we consider that the confrontation with Shadow Stalker was almost certainly scripted. Hey, yeah, I didn't think of that. I guess if the goat was to take an interest in anyone from New York, it would be another tinker like Shelter. Correct. That would be more in line with his previous interest in Kid Win. So Creed has a thing for Flechette? Are we really holding a meeting to discuss some kid's love life? Velocity asked with a laugh. Even if we say that's true, I don't see what that has to do with us in Brockton. It's not like she's going to transfer here, right? It's not information we can use, and I'd feel really scummy using it at all. Right. It doesn't matter in the end. Just note it in his personality file as a possibility, I said. It shows he is protective of certain people and that's enough for now. Let's move on. Just because we wouldn't be throwing Flechette at Creed didn't mean it wasn't useful information. Any hint of his true personality could help our analysts fill in the giant blank spots in his file. It'd take a lot more than this, but if we gathered enough examples, we could put together a working psychological profile for him. As you say, Director. Rennick tapped the notepad in front of him in thought. Whatever the case may be with Creed's personality, we have other things to discuss. I am particularly concerned with the goat's predictions. Yes, I'm worried about that as well. Arms Master, do you have a Nanothorn project? He looked at us like he'd sucked a lemon. It was something I'd brainstormed on the side. It is not even in its prototype phase yet. The goat knew about that? I guess that proves his thinker chops, Assault said. Either that, or we're compromised so hilariously that we may as well give them the city. The goat is a confirmed thinker. Even before this incident, they were able to discern Kidwin's specialization and offered Dragon valuable information about the physiology of Endbringers. In context, their pessimism regarding the Nanothorn project makes sense. Yet, wasn't there something in Creed's original post about Wales and Miss Militia too? There was, she said carefully. The truth is, I remember seeing a vision when I triggered. It was a dazzling sea of lights, a figure that swam through space and rained down a meteor shower. I suppose it might look like a whale, though I've never thought of it as one until that post. Okay. That's a little freaky. It's not just that, his wife added. She flipped through the recording until it showed Creed's final exchange with Shadow Stalker. I noticed Creed staggered his attacks there. First the crossbow bolt, then the electric attack. Could he have known about Shadow Stalker's weakness to electricity? Probably. Wouldn't surprise me at this point. He also knew her past as a vigilante, remember? Must be nice, having a thinker to give you the inside scoop on everyone. The goat's information has been reliable so far, Arms Master said. I will see if the Nanothorn project holds merit in other applications. Otherwise, I will have to reconsider the way I've allocated my resources. Conduct a thorough search of our systems while you're at it, I said, just in case we've been compromised. The goat is a thinker, but that doesn't mean we should make things easy for them. Understood, Director. There's one final thing he mentioned, Director, Triumph said. The youngest Protectorate hero was the reliable sort, green as grass but dedicated. He also mentioned something about Lady, saying how Shadow should ask you about it. Figured that the fucking thinker would know. I schooled my expression. It wasn't Triumph's fault that he was bringing up bad memories. Rennick winced next to me. He knew, as did most of the senior capes. It wasn't some big secret anyway. That was my code name when I used to be a trooper, I said carefully. I used to pound the pavement like the rest of you. Oh, I didn't know that, he trailed off. He was smart enough to know not to pry further. Good kid, Rory. I kept the meeting moving forward. The goat was exactly the kind of thinker that pissed me off, the kind that managed to be both insufferable and useful. As things stand, we must conclude that the goat and Creed are independent heroes. However, should Creed's change of heart be less than genuine, we are authorized to treat him as an A-class threat. Is that really necessary, ma'am? Miss Militia asked. She undoubtedly felt uncomfortable with putting a teenager on the same threat level as the Slaughterhouse 9 or Nilbogue. Such a designation was usually the precursor to a kill order and mandated heroic responses from multiple cities. I agree he is exceptionally skilled, but nothing. If it was just his combat potential, we'd leave him at a B-class threat rating and be done with it. The real concern is what the goat may know, and be willing to use to damage the PRT. They've been helpful so far, but that is no guarantee of future cooperation. In the event they turn hostile, the priority will be to capture Creed using overwhelming firepower so as to acquire the goat's location from him. Keep in mind, given their knowledge so far, the goat likely knows the secret identities of several heroes. Their organization going villain would be catastrophic. So long as they remain heroes, we will treat them as such. Yes, ma'am. Good. Make sure the wards know not to fight. I don't want another incident with Creed. That was embarrassing enough without it getting plastered all over the news. If we have helmet cams, Creed most certainly does as well. Yes, ma'am. I'll make sure the wards stay cordial. Good. Dismissed. When they all left, I allowed myself a defeated sigh. It was galling to admit, but the PRT's grand strategy when it came to the goat and their organization could be summed up as wait and see. We knew so little that this was all we could do. I hated my job. I hated capes. Even when they were nominally helpful, they were colossal pains in my ass. Author's note. Short chapter, but necessary I think. It's nothing new, but I thought their thought process might be interesting. The PRT really has no idea what to make of Creed. They've never dealt with someone like him before, he's a complete anomaly in many respects. Exalt is Eidolon's right hand and a member of the Houston Protectorate. Animal fact, the baculum is a type of bone found inside of the penis of some species. For example, raccoons, chimps, and gorillas have them but humans do not. Some Native Americans used to use raccoon baculum to pack tobacco inside of pipes. Other than that, they're sometimes worn as ornaments or used as toothpicks. So yes, you can pick your teeth and give a dead raccoon a blowjob at the same time. Thank you for reading. To reach a wider audience, and because I enjoy a more forum-like setup to facilitate discussion, I like to cross-post to a wide variety of websites. You can find them all on my Linktree, https://linktree.ee/fabled.webs. Scale 5.5. Bryce Kelly. 2010, December 8, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I really wasn't sure what to do about Saba. As fond of her as I was, she was ultimately more Sierra's friend than mine. Beyond that, she's a nice person, I didn't actually know a whole lot about her. Which left me in a bit of a pickle. I knew who Parian was, how she'd rapidly transitioned from Parian the Rogue to Parian the Undersider and later Parian the Needlepoint. But that wasn't Saba Azimi. If I had my say, Bakuda and Leviathan would never destroy the bay. Jack would never surgically alter the people under her protection to look like slaughterhouse members. Saba would never feel the pressure to join the Undersiders or make any of the other tough choices. The Saba Azimi I knew currently was soft, kind, and pacifistic. Truthfully, I would prefer she remain that way. I found myself resenting the need for this conversation for much the same reason I refused to recruit my sister as my lieutenant. Sure, they'd be great to have at my side, but I didn't want this kind of life for her. Damascus showed me that I wasn't perfect, I couldn't be the ever-victorious shonen protagonist who won the day with good vibes and gumption. Earthbet was dangerous, and sparing Saba one horrible future just for me to end up making her a target left a bad taste in my mouth. I would do horrible things to keep her safe, just as I would for Sierra. But the truth was, I couldn't guarantee that my protection would be enough. And unlike Sierra, she wouldn't ever go overlooked as just another unpowered mook. I considered and reconsidered my options as I sat at Harvey's Bar and Grill. Technically, I owned the basement. Though I hadn't used it much lately, this was the first lab I negotiated for with Faultline. There was still an old forge where I could make wapometal or distill pyrobloin from volcanic ash. Upstairs, there was a small studio apartment that, on paper, belonged to an out-of-state owner of the bar but was in reality a safe house for either Faultline or me to use. Right now, I was disguised as said owner. He was a chubby man in his 50s with a salt and pepper beard. He looked old, unathletic, and wore the restaurant uniform with a brass name tag. In front of me was a half-eaten plate of fish and chips. In other words, I looked like I belonged here. Saba arrived several minutes early, a bundle of nervous energy. She probably hadn't expected a meetup with a notorious cape to be somewhere so public. Still, she squared her shoulders and came up to me. Are you Harvey? She began. It wasn't the owner's name, but I nodded anyway. I spoke in a gruff, Irish accent. That's right. Who wants to know? Oh. I'm here for a waitressing job. I heard that you guys are hiring. You know what? Sure, let's talk. You ever work in the food service industry before? No, this is my first time, Saba said. She made a show of looking around in frustration. Is it always so loud in here? You're right. Can't hear myself think in here. I slid my plate and a 20 on the counter towards the barkeep and stood. Come on, there's a small office upstairs. I could practically feel her tension as she followed me upstairs. She remembered to find Harvey and say all the right things, but her nervousness was a dead giveaway. Lucky me, the bar was hosting a live karaoke night so no one was paying us much attention. The studio was a simple affair, with a small kitchenette, bathroom, air mattress, and coffee table. I pulled out a thermos of my Tinkertech coffee and poured us 2 mugs as Saba closed the door behind us. Are you the goat? I snapped my fingers and allowed the texture module to bleed away. Sorry, just Creed. Oh. I'm sorry, I wanted to speak with your boss. I have some things I want to talk about. You have powers. You're a fresh trigger. You want to ask the goat about what options you have as a cape. Sound about right? That's... Relax, I'm not here to blackmail you, or whatever other horrible thing you think might happen. Then why did you trick me? Fo said the goat was the one who'd come. That made me chuckle. Saba was so adorably naive at this point. Your mistake was thinking that the goat, a high-level thinker who has so far gone out of their way to remain anonymous to everyone, would, for some bizarre reason, make time to meet a complete stranger, an unknown cape, face to face. She stood to walk away. Then I guess we don't have anything to talk about. Look, thanks for healing my father, really, but I'm not here to play whatever game you're playing. But what if I told you the goat doesn't exist? I said, making her pause at the door. What if I told you that the goat and Creed are one and the same? What if I told you that the goat is a persona fabricated to send everyone else on a wild goose chase? Maybe I was naive too. Maybe I had a few screws loose for telling a fresh trigger about myself. But the more I considered my options, the more I found myself leaning towards the truth. Pokemon, One Piece, Air Gear, and now, Full Metal Alchemist, all taught me lessons that went beyond technology. Friendship. Freedom. Choices. And, the price I might be asked to pay because of said choices. These all made up the Mirage Road to me, my creed, as tacky as that sounded. Now, Saba herself stood at a crossroad. She was being asked to make a choice. In an ideal world, Saba would never have to make this choice. But we were in Earthbet, about as far from ideal as could be. The conclusion I'd reached was that what was ideal wasn't as important as what was. Saba had triggered. She would join the Cape scene, one way or another. With that in mind, didn't I owe it to her to give her as much information as possible? Didn't I owe it to her to give her as strong a start as possible? Information was power. Whatever path she chose, I decided that she would choose knowing all that I could tell her. She turned to me with a skeptical scowl. You expect me to believe that the goat isn't real? That you made them up? Pretty much. I know that sounds crazy, but sit down and listen. Whatever advice you thought to get from the goat, please trust that I can provide the same, and with less of the pageantry. Bullshit. Pull the other one, Creed. Someone would have noticed. I laughed at that. Do you have any idea how ambiguous most thinker powers are? Precogs are rare and usually give answers like purple or the hound barks at noon. When thinkers get a vague answer about a supposed thinker whose information has been proven time and again, they don't think, this person doesn't exist, they think, this person has precautions against thinker powers. That's called confirmation bias, Saba. They come in with certain assumptions and their own power's ambiguity reinforces those assumptions. Why me? Assuming you're not lying, why me? You said the goat would never meet some random person. So, why would you tell some random person this secret? I nodded and slipped down my chin guard. The coffee really was great. It also conveniently removed my voice modulator. Good, you're starting to ask the right questions. Wait, you sound familiar. I would hope so, Sabs, because you're sure as hell not some random person. With that, I removed my helmet and set it aside. You're Sissy's best friend, and my friend too. You deserve the truth. Bryce, she yelled. Sit, have some coffee. And please stop the yelling. The safe house is soundproofed but I'd rather not test that more than necessary. You how? Hush. Now, this is the second time in a week I'm having this conversation, so please, hold your questions until I'm done talking, alright? There's a lot to go over, especially since you're a completely fresh trigger. I'm so confused right now. I know, Sabs. Relax, okay? It's going to be alright. X. Wow. So all of that happened, Sabah said, almost in a whisper. Yup. It's been a busy few months, I replied, leaning back against the air mattress. We didn't have any chairs in the safe house. She crawled closer and gave me a hug. Sabs. Thanks for healing my dad. I wrapped my arms around her shoulders. You're welcome. And sorry I sounded so apathetic, can't really act like I know you in costume. I figured. You've been trying to hint that you could get Amy to help. You really meant you could help, hey? Both. I only learned organic alchemy relatively recently. Thanks. Anytime. You're my friend too, you know. Yet. Hey, Bryce. Does Sierra know you have powers? Bryce, she stressed in that way only big sisters could. She wasn't my big sister, but she did have 3 younger brothers and it showed. It was honestly kind of impressive how much disappointment she could pack into one word. Hey, it's not like you've told Sissy Eve. I did, actually. They were there, she whispered into my shoulder. Not the point. Bryce, you know Sierra's going to throw a fit when she finds out you've been hiding this from her, right? Excuse me, when? Yes, when? I'm not going to tell her, but I think you should. Your sister is strong, stronger than you think. I think she would support you. I know, Sabs. I pulled her into a sideways hug and leaned my head on hers. That's what I'm afraid of. She'll want to get involved. Never mind that she has no powers. Never mind that she doesn't know the first thing about capes. Never mind that she'd be throwing away so much of her life for me. She'll insist on getting involved, on turning herself into a target on my behalf. Bryce. How could I accept that? I'm not almighty, Sabs. And if she got hurt because of me, I don't know what I'd do, but I know it'd make Nilbog look like a petulant child. Even with just the specializations I had, how much damage could I do if I stopped holding back? What if I made an army of Porygon, abandoning the friendship espoused by Pokemon in favor of sheer cyber might? What if I gave every 2-bit thug an artificial Zoan and set them on my enemies, replacing freedom and the thirst for adventure with revenge and domination? What if I stretched my hands towards truth? Would he answer? What would be the price he'd demand of me for power? Lives? Souls? My most cherished memories? I didn't know. What I did know was that I would be sorely tempted to pay that price. There would be very little I would not do to take revenge if something happened to my sister, and right now, anonymity was worth more than any shield module I could craft for her. Sabah was silent in the face of my declaration. I appreciated the warmth. I hadn't realized how close my cape life had come to Sierra. With Sabah's trigger, Sierra herself was that much closer to learning the truth. You're right. I still don't know what my power does exactly, but I think I would do a lot if something happened to Sissy. I haven't told my family either, you know, she said softly. I shouldn't judge you for it. You know so much more about the Cape world than I do. Sorry. There's nothing to apologize for, Sabah. You were trying to spare my sister's feelings. And you're not wrong. It's a conversation that needs to happen. Then. Later, I said. I don't know when later will be, but it'll happen. I need to build a few things, gadgets that will help keep her safe. Yet. When you do tell her, call me first. I want to be there. I will. In the meantime, teach me. Teach me about capes. And that's what I did. Our heart-to-heart turned into a practical lecture on the intricacies of cape politics in the city. I covered the unwritten rules, and more importantly, when they could or would be broken or ignored. I drew on concrete examples such as the capture of Marquis and the assassination of Fleur to make my point. I covered each of the current factions in the city, both heroes and villains. I laid out their greatest assets, threat profiles, and how I thought they were likely to react to provocation given the information I had. Until finally, there was only one thing left to do. I held out a hand. Sabah blinked in question. Your power, let's see it. Oh, it's not that impressive, she said bashfully. It's something to do with fabric control, right? How did the dossier thing? Yet. It's not perfect, but I can guess. In a world without my interference, you would have gained a form of telekinesis that allows you to control threads and fabrics, filling in the space inside each weave. Basically, you could beat people up with a giant teddy bear, I said, carefully not mentioning the other facet of her power. Given she likely got it from watching the death of her father, I didn't think her knowing about it would be helpful. Sabah laughed mirthlessly. She gestured to her outfit, a thick, woolly jacket to ward off the chill, hip-hugging jeans and a set of hand-knit earmuffs with cute penguins on them. That's wrong. I mean, you're going to laugh. Doll Golem sounds so much cooler than what I've got. Tell me. You'll laugh. If my presence somehow butterflied away your power, I want to know so I can tease you. At her pouty glare, I quickly backtracked. I'm kidding, you know I wouldn't. Do I? Okay, but seriously, tell me. There is no such thing as a truly useless power, even those super vague thinker powers I talked about earlier. I bet there's more to it than whatever you've been doing. She sighed and slid her earmuffs over her head. She handed it to me with an adorably pouty frown. Here. I have, straws. I've been calling them straws. I have 3 of these straws that I can sheath over thread. When I make articles of clothing with them, they can be worn by other people. I can sense all fabrics within 30 feet of both myself and my clothes. Hey, that's different. Right? It's useless. Like, why would I need to know that someone across the street is wearing a thong? Sissy said it could be a scouting power, but it feels incomplete, I finished for her. Like there should be more. Yet. Can you telekinetically control these? Yet. I guess I could, give people weak nudges to go in a certain direction without being obvious. I doubted that was all. Powers were, usually not this useless. Shards at least had the good grace to not give powers that could be replaced by a good earpiece. That made me wonder. My hand closed around the earmuffs. Pull. What? Yank as hard as you can. I've already tried testing the force I can put on these. I can pull as hard as if I was holding it with my hands. I mean, I'm not exactly a buff jock. No, but you could strangle someone quite easily, I mused. If this was a scarf? Or the germafiber that my suit's made from? I bet you could do some serious damage, even if you have only your own physical strength. I would never. I know, but what you want and what your power wants are 2 different things. Well, it's not like criminals are going to put on my clothes. I hummed in agreement. This was certainly unusual. You're right. It's almost like you're supposed to strangle your allies. Bryce, that's terrible. Shush, I'm thinking. Which means there needs to be a reason to give these out to people. Communication via subtle telekinesis would be nice, but that can't be it. Does whoever wear this gain any powers? No, Sissy and Michelle already tried that. And nothing happens to you either. Nothing. I nodded. A picture was starting to form in my mind. Sabah, I know this is really intrusive, but what did you feel when you triggered? You said that was a taboo topic. It is, but I want to confirm something. If you'll let me. She took a deep breath. She pulled her knees together and curled in on herself. Slowly, as I rubbed her back, she whispered. I wished I could be someone else. I felt so useless, you know? Weak. I wanted to be as strong as your sister, as confident as Michelle, as useful as Panacea. I guess You wanted to be someone else. Not anyone specific, just, more than yourself. Yet, totally lame, hey. No, not at all. I pulled her into another hug. I would never judge you for your lowest moments, Sabah. But it does confirm something for me. What? It is a lesser-known theory, but the individual's frame of mind greatly impacts the way each power expresses itself, I said. It was indeed a lesser-known theory, in the sense that it was something Wild Bull largely confirmed through Reddit and Discord comments. I suspect that you are a trump. And given your frame of mind, someone who gains rather than gifts power. What does that mean? You know, in less Cape nerdy terms, she joked with a fragile smile. I laughed and bumped her shoulder with my own. Taking the earmuffs, I put them on over my ears. Let's find out. X. Sabah Azimi. Bryce put on my earmuffs and my world exploded. The range of my fabric sense expanded a foot to my left, but that was nothing. I put it out of mind in favor of the tidal wave of information that flooded into my mind. It was overwhelming. I saw thousands of circles lined with intricate script that I could not read. Each symbol felt poignant, laden with double meanings. They were, summoning circles? No, not summoning, alchemy. There was more. I saw blueprints for metal prosthetics that interfaced perfectly with the human nervous system. They were amazing enough by themselves, but some had hidden knives and other weapons. Others had guns, cannons, or even a rotating minigun. Heck, one was even a chainsaw that could operate in Arctic temperatures. I clutched my head, willing the migraine to pass. Ow. Sabah. I heard Bryce say. He was worried about me, just like Sissy. Are you okay? Do you feel any different? 1 second. I'll be fine. Slowly, over the course of several minutes, my headache subsided. I clearly received powers from capes who wore my enhanced clothing, 3 straws, just like Eidolon's 3 powers, but if this kind of headache was normal, I doubted I'd ever be able to change my power set mid-combat. I think I know how to do alchemy. So I was right then? You get powers? I still remember how to use my own tech, so that means you're not a power thief, just a copier. Yeah, I can also make auto-mail. Yup, that's what they're called. He nodded. He ran a hand along the earmuffs. And the fact that you have enough telekinetic control to take the clothes away, or even strangle me, implies that something bad might happen to you if I get hurt or die while wearing this. I wouldn't. What's with you and the strangling? Shards are assholes. Anyway, I suspect that if I get severely injured, there might be some kind of mental feedback to you, so your power has the telekinetic subset to help you detach yourself from a distance if necessary. That makes sense. Let's not test that. Bryce obviously disagreed. He pulled a knife from one of his many pouches, yanked off his glove, and then stabbed himself without even a single moment of hesitation. Bryce. What the hell? He winced but said clinically. Okay, nothing. No feedback? That's good. No, it's not fucking good. Why the hell would you do that? Where's the first aid kit? Relax, Saba. I can heal myself, remember? Recover, he said, voice still calm. A glowing light covered him before the wound stitched itself shut. See? Nothing to it. What exactly had he been through to make this seem like nothing? Clearly, he'd left out a lot of details when he gave me that summary. Don't ever hurt yourself again, I snapped. I can. I don't care. I don't want to see you hurt yourself. Yeah, okay. This really was the best time to test it though. Saba, if there is a negative aspect of your power, it's best to know in a controlled environment than find out while you're in the middle of a fight, he said. He began cleaning up the blood as though nothing had happened. Still. Don't do that to yourself. You almost gave me a heart attack. Alright, I'm sorry. I guess we can't know what happens if I die. Don't joke about that. Yet. If I had to guess? I think you might inherit whatever power you copied from the cape on a permanent basis. I looked at him, horrified. You think my power is supposed to get my own allies killed so I could empower myself permanently? He shrugged helplessly. Like I said, shards are assholes. It's not like we'll know until it happens, so let's move on. Alright, I muttered, shelving that nightmare fuel deep inside my mind. Can you use recover? What? That healing light I did. It's not Tink or Tech. It's aura, the light of the soul. Close your eyes. I did so. Good. Now look deep within. Use your soul to nourish your body. Your body is the vessel, so fill it until the light of your soul overflows. Can you do that? I have no idea what you are talking about. You sound like a fortune cookie. Okay, so you don't get aura. How about your eyes? Do they feel any different? No, why would my eyes change? He leaned forward, big, expressive blue staring into my soul. No twinkle eyes either. Good, it would have been really weird if your power gave you augments. What are those? Bryce, did you do surgery on yourself? I asked, a little panicked now. No, not surgery. And don't worry, it's been checked over by Panacea, he reassured. That did make me feel better, but his sheer nonchalance was still concerning. Okay, a few more tests. I'm not letting you play doctor with me, Buster. Nothing like that. He raised his hand towards me. Before I knew it, I was surrounded in a blue glow and hovering a few feet off the ground. He twisted me around until I was floating upside down. I felt blood rush to my head. Bryce, what the hell? Relax, Saba, I won't drop you. Now, if I did, do you think you could land on your feet from this position? No. I'm not a cat. What if I left you on top of a power pole? Could you walk the lines like a tightrope? That's not humanly possible. It is, just really hard for a normal person. It would be more than doable if you had the biomass gyroscope, so you don't have that either. Let me down. I landed on the cushion gently. Oh, sorry. We know that you don't have any of the augmentations I did to myself. That's good, those take a while to get used to. Okay, I took a deep breath. I'd never seen this side of Bryce before. He was always so chipper, a little sarcastic in that way all little brothers were, usually somewhat reserved too. This version of Bryce, the Tinker, was new. I wasn't sure I liked this side of him. You're starting to scare me. He paused and blinked, as if coming back to himself. I'm sorry, Saba. I guess I let the testing get away from me. Yeah, Girls don't like being manhandled like that. Sorry. We're done with that though. I only have a few things I want to confirm with you. Please. Fine, I do want to know what all I can do. Excellent. He handed his glove to me, the one he'd taken off earlier. It had an intricate alchemy circle on the back of the hand. Put it on. Do you think you can use it? I'd find an injured lab rat or something for you to test yourself on, but... No. No live animals, I shook my head emphatically. There was a reason I hadn't gone into medicine despite Dad's encouragements. I didn't have the stomach for that kind of thing. The dissections in high school biology were bad enough. Everyone told me that I'd get used to it, but I didn't want to get used to it. Yeah, I figured. You should be able to at least activate the circle though. How do I do that? Focus. Draw energy and direct it. It helps to imagine the circle as irrigation channels and your power as the water filling in a preset design. I tried, I really did. Several minutes later, I had nothing to show for it. I handed the glove back to him. I don't think it's working. No, I guess not. Why? Can you tell me what you think you're missing? I don't know. It's like... I know the formula. I think the symbols make sense, sorta, but I just don't have whatever power is needed to trigger them. He hummed and began to mutter under his breath. I caught only one in every few words. I see. Aura, tectonic forces, but translated, all fictions, wouldn't have the aura. Shards. So, what's the verdict, Doc? Your power is heavily limited in what it gives you. Yeah, I noticed. I have all this alchemy knowledge, but can't use any of it. You can make automail. The engineering skills necessary should complement your own academic background perfectly, he pointed out. And he was right. I'd been an engineering student before I switched majors after all. I understood the implications. I could probably go home and soup up my toaster or something. That's true. I shouldn't get frustrated, I said with a sigh. It just feels like there's a huge chunk of my power that I can't use, but even just the automail is incredible. You mean my power, he said slyly. But yeah, a few more tests if you don't mind. No more throwing me around like a doll. Sure. Do you know martial arts? I did taekwondo for like 2 weeks when I was 10. Muay Thai? Capoeira? How about aikido? No. Nope. Nada. Why do you know those? General combat use, excellent for riding my ATS, and I needed a martial art that focused on non-lethal takedowns, he said, ticking each off on his fingers. It struck me then that Bryce wasn't just a tinker. Or even a thinker-tinker hybrid. He really did go out of his way to cultivate new skills, all to be a better cape. I wasn't sure what creed was yet, but Bryce put his whole heart into it. It was admirable in a way. I definitely wasn't that dedicated to anything when I was a high school freshman. Hell, I wasn't that dedicated now. Well, I don't suddenly know skills I didn't have before. Okay, so nothing except technical knowledge. He pulled out a pistol and set it atop the coffee table, an ornate, 6-chamber revolver like in those westerns. Then, with practiced hands, he promptly dismantled it into several pieces. This is my Walker pistol. Now, reassemble it. Okay. I managed. It wasn't as if I'd ever handled a gun before, but I wanted to prove myself to Bryce somehow. He was my friend? Little brother figure? Mentor now? I didn't want him to think I was this weepy, helpless girl he needed to watch over 24/7. 4 minutes later, I had the original piece back in place. I leaned back with a satisfied smile. There, not too bad for my first time, right? Terrible, actually, he said, deflating my ego. But that also tells me something. Like what? It tells me that you didn't gain an instinctive knowledge of how to use my tech, just the technical aspects. And even then, I suspect you only received the tech within my current specialization, not whatever I'd built before. Tell me, can you make an expanded bag? Like a video game inventory? Yes. No. I want one, by the way. Later. What about my ATS, he said, gesturing to his skates. The Crown Chimera. If you put them on right now, do you think you can ride them? Sure, if you want me to smear my face across the block, I said dryly. I have no idea what your skates are made of beyond complicated. Okay, so just the automail this time. Right. I think so. There's also a ton of early 20th century technology that I now know how to build. Like, I'd never thought about the internals of a locomotive, but I can make one if I had the time. Is that normal? He nodded. It's expected. My specialization shifts and that's part of the current package. Okay, there's one last test. Shoot. He took off the earmuffs, plunging me back into metaphorical darkness. Can you retain the knowledge you had? I tried to hang on to the power, but the blueprints I thought I knew fled my grasp like wisps of smoke. No, sorry. We'll try this again in a week. My specialization should shift on the 18th. So I'll be able to build more things. You should. You should also lose any knowledge of automail. I wasn't sure I liked that. On one hand, more blueprints. Maybe his new specialization would have a bigger variety of things I could make. On the other hand, the sheer complexity of engineering knowledge represented by just a standard automail was incredible. Can I keep the power? Like, can you keep wearing the earmuffs? Depends. Have you shown Sierra the earmuffs? Oh. Yet. Then no. That'd be a big hint that something's up with me. Before I could get too down, he said, tell you what though. I'm going to give you germa fibers. They're the same super tough fibers that make up my suit. You can make me a glove to replace one I already have. But then I'd only be able to use your power if you were wearing your costume. Can I make you a cute bracelet then? You know what? Sure, go ahead. Thanks, Bryce, I said sincerely. For my dad, teaching me about my own power, everything. I'm sorry it came to this, he said with a bittersweet smile. In a perfect world, you wouldn't need to make this choice. What choice? This. All of it. You are now better informed about Capes and this city's geopolitics than most. You now understand your power. What do you want to do? I thought I'd help you. He shook his head. No, that's not why I'm giving you access to my power. It's not. You're your own person, Sabs. I'm not going to tell you how to use your power. I mostly called you out here to give you all the information you need to make a choice, not to dictate what that choice should be. I don't know. I'd always been a conflict-avoidant person. It was a big part of why I admired my best friends so much, because they had the confidence to speak when I didn't. The thought of fighting. I don't want to fight. Then don't. Be a rogue. Fess up to Amy and make her a bracelet. At the very least, you should get her bioscanning power, probably a watered-down version of her healing too. Wouldn't that make me a target? Yeah, which is why I'd deck you out in enough shields and weaponry to wage a small war. Another option is to get Eric Pelham, Shielder, involved. You probably wouldn't get flight, his flight sucks ass anyway, but even a watered-down version of his shield would be an incredible layer of protection. I don't know if I want that kind of attention. So pick something else. You'll always have a tinker power in me if you want it. Healing is the obvious choice for you, but that doesn't mean it's your only choice. I know. I'll have to think about this more. Take your time, Sabs. Just, please promise you won't do anything until you consult me. I promise. I gave him one last hug before making for the door. Thanks again, Bryce. You're welcome, Saba. Author's note. Not fully happy with Saba, but met. I've come to terms with the fact that I'm just plain bad at emotions. I don't think I'll ever be fully satisfied with one of these dialogues. I thought long and hard and decided that Saba can copy the tinker of fiction, at least, in a heavily limited context. If it wasn't clear from the interaction, Saba's shard doesn't understand metaphysical concepts. I said earlier that aura equals chi equals chakra equals any other fictional energy for the purposes of the tinker of fiction. Because of this, Bryce uses his aura as the conduit to channel tectonic forces into the circles to practice alchemy. This means that Saba's shard is running into a problem. Geothermal energy plus X plus alchemy circle equals profit? Except, for Saba's shard, that X is an incalculable variable. It doesn't know what aura is, so it's banging its head against a brick wall. It understands the symbols. It can recreate the circle perfectly. It just lacks that extra metaphysical oomph to truly complete the circuit. Saba is weaker, strictly speaking, than Canon. She will never be the girl who can wrestle an Endbringer, or Titan, to a standstill using a corpse puppet. In exchange, she is one of the few characters in Worm who are truly free to choose their skill set, and thus, their role in life. Scale 5.6. Bryce Kelly. 2010, December 10, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. The rest of the week came and went. Saba texted me to say she'd been brainstorming a few ideas, but had yet to decide on just what she wanted to do with her cape life. I was fine with that. Hell, I'd be satisfied if she decided she didn't want a cape life at all. Amy was busy with her own life but gave me a pack of lychee-flavored peanuts to show me that she was interested in the less harmful aspects of biotin curing. The flavor was good, nutty and sweet with that distinct, floral aftertaste, but she'd managed to infuse the peanuts with a higher water content from lychee, making them feel a little soggy in the mouth. I also worked to expand my production capabilities, purchasing 4 more drones from Big Rig in exchange for 4 soda engines. Those new drones were immediately set to assemble more soda engines for Damascus. Strider knew to pick them up sometime this weekend. As for me personally, I made sure to be visible near the docks, or more specifically, near Redmond Welding. I also trained, working to turn my thunder wave into a proper thunderbolt. TMS weren't really on the table anymore. I still remembered how taxing it was on my brain after downloading Protect, Recover, Thunder Wave, and Psychic, but given that I had aura of my own, there wasn't really any reason I couldn't develop the move on my own. It was slow going, but I made some progress in increasing the amperage. During the evenings, I mostly copied the notes on inorganic transmutation and materials science as Edward Elric, Alex Armstrong, and Roy Mustang knew them. Their expertise covered a huge breadth of topics, from gases to minerals to the art of directly transmuting mechanical parts, but I considered this roundabout learning process more fruitful than simply copying transmutation circles. It was the typical fishing analogy: if I copied a transmutation circle, I could use Roy's explosive alchemy immediately, but I would miss the underlying principles behind why it worked the way it did. On the other hand, if I copied their notes in totality, I would have a stockpile of literature to continue to teach me alchemy long after this specialization came and went. Rather than eat the fish now, I preferred to learn to fish. That said, the notes were incredibly fun to read, unlike Marco and Tucker's. Each alchemist encrypted his notes with a cipher of his own devising. As I understood it, it was a rite of passage, as well as a way for Ames tries to guard what would be considered state secrets. Edward kept his in the form of a travel log so complex that Alphonse, despite being his brother and traveling with him, couldn't read it. Alex, the strong-arm alchemist, encoded his notes in the form of a workout plan. Pull the bus 50 times, could mean 50 tons of material was the limit for a particular transmutation formula. Or, it could mean that he literally dragged a bus across a city block 50 times to work out his back muscles. I wouldn't put it past the guy. By far, Roy took the cake for the most amusing read. Roy's notes were all disguised in the form of a diary, which wasn't itself a bad thing, except that every goddamn entry was about some woman he'd presumably slept with. A sample read thusly. Jasmine always manages to find the most elegant perfume. Thyme and rosemary make her feel down to earth, while a hint of lavender reminds me of the botanical garden where we first met. She truly is like a breath of fresh air on a warm, humid morning. Names of herbs referred to different elements in the air, except when used as the name of a woman, such as Jasmine. A secondary passage which described Jasmine's other qualities, eyes, nose, lips, helped pin down the concentration of each. Other phrases had a great deal of meaning as well. Down to earth literally meant the reaction would create a combustible gas that was heavier than atmospheric air, causing it to sink and cover the ground. A breath of fresh air was a reference to one of his past mission logs, in which he'd filled a rebel bunker with the gas before detonating it with everyone inside during the Ishval Civil War. Any weather described as warm and humid usually meant the gas could have a lingering effect that was bad for one's health. Wow, bro, I didn't know you were a writer, my sister said as she loomed behind me. I mean, that's a lot of purple prose to say she smells nice, but you do you. Sierra, what the hell? I yelped, face flushing. I hastily slammed my laptop shut. Clearly, locks were no fucking good when I forgot to use them. Why are you in my room? Mom made dinner and you wouldn't answer. I looked at the clock. 6:45. Saint should have stopped me 15 minutes ago. Then I remembered that I'd sent him off on a scouting mission to Coil's base. We already had a good map of Coil's network and financial holdings, but those were all connected to the internet in some form or another, chiefly because even a Bond villain had to file papers. If Coil was half as smart as he thought he was, he'd also keep a secondary network that was completely closed off from the internet, and thus Saint. I suspected that most of his contingency plans, such as the bombs I knew he had in his base from Cannon, would be detailed in such servers. Now that we'd mapped everything else in Coil's organization, I'd sent Saint to hide inside the laptop of a mercenary captain. When said captain entered the base, Saint was to leave the laptop and find one of their isolated servers. I expected him back in a day or two, which meant he wasn't around to warn me of Sierra being Sierra. I let out a sigh. How much did you see? From my fingertips ran over her curves, leaving smoldering trails that threatened to ignite the air, she said, grinning like a cat that caught the canary, fished out the goldfish, and got into the milk pail all at once. So, you're into writing lurid romance, hey? I'm not, I protested. It didn't matter that I was mentally old enough to be her father. I couldn't stop my body from flushing beet red in embarrassment. It's not what it looks like. Of course not. It's an English assignment, right, little bro? Yes, that's it. It's for English. So you won't mind if I tell Mom about your schoolwork? You know, maybe I can help. I sighed, defeated. Shit like this made me want a Men in Black specialization, just for that amnesia pen. What do you want, sis? She grinned victoriously. This is prime blackmail material. Forget you saw it. Please. I don't know, Bryce. What do I get out of it? I'll stop making fun of your hair. Nat, I'm used to you being a brat. A foot massage. Not good enough. I'm curious now, I want to read it. Nope. No way. Come on, I wanna know what you think dating looks like. It's not like you've ever been on one. I clutched my heart in pain. Your words, they hurt me. Please? I promise I won't laugh. We both know that's a lie. I placed my hands on her shoulders. Sierra, look at me. What you saw me writing wasn't a trashy romance novel. It was the encrypted formula for various exothermic reactions. I was writing a how-to guide for making homemade explosives. She snorted. Sure, Bryce. What's more likely? That my baby brother is a genius who's also plotting to become a domestic terrorist, or that my baby brother is horny and thinks porn is too lowbrow for him. I stood and made for the door, feeling rather dead inside. Being so much more mature than my peers, I'd almost forgotten what crippling embarrassment felt like. Leave it to my sister to prove that no amount of mental age would be enough to avoid sibling mockery. Nope. I'm done. It's dinner time. Bryce, come on. What's your laptop password? She sang. It's Sissy should eat a dick. I shot back as I retreated downstairs. X. 2010, December 11th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. When I awoke Saturday morning, it was to find Saint digging through my bottom drawer for his crusted almond stash. He'd actually shrunk a bit with his evolution, rounding off the edges and losing about half a foot of height and nearly 10 pounds of weight. At 2 feet tall exactly, he was now just small enough to squirm his way into the bottom drawer of my desk. It wasn't a comfortable fit, but he could get his head in, and judging by the crunching nuts and the wiggling of his red, rounded butt in the air, he was having the time of his life. I shook my head in exasperation but left him to it. The little guy deserved the snacks after all the work he'd put in. Now that he was back, I could move forward with the second phase of my murder the snake without turning the city into an even bigger shithole than it already is plan. It wasn't enough to just kill the guy. I knew where Calvert lived. Killing him wasn't the issue. No, I wanted to take him off the board without the various dead man's switches he'd arranged. It wasn't just the bombs. His death would release the identity of every hero in Brockton and several more elsewhere. The same went for the identities of villains. While I didn't give a fuck about Max Anders, I didn't want to know what that egomaniac would do if he lost Medhall and the bulk of his power and prestige. Sure, I could have Saint block off all electronic transmissions, but the internet wasn't the only way to disseminate information, merely the fastest. I wouldn't put it past him to blackmail people in TV and radio stations to follow certain procedures. Or, if even one mercenary knew about those names and got away, they could cause problems down the line. If I had my way, I would have Dragon here to assist. She would work with Saint to control the digital fallout while I hit the base and handled the physical side of things. Unfortunately, given that Saint was an AI and I had every intention of executing Coil extrajudicially, I deemed that involving her would only complicate matters. I could go take care of the shittier Saint before hitting Coil, but I'd left the snake alive longer than I was entirely comfortable with already. Nor could I just leave the city for a week on a whim to go assassinate the Dragon Slayers. Even if I knew where they were, I had commitments here. So, the slightly less gratifying but steady route it was. Saint and I spent that morning parsing through Coil's data with a fine-toothed comb one last time. It was monumentally tedious work, even with an AI in my corner, but necessary for the narrative I wanted to craft. We separated out his cape and civilian assets, then conspicuously removed all mentions of the Undersiders as assets. In fact, Saint helped me falsify documents to imply that they were a minor enemy faction he intended to take over from within, not unlike the merchants. Likewise, we scrubbed any evidence of him breaking the unwritten rules against the Empire or PRT as well as any hint at his base's location. I didn't want any OL idiot to attack Coil before I was ready after all. This final revision took us most of the day. Finally, we made multiple copies of the evidence covering his cape identity before forwarding it all to Watchdog's Financial Crimes Hotline, the local PRT, FO, and the Foghorn for good measure. That was it, that was phase 2. Coil was a precog, and when simply decapitating the snake wasn't an option worth considering, the ideal way to deal with one was to control the narrative, keep him from asking the right questions. Most importantly, I had to make him believe he still had options. There were things I could do if Coil behaved outside my predictions, but if I had him pegged correctly, then he'd come to all the wrong conclusions on his own. Now, all I had to do was wait. Come on, Saint, let's head out to sea. I want to stretch my legs a bit, I said, clipping my pokenav to my belt. As fascinating as inorganic alchemy was, I couldn't afford to neglect my physical conditioning. Gone? Pori. You'll be in my pokenav anyway. You can monitor the fallout just as easily while training as you can from here. Porygon. X. Thomas Calvert. I was under attack. None of my men had been killed, arrested, or even questioned. No one betrayed me, at least not knowingly. I confirmed it through hours of torture. And yet, there was no denying that the goat had turned their gaze towards me. I suspected they'd been planning to move against me for a long time. This public vivisection of my criminal empire certainly implied such. No one, not even a thinker, could gather that much evidence on short notice, which meant I'd been blind to this threat for too long. I shot a random mercenary in the kneecap to hear his screams. He had little else to do, so he may as well make himself useful as my stress relief. I'd told myself that Creed was too flamboyant, too good at what he did. I'd guessed that he had backers long before the goat made their organization known. Tattletale confirmed the presence of a thinker, of information that was impossible to acquire otherwise. I'd guessed at what they were doing. And I'd still fallen for the oldest trick in the book. Creed was a distraction. He'd always been a distraction. He acted the fool and occasionally dropped just enough nuggets of truth to attract attention. He made a nuisance of himself, yet was helpful enough to force a more measured response from all sides. All the while, the goat worked from the shadows, slowly vivisecting my network until they were ready to strike. It reminded me so much of myself that I almost wondered if they were truly as heroic as they claimed. Smoke and mirrors, applied to selectively blind the audience. It was a tactic I intended to use with the undersiders. They would rise while I pulled their strings from the shadows. It was simple, brilliant, and oh so infuriating. For once, I found myself on the other end of an assault from a mysterious thinker. I took a deep breath. Lambasting myself over and over again served no purpose. I closed the timeline and opened another fork. In one, I offered my men platitudes. I set combatants on high alert and the techies working to save what we could before Watchdog really got moving. We would need to move more cautiously, maybe lay low in my Cape identity for a few weeks, but my core network was salvageable. In the other, I sat in my office and did nothing. It was important to give myself space to think. I could afford to make mistakes, I was a man built on mistakes, but that was no reason to be reckless. No, once I sat down to consider their actions, I realized that their attack was a small treasure trove of information. To start, they were heroic, almost to the point of naivete. This attack was so measured that it almost didn't count. It was the equivalent of throwing a probing jab in boxing or firing a warning shot over someone's head. They'd released the names of every mercenary under my command, the various crimes they'd committed, and evidence of my contracts with Toybox detailing precisely what I'd equipped them with. Details of my various shell companies and proxy entities I'd used to commit financial crimes were likewise released. The goat had also found out about my intervention on that male nurse, Pitter's, behalf. That was fine. It was all salvageable. The men would need to remain inside for a while to let the heat die down now that their faces were plastered all over the net. The contracts with Toybox were hardly secret, though having law enforcement know how many shots each laser rifle could fire before overheating was annoying. If anything, the most damage had been caused by the loss of Pitter before I could spirit him away. Competent medical professionals who could be manipulated so easily were hard to acquire. I'd likely owe Accord a favor to help me identify another such target. That seemed to be a theme. Nothing the goat did here was permanent or truly crippling. It all seemed as if they were telling me, I'm watching you, rather than trying for a decisive strike against my operations. Conspicuously absent were the locations of my base, my own ties to the part, and the identities of the understeers. The latter two were privileged information, even within my network, which told me that my network was not fully compromised. They'd been hasty. Fool. Keeping my base hidden was obvious. I was unsure how deeply they'd penetrated my network, but given they didn't seem to know my identity, they would want something in reserve to threaten me with at a later date. Or maybe they wanted to keep me where they could see me for whenever they ordered Creed to take me in. They did seem to be cultivating Creed as a heroic figure after all. I could see how a solo victory against a gang, no matter how minor I was considered, would elevate his reputation in the city. But then why attack now at all? I muttered in frustration. They were heroic. If the ultimate goal was to arrest me and bring down my organization, this probing attack was less than useless to them. Were I in their place, I would have amassed an overwhelming force to take me out in one fell swoop, not warned me with this half-assed attempt. Maybe they intended to absorb me into their organization? That might explain the gentler hand, but if this was their way of showing they were the superior thinker, it was a stupid way to go about it. No. The goat wasn't stupid. I refused to underestimate my enemies. Assuming they wanted to forcibly absorb my organization, they would have remained silent until they had my civilian name before backing me into a corner and giving me an offer I can't refuse, not unlike as I'd done with Tattletale. Could it be that the goat had subordinate thinkers? Their own Tattletale. In which case, this premature nonsense might have been the actions of a rookie hero looking to impress their boss. That still didn't fit exactly, but it wasn't as though I knew the inner workings of their organization. I looked over the damage reports again and did my best to ignore the mounting headache. No, this wasn't the work of a novice. The section covering the undersiders wasn't just incomplete, it was falsified, and so convincingly that no one who didn't already know otherwise would question it. Gru being the leader and him having never met me were true enough, but the file named Tattletale as my mole in the gang of teenage capes, someone whose goal it was to subvert them from the inside out. Besides Tattletale herself, this version of our relationship put more distance between the Undersiders and myself. Which made me wonder, was I really the recruitment target? Was the goat trying to redeem the Undersiders? As laughable as that notion was, it fit with their known operations. They took Creed and turned a class clown villain into a hero even legend acknowledged. That was a better redemption story than that joke, Shadow Stalker. Truthfully, I had to admit that the goat chose their targets well. In another life, with someone else to pull their strings, I could see how each might have been willing to join the wards or operate as an independent. Brian loved his sister and would happily flip sides if he thought he could better provide for her. Jean-Paul was on the run. He would follow anyone so long as it kept him away from his father's clutches. Rachel was naturally combative, but her loyalty was to her dogs. So long as Creed could heal dogs as well as humans, that loyalty was an easy social lever. And Lisa, she didn't need a reason to jump ship. That got me thinking. What if Lisa was already compromised? What if this was something she'd helped them prepare? She was the real prize and the Undersiders and the goat certainly expressed their interest. This could be their plan to isolate the Undersiders and prepare them for assimilation. In which case, I collapsed the timelines and ordered Lisa brought to me. It was time for a more thorough interrogation. She knew nothing. I questioned her in both timelines, verifying her answer with gratuitous torture. I tore out her fingernails, slowly sawed off her legs, and had the broken girl bathed in salt. I had her drugged, beaten, and abused in every manner I could think of. I'd even allowed some of my more experienced men to get creative in their enhanced interrogation methods. Still, even after hours and countless timelines, I was forced to conclude that Lisa truly had no contact with the goat. I collapsed the timelines again and faced my least loyal subordinate. She sat on the hard, uncomfortable chair before me, visibly impatient. She was nervous, as she always was, though she tried her best to put forth a brave front. Are you certain Creed and the goat are heroic? I asked, more for the sake of it now. I told you, 100%. Creed's looking for us, you know. He's been snooping around the neighborhood, she said, snorting derisively. I split the timelines so I could put a round into her head for her cheek. Does he know where your base is? Oh, for sure, she said, oblivious to her countless horrible fates. Perhaps I would have her fed to Rachel's dogs next time. He knows where we live but can't do anything because he's a good little hero and won't break the unwritten rules. Good. We can use his self-imposed limitations against him. Yup. He's been wasting time casing the area while we've just been hanging out. I figure we can relax for a week or two before our next job, pick our battles. I nodded and dismissed her. She knew nothing more than I did about the cyber attack by now. As enjoyable as breaking her was, there was no longer any point. I had to accept that I'd gathered as much information as I could internally. This wasn't ideal, I was still working with far less intel than I'd like, but I couldn't deny the shiver of excitement I felt. Finally, there was a worthy opponent, a rival thinker who could hold their own. The goat had struck the first blow, but their naivete and insistence on redeeming villains provided an opportunity for me to regroup. They seemed fond of the Undersiders. If nothing else, they had plans for the group of misfits. In that case, why not use that? If I sent out the Undersiders, would they send Creed? I doubted the exact nature of the job would matter, but there was no reason I couldn't build them a more tempting target. How fascinating. Creed could easily dismantle my patsies, but much as his spar with Aegis and Shadow Stalker, their interaction itself might provide valuable information. And it wasn't as though I couldn't spring my team from lockup whenever I pleased. Yes, the more I thought about it, the more sure I felt. The goat probably planned to make their pitch while my minions were in lockup. They were underestimating me, not realizing the depth and breadth of my reach. I would lose nothing, test the team's loyalty, and probe the goat's long-term plans, all while getting a more in-depth look at Creed's capabilities. Author's note. Yes, Sierra now thinks her little brother writes terrible romance and smut. That idea is firmly in her head now. Even if when Sierra finds out about his cape identity, she'll never believe that those were research notes of the SFW variety. A Porygon is 2'7" and 80 pounds according to the Pokédex. A Porygon 2 is only 2 tall and 71 pounds. For whatever reason, it is one of the few Pokémon that actually loses mass when it evolves. Scale 5.7. Bryce Kelly. 2010, December 14, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. Winter break began this week, something all students were grateful for. Given all the irons I had in the fire, I had a few more reasons to celebrate school letting out than most. I aced my exams, gave a speech about the Canary trial in my World Issues class, and did my best to pretend I was a functional adult and not the tiny high school freshman that I was. Quiet bedlam. As oxymoronic as it was, that was exactly what was happening in the city. I'd left Coyle to stew and regroup after releasing most of the information I'd gathered about his organization. For 4 days, I watched as he recoiled back into his shell, like a snail that had just encountered a trail of salt. Judging by the messages Saint intercepted, he believed that I didn't know his identity. Hell, he thought my ultimate objective was to flip the Undersiders, redeem them and add them to my organization. That got a good chuckle out of me. Given the public relationship between Creed and the Goat, it wasn't an unreasonable assumption to make, especially after this half-assed probing strike, but I had no interest in them. They were potential assets, true, and not altogether terrible people, but they each came with a great deal of baggage that I didn't want to deal with. It did mean that he'd put some distance between himself and Tattletale, however. Other than calling her into the base once, probably to have her tortured for information, he hadn't contacted her at all this week. If I had to guess, he suspected that I'd already flipped her, or that I'd reach out soon enough and she'd turn on him on a dime. Some mercenaries were captured by regular law enforcement. Since they had no cape identity, they couldn't claim protection from the unwritten rules. A few of them were caught with their metaphorical pants down and picked up at bars, apartments, and the like. A handful would be prosecuted for outstanding cases, but some were also only being held for questioning. Professionals that they were, they remained silent, giving away nothing about their employer. Others had been acting as moles in various organizations when my little data bomb dropped. Whether they survived long enough to regroup with Coyle depended on where they were and what they were doing. I knew for a fact that Lung slow-roasted one. Hook Wolf had another 2 in his fighting pits before Cricket Mercy killed them. The moles inside the part, Calvert excluded, were quietly rounded up, and without even a thank you DM to me, rude pricks that they were. It was, as stated, quiet bedlam. There were no shootouts in public. Streets weren't cordoned off and people weren't being evacuated. No curfew was in place and the average citizen knew nothing of what was happening beyond that Coyle's financial empire was compromised by a heroic thinker. And yet, the landscape of the city changed in these 4 days. I'd only struck at Coyle, depriving him of resources and forcing him to blind himself for a bit, but other organizations took note. Whether the Empire or ABB, they looked inward for any more moles, sometimes starting witch hunts against their own. And all throughout, I quietly waited and watched, gathering information like a dragon hoarding treasure. While the various factions dealt with the ripples, I'd sent a few dozen soda engines to Damascus via Strider, worked on perfecting my inorganic alchemy, gave Saba a few bolts of germa-fiber cloth, and endeavored to include Amy in my projects. Are we sure this will work? Amy asked as she held the metallic limb in her hand. She turned it every which way but frowned in disappointment. I can't tell how it's supposed to attach to a joint. Of course it will, I assured her. Amy likely couldn't examine the automail because it wasn't organic. She was a striker, not a tinker. And it's meant to attach via several sensors embedded into the muscles and anchored directly into the bone. The sensors read nervous impulses and move the limb accordingly. I gently lifted Lily the spaniel from her cage and placed her onto the table. I wasn't sure what was more disturbing, that I could find a dog missing a leg on short notice in this city, or that I convinced the worker at the animal shelter to shove her in a cage for me for $50. No ID, no forms, not even a cursory "what's your name?" After getting myself a test subject, I'd headed back to the gull rest and fed the poor thing before sedating her and giving her a warm bath. Once Amy arrived, we made sure she wouldn't feel any of this. It feels weird. I know animal testing is a part of clinical trials, but this just feels wrong somehow. We're literally using a puppy as a test subject, Bryce. Are we the baddies? Think of it this way, Ames, both you and I are here to reverse any changes if something does go wrong. Lily here literally has better healthcare than any human alive. That's true. But does it have to be a dog though? Why not a rat like every other mad scientist? Because I don't have Armsmaster's miniaturization specialization, I explained patiently. Den, the Rockbell family dog, had an automail limb in the series. Given the complex parts involved, I just couldn't make automail much smaller than that. Still, poor Lily. And why is the dog named Lily? She looks nothing like a lily. Every animal I've ever practiced on has been named Lily. It's a prestigious designation which denotes the animal's contribution to human progress. You're a jerk. As soon as we're done, I'm regrowing the poor thing her leg back. Her real leg. As you please, Ames. Now gimme the automail. And she's getting a proper name, not the one you use to label experiments. Fine, I'm sorry I'm a heartless monster. You should be, she sniffed, but offered me a ghost of a smile. She slid the automail to me as I ran a few final checks. Okay, I'm going to start now. First, we need to reopen her severed limb. I will then anchor the connection port to her bone, then heal the wound. You will make sure there are no signs of rejection. After that, I will attach the automail to the port. Once that's finished, we will wake her and see how she moves. Yet, let's do horrifically invasive surgery on non-consenting animals. I ignored her snark and raised my scalpel. Beginning. X. 2 hours later, Duchess had a new, organic leg. It's a terrible name. What kind of name is Duchess? I whined, mostly for the sake of whining. You shut your mouth. Duchess is a wonderful name, Amy said, cradling the spaniel in her arms with an adoring croon. She reminds me of a dog in one of those posh, English soap operas, so she's Duchess. And we agreed that the automail worked fine. Why did you grow her leg back? Because you said automail wears out. Are you going to keep her as the lab pet? You won't even be able to take her outside without people rubbernecking then. It wears out when you're rough on it. As in, when you try to block bullets or wrestle chimeras. Daily wear and tear should be minimal. So? My point stands. You can't even take her outside unless you want people to think Creed's experimenting on animals, which he is. But I had so many ideas. For fuck's sake, Bryce, Duchess does not need a hand cannon in her paw, Amy said exasperatedly. I leaned my elbow on her shoulder. But Ames, think of the puns. We could even call it the hot dog. Get it? No. The Chicago dog, because that place is a den of gang violence. Do you realize the irony of a Brocktonite shitting on another city's gang violence? The apocalypse cannon, I replied, holding the metal limb like a rifle. Shouldn't the gun be bigger with a name like that? She asked with a faint smile. And shame on you for that shitty pun. It's a great pun. I can make it bigger. Ooh, and I can add muggy balls. No. Absolutely not. You are not turning Duchess into a death machine. You're right. She's got no trigger discipline. She'd probably blow herself up, I sighed theatrically. Alas, my dreams of a pet who's also a Terminator will have to remain dreams. You have Saint already. He's not a pet. There's a very real chance that he's smarter than you. Actually, given he's an AI, he's definitely smarter than you. Where is he, anyway? He's usually floating around with you. He's off practicing his barriers. I told him I want him to be able to make larger barriers capable of covering more than himself. So he'll be like Eric. Kinda. No offense to your cousin, but Saint's way more versatile. Eric wouldn't be offended. He's nowhere near as gung-ho about being a hero as Victoria is. He gets it from his sister, I think. Crystal? Yeah, they're both really chill. It's a little weird, actually. Usually, capes feel a compulsive need to use their powers. It's not exactly brainwashing on the Shard's parts, but still, that nudge is always there. They're very atypical in that sense. Eric uses his shields as plates whenever he can, so there's that. I noticed. And he likes to give his girlfriend rides on one, like Aladdin. I meant more in the need to prove yourself sense though. Usually, that compulsion is prone to get the cape into some form of conflict. Who knows? Amy shrugged, then, with a bitter sigh, I wish my own Shard was less bitchy about using my powers. Has it gotten better? You know, your general mood and stuff. You've started making funny snacks, right? Yeah. It's wild how much of a difference that made for me. I still don't know if my power's as alive as you say it is, but it's a little easier if I think of it like a needy puppy I need to indulge once in a while. Good. Speaking of powers, how would you feel about having an assistant in the hospital? I asked carefully. That'd be lovely. When were you coming by? Not me specifically. You know another healer? Kinda. She's a power copier who reached out to me about a week ago. She can copy 3 powers at once, but they'll be weakened. If she copies you, I suspect she'll be a pretty good healer, even if it takes longer. Or maybe she'll just get your touch-based understanding of biology, which would still make her very useful for diagnoses. A new cape? Why would she go to you? She wanted to talk to the goat and Creed was more accessible for a rookie on the scene. Amy fidgeted uncomfortably. I don't know how I feel about someone else with my power, even a discounted version. You know how dangerous it can be. I do, and I wouldn't ask if I didn't know her personally. She wants to be a healer. I shrugged. She's not sure. She can have her pick of abilities, you know? If anything, I know she hates the thought of fighting or hurting anyone. She knows healing will make her a target and she's not sold on the idea, but she still wanted me to sound you out a bit. It's just something she's looking into. And you trust her? I do. With your life. I wouldn't go that far, but she's a good person. Bryce, you're putting other people's lives at stake here. At the very least, I'm confident she wouldn't misuse her power. I know her as a civvy as well and I trust her enough to help her test her power on me. Long story short, she has 3 articles of clothing she could give to other capes. She gets a weakened version of their powers. Take it off and she doesn't have those powers anymore. Okay, so she's got hard limits. Good. You know power copying trumps are super rare, right? If the true nature of her power gets out, she'll be a huge target whether she wants to fight or not. I understand. Honestly, I might drag Eric into this. If she's going to make herself a target, I want her to be safe. That's not a bad idea. Me, Eric, and you? Your power worries me though. Anyone with a copy of your power would be dangerous. It's not as bad as you're thinking, I reassured her. When I said she gets a weakened copy, I meant it. She gets my current specialization, and only the technical knowledge, nothing that might be considered esoteric. So no alchemy, organic or otherwise. Right now, she just has automail and what's more or less equivalent to early 20th century industrial technology. She hasn't tried to perform surgeries on anyone. Absolutely not. Again, she's not stupid or malicious. I mean it, Ames, she's a friend, someone I know and like out of costume. Fine, Bryce. I'll meet with her if she wants, then I'll decide, Amy said firmly. I'm going to do the whole lie detector thing. I need to be sure. That's great. Thanks, Amy. I know trumps are a bit of a minefield. She offered me a tentative smile. Hey, who knows? If she's as great as you say, it'd be nice to have someone to hang out with at the hospital. All the doctors are old and jaded and the young nurses closer to my age walk on eggshells around me. I'm not that easy to offend. I laughed and poked her in the side. No, but you are a grouch. A grade A, certified grouch. I'm not. Ames, you've got the mother of all resting bitch faces. Oh, fuck off, Bryce. So, if / when I show up to the hospital, can I tap you to validate my auto mail? Yeah, you can. Just shoot me a heads up though. It gets a bit hectic sometimes. Thanks, Ames. X. 2010, December 15th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. I was on my laptop, fiddling around with my MIDI and trying to make a few melodies I remembered from my past. I felt like I hadn't touched this in years, things had been so hectic lately. Now, with prototype automails built and a respectable understanding of inorganic alchemy, I felt I could indulge a bit in my creative hobbies while I waited for my specialization to shift. Originally, I purchased this as a way to disguise my tinkering back when I made DMS under the Pokemon specialization. The MIDI doubled as a trademark uploader and the blank CDs I bought alongside it gave me a way to hide my work in plain sight. I'd managed to make my version of Avicii's The Nights. It'd been a favorite song of mine back when I was in school. Just the melody hit me with a wave of rose-tinted nostalgia. I briefly dabbled in singing the lyrics, but just because the Gravity Child serum gave me perfect awareness of vibrations didn't mean I suddenly had the voice to match. If anything, my enhancements told me exactly how off-key I was and made me cringe that much harder. Perhaps I could convince someone else to sing it for me. Just then, Saint caused a news article to pop up onto my screen. I knew immediately what I was looking at thanks to the distinctive, postmodern architecture. It was a live coverage broadcast of the Forsberg Gallery over downtown. The anchor was yammering about how the Undersiders, the Masters of Escape, had crashed through the gallery in search of a Dali original painting. I visibly cringed at that. It was so hilariously cliché I wasn't even sure where to start. The idiot quartet had even gone as far as to send cryptic letters to the news station declaring their intent and daring anyone to stop them. It was a call-out, plain and simple, and I had a feeling I knew who they wanted. Saint, check on the Protectorate, I said. Do they have any outstanding commitments today? Gone, he trilled before diving down into his duck pond again. Not even a second later, a series of pop-ups gave me my answer. Apparently, the holiday season also meant a major push for the part3's PR department. Miss Militia and Velocity were doing a tour of military bases around the greater Boston area, literally showing the flag in Militia's case. It was supposed to be some kind of appreciate our troops deal. I thought it was weird for Velocity to tag along, but then I remembered that he used to be in the service before he triggered. Maybe they thought he could be a good example for potential new capes. Assault, Battery, and the wards were similarly out of town. The wards had a joint training exercise with their Boston counterparts and the personable couple had been tapped to be their chaperones. Given the time of year, I could imagine it was yet more PR. That left Brockton Bay under the care of Arms Master, Dauntless, and Triumph. The latter two were at the boardwalk doing some kind of signing. Both being hometown heroes, it made sense to keep them in the city for any PR appearances, I supposed. The hero count was rather anemic, but then again, they'd left the city to the wards during the bank heist in Cannon. Maybe they thought New Wave could hold the fort long enough for them to return if something did happen. Or maybe Coyle had managed to act as Thomas Calvert to arrange for this opportunity over the past week. He didn't exactly need moles to move a few schedules around after all. Whatever the case, the Undersiders were obviously meant to draw me out. There was no other reason for them to willingly make a scene like this. The question was, what was Coyle planning? Just the fact that this heist was happening in a way that was visible to me was itself telling. It could mean that the Tinker of Fiction interfered with Thinker powers somehow and he could not properly simulate me. That was the ideal scenario, but I wasn't sure how my power interacted with Thinker powers. Truthfully, I'd been working under the assumption that Thinkers could read me. It was why I'd designed my suit to cover my face and included a voice modulator, a sensuous textured disguise, and an invisibility module. It was also why I'd made the goat as a completely digital persona, to deflect attention from Creed. If my presence made Coil's power glitch, great. But that seemed like a bit much to hope for, so the only other conclusion I could come to was that Coil had something he needed to do in the physical world. After all, from his perspective, a dropped timeline would mean the changes he made in it didn't carry over. He could optimize his choices, but he still needed to physically go buy groceries, fill his gas, or what have you. So what did he want? His actions implied he'd be willing to lose the Undersiders here. He'd taken some precautions, like arranging for the majority of the Protectorate to be out of town, but attacking downtown like this was still a heavy risk, especially considering how I'd gutted a big chunk of his personnel. Which meant he thought the payoff was worthwhile. Fuck Dolly, the painting wasn't the prize here. The prize was me, I breathed. Maybe I was missing something, but I couldn't think of another possibility. If he kills or captures Creed, he could leverage that against the goat. And since he already knew I'd been looking for the Undersiders, he's using them as bait. Gone? Porygon, Saint chirped before diving into my Pokénav. That's perfect, Saint. He's probably also moving some of his physical assets around while the Undersiders cause a mess, but I'd bet anything the real goal is me tonight. Gone. Am I going to go? Of course I am. Porygon. Yeah, he's probably got mercs in there. Pory. No, this is fine. Let's go, Saint. Author's note. Next specialization is on December 18th, which is in 3 days. Hey, if Wildbow can send all the Protectorate away for plot convenience, so can I. Scale 5.8. Bryce Kelly. 2010, December 15th, Brockton Bay, NH, USA. The Forsberg Gallery was a mess, not that I'd expected any different. There were 8 patrol cars in the gallery parking lot, with officers looking unsure of themselves. Rather than move in and try to arrest the Undersiders, they seemed more eager to corral the news crews and the rubbernecking bystanders. Was it Cauldron's influence over the cultural zeitgeist that kept them from engaging? Had they so thoroughly convinced themselves that this was Cape business? Whatever it was, they just waited around for the PRT like that was all they were good for. It was honestly a little depressing to watch. On the way over, I saw half a dozen PRT vans led by Armsmaster's motorcycle moving in. They'd be here in 4 minutes or so. I wondered if Dauntless and Triumph would be joining us. Given that most of the Protectorate and wards were out of the city, there were even odds that Piggott would keep one or both of them back in case something went wrong elsewhere. Good, it looks like we'll get there before the PRT, I told Saint. It was a little unwieldy, but the pledge regalia hung off my back like a cross-shaped tombstone. It might get in the way in a physical contest, but I was hoping that its ability to project sound waves would help me navigate Gru's darkness. I actually wasn't sure about that. In canon, Gru's darkness prevented Shatterbird from manipulating glass because her vector was sound-based. On the other hand, Cricket, whose power included echolocation, was able to use said power to navigate the darkness. All I could conclude was that there was a frequency and decibel range which was less hampered by Gru's darkness. If there was anything in my kit that could no-sell Gru and find that sonic sweet spot, it was the pledge regalia. If all else failed, I could use it as a big, metal club. I brought up the gallery's blueprints. It helped to have security camera footage. Saint, can you hack the gallery's network? Gone, he chirped, almost offended that I'd even ask. A public museum's internet security against a Porygon too? Yeah, fair enough. I alighted on a nearby skyscraper and scoped out my surroundings while Saint got me the gallery's camera feeds. I'd been right to arrive stealthed. Sure enough, there were 6 men with sniper rifles aimed at the gallery from varying angles, 3 pairs of snipers and their spotters. No doubt Coil wanted me dead or captured. Even if he lost the entirety of the Undersiders here, leverage against the goat would be worth it from his perspective. Had I rushed in with my usual bombastic flair, he'd have had a bullet in the back of my head before I ever reached the Undersiders. I considered taking them out, but right now, no one knew I was here. If I were Coil, I'd have taken a day off and sat at home, coordinating 2 timelines. So long as he didn't know I was here, he'd have to upkeep both timelines and hold everyone on standby. His power was fairly reactive in that sense, he could simulate and correct a mistake, but taking the initiative was much harder for him because his power wasn't true time warping, just simulations. He still had to commit. He could try to be proactive, maybe shoot up the surrounding buildings to get a rise out of me, but that'd make this no longer Cape business. The police would respond, and with SWAT gear, not pistols, and handcuffs. Assuming I was his target, that'd just tie up his mercs and give me freedom to act more openly. 3 snipers in position, I told Saint. How's the hacking coming along? Saint's response was the entire gallery's camera feed dumped onto my screen. The mosaic of feeds removed themselves one by one until I was looking at a cluster of black screens. They were in the west wing of the gallery, presumably where the surrealist painters like Dali were. Gru's power, no doubt. If the Undersiders had been told to remain and play hide and seek with me, or lay a trap for me, then they'd want to obscure their exact location. I wouldn't put it past Tattletale to somehow know the moment I stepped into Gru's smoke. Sensory deprivation was supposed to hamper her power, but what did I know? Her power was supposed to be all about inferences, but she seemed to occasionally pull knowledge out of her ass whenever things got desperate without any logical chain. Or maybe I was just stupid and it was my fault for not being able to follow an interdimensional supercomputer's breadcrumbs. That was also a possibility. Thanks, Saint. Let's assume they'll know we're there as soon as we step inside. Our goal is to activate the pledge regalia, find a sound wave that lets us navigate the smoke, and take out the Undersiders. Pori. We don't need all of them. It'd be nice, but letting 1 or 2 go is fine. Our targets are Tattletale and Bitch, their intelligence and their heavy muscle. Gru and Regent won't be able to cause too much trouble even if they go free. Ready. Gone. Good. Let's do this. X. Lisa Wilburn. Guys, Creed's here, I said based on his estimated response time. The cameras were hacked, meaning the goat had eyes on us, or at least the cloud of smoke we were hiding in. We were in the west wing of the gallery, just outside the office of the curator. Regent had nabbed the painting and rolled it up unceremoniously into a tube. It lost more than 10 grand in value from the way he mishandled it, but it wasn't the priority anyway. Gru had enclosed us in a ring of darkness, enveloping us like a donut. Bitch's dogs kept a watchful vigil, though I wasn't sure if that'd help any. The smoke hindered them just as much as it hindered humans. After all, Bitch's commands could easily get lost in the darkness. I suppressed a frustrated sigh. Coil was fucking us over and there was nothing we could do about it. With the goat's cyber attack, Coil was desperate enough to use us as bait. The bastard wanted to use us to draw him out so one of his mercs could take him by surprise. It was meant to be revenge, a message to the goat that Coil didn't need to compete in cyberspace. If Creed could be captured, Coil could leverage the goat's protege against them, even as he drugged Creed to the gills in an undisclosed, completely offline safe house. And if Creed died, that'd be fine too, it'd mean the goat would be forced to either abandon the bay completely, or invest greater resources, showing more of their hand. I disapproved of this plan. I couldn't emphasize how not okay I was with this. There was a very real chance that Creed would stop pulling punches when he was put in danger. He certainly didn't hesitate to off Arsalan in Syria. As goofy as he liked to portray himself, it was an act. Creed was fucking dangerous and the only thing we had to mitigate Creed's wrath was his promise that he was a hero now. Coil wasn't nearly as brilliant as he thought he was. I didn't know how, but the goat knew. They knew what Coil was planning. They knew that this was a trap. They knew what Coil's power was, and somehow before I did. Worst of all, they wanted this confrontation to happen anyway. If that wasn't a clue that we should back the fuck off, I didn't know what was. Coil knew and didn't care. He was relying heavily on his power, a power I'd figured out when he called me in earlier this week. He thought he'd get as many chances as he'd need. In any other circumstance, on any other person, I might have even admired that kind of absolute self-confidence. It was unsettling, knowing I'd probably been tortured, raped, and murdered countless times across countless possibilities, but I put the thought out of mind. Making an enemy out of yet another powerful thinker was the last thing on my to-do list, but I had no agency here. I was just the tasty, blonde bait dangled before a stupidly powerful tinker who could potentially compete as a peer with the triumvirate. My saving grace here was that Creed wouldn't resort to lethal measures if he could help it. Tats, where is he? Gru asked. I was sorely tempted to make a blind joke right now. He was the only one of us who could see through his fog. No clue, but he's in the building. Expect contact within the minute. You said this guy dominated a war zone. Why are we baiting him again? Regent whined like a bitch. Because the boss is paying us 100 grand each. He really wants to test Creed for some reason. If we get caught, he'll have us broken out within 2 days. The team didn't even know who the boss was, never mind the snipers positioned around the gallery. Regent wouldn't care, but it'd affect Gru's performance. Our leader would subconsciously hesitate and very likely fuck things up. If it all went well, Creed would chase us, get shot, and my team would just think we'd managed to lose him in the darkness. Then, my power twigged onto something, the wind had picked up, sending a cool breeze through the air and slightly scattering Gru's smoke. The AC was on, as was usual in galleries like this, but that couldn't account for this. There is wind. This wind is generated via a small, but powerful rotational force. Creed wears motorized skates. Creed is here. Wind would not impact a large area in Gru's power. Creed is CLO. Doug. I cried. The four of us hit the floor as bitch's dogs began to bark. That was the rub, because Gru's darkness muted all vectors, it became hard for bitch's dogs to smell intruders. A bolt of lightning sizzled above us, roughly at my shoulder height. It would have hit bitch's shoulder, though only barely. Creed knows the rough location of people in the darkness. Usual accuracy suffers. Rats, guess I missed, came Creed's muted voice. Impressive deduction. What gave me away, Tats? Joking my power informed me. Motor does not need to be running constantly. Wanted you to know he was here. Arrogant. Believes you are not a threat. I groaned. And here I thought he'd gotten over all the showboating he did as a joke villain. Then again, he wasn't wrong either. We had nothing that could breach his layered force fields and he didn't have a convenient weakness like some capes did. Your motors are loud, idiot, I taunted. I wanted to keep him talking as we hastily mounted the dogs. Why do you even have an invisibility cloak if you're going to sound like a jetliner? He stepped out of the darkness. He stood atop a platform of hardened air, looking down at us with what I just knew was a smug, languid smirk beneath his helmet. On his back was a large, tombstone-like object he hadn't had before. It's not very nice to lie, you know. My skates aren't that loud and Gru's darkness mutes noise anyway. Really, how'd you know? I read minds. Did you know yours sounds like a little bitch? Cross-shaped Tinkertech is a sonic manipulation device. Was used in Damascus. Is currently emitting vibrating pulses. Used that to map the surrounding area. Signal is muted in darkness. May have a delay in tracking moving targets. Excuse you, my mind is a treasure, he snarked back. Creed enjoys talking to you. Thinks it's a rite of passage. Is genuinely appreciative to hear your sass. That was weird. Why would talking to me be a rite of passage? Unless he had some weird hero-villain romance kink. He'd hardly be the first, but you. I quickly refocused. I didn't need to know what his fetishes were. The Tinkertech on his back was the bigger issue. So long as he had that, he'd be able to track us down. Stick together, Coyle's voice came through the line. He began rattling off instructions. We stick together. West exit, straight down the street. We can turn off McAllister Boulevard, I parroted. Knowing his power, he probably had us split up in the other timeline. One way or another, he'd get Creed in range of the snipers. We began to move, Brutus with Bitch and Gru first, then Judas with me and Regent. Angelica had no rider, leaving her free to run circles around us and intercept any chasers. Keep the smoke light, Gru. Boss wants us to play tag, I told him. It helped Creed follow us even without the cross-shaped sound emitter. Got it, he grunted back. We crashed through a large, floor-to-ceiling window. A bolt of lightning followed us. It almost hit Gru before Regent wrenched our leader's torso to the side. I frowned. That wasn't right. Creed's aim suffered in the smoke like everyone else's. Even his sonic tombstone thing couldn't track moving targets perfectly. Or maybe it was his own vision that couldn't process the information fast enough. So what was doing the job for him? Internal system assists with aiming, my power informed me. Fucking Creed has an aimbot. I swore into my mic. Angelica, hurt. Bitch yelled behind her. The third set of heavy footsteps faded as Bitch's hound turned to delay Creed. I twisted to look behind me. Angelica was almost the size of a minivan now and weighed well over a ton. With bone growths and scales covering her body and bulging muscles that tore through the skin at points, she was a fearsome sight. She charged at the partially obscured figure with a snarl. Bitch's training was impeccable. She'd grab and shake, maybe break a few bones and leave him with whiplash, but wouldn't kill. Creed met her head on. His skates roared to life, creating enough noise to be heard in the dampened field. He swirled his cape around himself as a golden-yellow force field made of concentric hexagons formed around him. It was immediately followed by a green, spherical force field, forming what was probably the most mimed move by a Brockton cape. Giga impact, he roared as he rammed himself into Angelica. The two flew apart with a deafening crash. Angelica didn't look fast, but she was a ton of muscle and bone moving at highway speeds. Add in Creed's own momentum and the blow easily rivaled the coup de grace from his first appearance. Angelica slid to a stop, her claws digging trenches through the gallery grounds. My power told me that her shoulder was mangled, all but caved in until the joints dug straight into her chest cavity. Creed responded likewise. He caught himself on a flagpole by lodging the pole between the wheels of his skates, before using their rotation to spin himself around like the world's most bullshit pole dancer. He lost virtually zero momentum before launching himself at Angelica again. I squinted, doing my best to see in the smoke. Though it wasn't as thick as could be, Gru's power was still a bitch to work with. I knew I'd regret this later, but I opened the floodgates and let my power run wild as the two clashed over and over again. One flickers before another. Creed has two force fields. They are powered separately, my power informed me. Creed is waiting for a coil. I frowned. Creed had swerved around Angelica, using a copious amount of electricity to paralyze her momentarily. He quickly darted away from her, hopped into the air, and made good time towards us. He's gaining, I told my team. Regent, trip him up. On it, he replied with unusual seriousness. Then, I saw something get a hold of Creed. He jumped onto a wall, seemingly tripped, then kicked off with enough force to face-plant into a marble statue of a woman. The statue broke, but he'd wrapped his arms around the woman's head in midair and used that to reposition himself. Like a cat, he landed on his feet and kept dashing towards us. Creed has excellent proprioception. Never loses balance despite losing control of his limbs. It's like he's a fucking cat, Regent complained. It's less effective the more I do it, like his suit's locking his legs in place. Creed has a software that can control his suit. Tied to his targeting software. Is annoyed. I frowned. Of course Creed was annoyed. He just made out with a statue of Persephone. I let out a sigh of relief as we emerged onto McAllister Boulevard. We were only a dozen yards from the kill zone. Whether Coil's mercs killed him or not wasn't important anymore. Even the Tinker Wonder should be distracted by multiple snipers. Then, I could have Gru output more smoke and get us out of Dodge. X. Thomas Calvert. I slammed my fists into my desk as both timelines played out before me. In the first timeline, I had them stick together, making a beeline for the McAllister kill zone. There, the smoke would disperse as the street widened from the gallery entrance and two of my sniper teams would have a clear line of sight on the Tinker. Creed was happily wrestling with one of Bitch's dogs, shields sparking like fireworks. I didn't know how the charges worked, they could run off Coca-Cola for all I knew, but I was happy to let him waste the energy. Then, as the Undersiders crossed into McAllister Boulevard, the smoke thinned and gave my men the perfect shot. My men were some of the best of the best. They had experience fighting against both Capes and conventional military forces. Two got their start as mercenaries in Africa. A third fought the cartels in South America before joining a mercenary company that took him to the Middle East, where he met his partner. Whatever could be said about their lack of scruples, both sniper cells were filled with experienced sharpshooters. They had no trouble picking out the flamboyant Cape through Gru's purposely lightened smoke. Take the shot, I commanded. This was power, the right to choose life or death. Perhaps the goat and I were not so dissimilar in that. But where he chose to nurture and cultivate a hero, I would take and destroy. Then, Creed blocked the bullet, not with his shield, but with a duck. Balloon. Duck. It was obviously related to the one that he'd debuted in Damascus. I wasn't sure why this one had rounded edges and bolder coloration, but the duck generated a force field that easily stopped the round. Then, Creed stomped the ground and produced a column of fog. Compounded with the darkness, there was nothing my team could do to keep track of him. Fuck. I heard Tattletale yell. It was followed by a brief shriek of pain. Electrocution, if I had to guess. I knew what that sounded like by now. The Undersiders were likely lost. I made a note to reacquire them as soon as this mess was over. My most reliable moles may have been expunged from the PRT, but bribing a few officers here and there was certainly within my abilities. X. In the second timeline, the Undersiders were to lead Creed out of the gallery through a different exit. That exit had been rigged with enough explosives to collapse most of the building. If the explosion killed a few of the Underisders, then so be it. Even if Creed somehow survived the explosion, the third sniper I had in waiting would have plenty of time to shoot him. At least, that was what should have happened. The gallery shook with a tremendous explosion as the Undersiders crossed the threshold. Creed followed after them, just in time to detonate the trap. He survived, of course. A sphere of green and gold intercepted the blow. I'd expected that much. He'd taken a salvo of rockets from Squealer's truck a few months ago. Take the shot as soon as the shield comes down, I ordered. The men did as required of them, but still failed to so much as draw blood. That same fucking duck emerged from his helmet, blocking the bullet. It was some kind of automatic defense, a counter that would trigger regardless of Creed's own ability to perceive the attack. I growled as fog covered the gallery in this timeline as well. X. Bryce Killy. Well, that was easy, I mused. Thanks, buddy. Porygon. Porygon, Saint chirped, no doubt chiding me for this harebrained scheme of mine. Still, I considered this the best method moving forward. The Undersiders could easily be bribed or coerced via contingencies to break Coil out, release Empire names, or cause any amount of trouble even after I took Coil off the board. None of them liked Coil, but they sure as shit could be bought. Though they weren't very powerful, they were free agents, almost completely detached from Coil's network, and that made them dangerous in their own right. I needed to arrest them first to ensure they would not be around to save Coil or destabilize the city. At the very least, Lisa needed to be taken into custody so as to deprive them of information. Bitch, if only so she'd stop provoking Hook Wolf. And if I wanted that, the best way to take them out was to play along with Coil's misconceptions of the goat and act like I was interested in flipping them. So, I'd gone along with Coil's attempt to assassinate me via dangling his pet capes as bait. Now, since I was working under the assumption that Coil could simulate me, I had to assume that he had two timelines going at the same time so he could target me from two separate vectors. One was the sniper's obviously. The second was the bomb Saint found rigged near the south exit. He would undoubtedly simulate both methods and choose the best outcome. However, Coil wasn't actually manipulating time, no matter how much he deluded himself into thinking otherwise. Which meant that whatever Coil saw, he was working in the same timeline as the rest of us, just with additional information. Thus, if I knew the vectors, I could predict the crossroads he'd chosen for himself. And if I knew the crossroads, I could tell when he'd decided to commit to a timeline. From his perspective, he probably saw both possibilities. But from mine, he could only act with a bit more added information. Assuming both assassination attempts failed, he'd naturally try to preserve what assets he could. In this case, that meant he'd choose the timeline in which the Undersiders had a slightly better chance of escape, the one in which they hadn't taken an explosion with me. Hence, the moment Saint blocked the sniper round aimed at the back of my head, I knew I had him, he'd committed. Oh, he'd try to split the timeline again, maybe take a few more shots, but that was easily remedied. Mirage Road, Fogbank. I shouted, bringing my heel down in a textbook perfect axe kick. A colossal plume of mist enveloped the area, shrouding us all in a thick, impenetrable fog. It didn't matter how many timelines Coil had if he couldn't see through this fog. The information he could glean from both timelines would be the same, fuck all. Now that Coil's played his hand, we can stop pulling punches, I told Saint. Discharge. Focus on knocking them out. Gone. We split up, as much as Saint was willing to leave me alone in a fight anyway. I went low and skated forward, ducking under Angelica's lunge. My hand rose up and gently rubbed her belly as I passed. I'd not brought Major Armstrong's gloves with me, but these organic variants were arguably better. And, knowing that the rhino lizard dog wasn't actually the dog, just the meat suit, helped immensely in ridding me of my inhibitions. Angelica stumbled with a surprised whine. Her legs collapsed under her and she skidded into a car, denting it under her massive weight. She tried to rise, but failed to put her forelimbs beneath her. Normally, I'd never have done this to a patient. Hell, I didn't like performing any kind of human transmutation unless I had a medical prognosis chart made by a professional and several minutes to examine them. But this wasn't a precise operation. Quadrupeds were all roughly similar, monster dog or not, so I'd transmuted the connective sinew in her shoulders into something far less flexible. They'd snapped from the tremendous force of her charge, leaving her effectively crippled but unharmed. I twitched and stumbled, catching myself in a cartwheel. Regent. I almost forgot he could sense neural impulses. Even without being able to see me, he'd found a way to make himself a nuisance. Then, the twitching stopped as Saint's discharge colored the fog. I rushed forward and crippled each of the dogs before dragging the incapacitated Undersiders further into the fog. That was it. It was that simple. The pledge regalia to navigate. Saint for the aim and continued monitoring of Coil's men. A quick burst of air gear tricks and some budget alchemy. That was all the Undersiders amounted to. Come on, Saint, I called as I tied them up and set them somewhere they wouldn't be a bother. Let's go clean up Coil's mercs. Author's note. Not much to say. Bryce has a convoluted plan for Coil. Is it a good plan? Not really. I'm of the opinion that Coil is best dealt with by not playing the game. Either get Cauldron to handle him somehow, John Soprano, or simply be so overwhelmingly powerful that Coil's game is irrelevant to you, a truce. But hey, Bryce will Bryce. Animal fact. Or, paleo fact? Scientists have a specific name for fossilized feces, coprolite. It's usually found preserved via desiccation, though mineralization does occur. The biggest example of human feces on record comes from York, UK, from a man thought to have been a Viking. His shit is a hefty log roughly 8 inches long and 2 inches wide. It also has fossilized parasitic eggs inside. Shoy.